Repo Man, 1984. Otto gets recruited into the surreal world of automobile repossession in Alex Cox's Los Angeles. Where repo men chase cars for a living, government agents hunt a Chevy Malibu containing something radioactive and alien, and punk philosophy collides with consumer capitalism. Emilio Estevez brings perfect disaffected youth energy, his punk cynicism gradually giving way to something resembling purpose. Harry Dean Stanton's veteran repo man, Bud, becomes unlikely mentor, spouting philosophy about the work while demonstrating ruthless efficiency. Cox shoots L.A. as sun-bleached wasteland where strip malls create visual monotony characters rail against. The generic product labels, food, drink, beer, emphasize consumer culture's soullessness. The punk soundtrack featuring Black Flag, Circle Jerks, and Iggy Pop becomes integral identity. The supporting cast populates a Los Angeles that feels simultaneously realistic and completely alien. The science fiction elements remain deliberately ambiguous, glowing trunk contents becoming MacGuffin, driving increasingly bizarre situations without full explanation. Tracy Walter delivers memorable performance as Miller, spouting theories about cosmic unconsciousness between repo runs. The film balances satire, punk aesthetic, and genuine emotion without overwhelming any element. Repo Man captured Reagan-era alienation and punk ethos in ways that feel timeless, despite being utterly of its moment. Instant cult classic proving low-budget independent cinema could be genuinely subversive. Hard Rock Zombies, 1985. A struggling rock band heads to a quiet town for a show, not realizing the place is hiding a bizarre secret tied to a reclusive family with roots in World War II extremism. Things turn deadly fast. After the band is killed, their music literally brings them back from the grave. Now undead, they return for revenge and still plan to finish the concert they came to play. Director Krishna Shah pushes the story far past normal horror comedy limits. The cast plays it completely straight, which somehow makes the insanity land even harder. The villains are exaggerated and cartoonish, including an infamous historical dictator figure and companion portrayed as over-the-top caricatures. The movie knows it is outrageous and never tries to ground itself in realism. The effects are low budget and very obvious, with simple zombie makeup and bright stage blood. There are several full music numbers built around original rock tracks, giving the film the feel of a strange horror musical at times. The tone jumps between goofy, dark, and just plain odd, often within the same scene. This is late-night cult movie territory. It is messy, ridiculous, and unforgettable once seen. Not scary in a traditional sense, not exactly polished comedy either, but consistently entertaining for viewers who enjoy off-the-rails horror experiments. Silent Night, Deadly Night, 1984. A young boy witnesses his parents murdered by a criminal dressed as Santa Claus on Christmas Eve. Traumatized, he's sent to a Catholic orphanage where discipline is enforced through cruelty, shame, and fear. Years later, now an adult working at a toy store during the holidays, the pressure finally breaks him. Forced into a Santa suit, he snaps, turning the symbol of goodwill into a vehicle for punishment against anyone he judges as naughty. The film sparked immediate controversy. Parents groups protested its depiction of a killer Santa, leading to its removal from theaters after only a short run. Robert Brian Wilson plays Billy with unsettling sincerity, presenting him less as a monster and more as a deeply damaged person. Lillian Chauvin is chilling as the Mother Superior, whose rigid, abusive authority plays a direct role in shaping Billy's fractured worldview. The violence is blunt and cruel, murders staged as moral punishment rather than spectacle. An axe, Christmas lights, mounted antlers, all turned into tools of judgment. The psychology is simple but effective, connecting trauma, repression, and violence without irony. Silent Night, Deadly Night commits fully to its premise. It isn't a parody or joke, it's a bleak holiday slasher about abuse creating more abuse. The controversy buried a film that's harsher and more thoughtful than its reputation suggests. Invitation to Hell, 1984. Matt Winslow thinks he has found the perfect life, A new job at a cutting-edge tech company brings him, his wife, and their children to a polished suburban community. But there is one catch. Everyone insists that the family join the local country club. At first, it seems like harmless peer pressure, until Matt realizes the club is hiding something far more sinister, and membership might cost his family everything. Directed by Wes Craven, the film delivers suburban horror with a supernatural twist. Robert Urich plays Matt as the determined outsider, refusing to surrender his principles no matter the pressure. Opposite him is Susan Lucci, unforgettable as Jessica Jones, the glamorous and commanding figure who embodies the club's temptations. Joanna Cassidy and Soleil Moon Frye round out the family, adding both warmth and vulnerability to the story. The imagery is striking. Ordinary streets and manicured lawns give way to fiery visions, glowing gateways, and a climactic descent into a hellish dimension that pushes the boundaries of a made-for-television production. Craven uses suggestion and atmosphere in place of gore, proving that dread can come just as easily from what we imagine as what we see. What makes Invitation to Hell memorable is the way it twists the comforts of suburban life into a trap. Beneath the polished smiles and promises of success lurks a nightmare that feels inescapable once you've stepped too close. The Toxic Avenger, 1984. Melvin is a shy janitor working at a health club in Traumaville, New Jersey. He's constantly mocked and pushed around until a prank sends him crashing into a vat of toxic waste. Instead of killing him, the exposure mutates his body and leaves him with superhuman strength. Adopting the name the Toxic Avenger, Melvin turns his anger outward, targeting criminals and corrupt figures who have taken over the town. The film establishes its tone immediately. Everything is exaggerated, crude, and intentionally abrasive. Mark Torgl plays Melvin with sincerity before the transformation, which helps sell the shift from victim to vigilante. Afterward, the creature is portrayed through a mix of performers in heavy makeup and suits, emphasizing physical presence over polish. The villains are drawn in broad strokes, behaving more like comic book bullies than realistic threats. Violence is constant and unapologetically excessive. Heads are crushed, bodies are burned, and injuries are pushed well past realism. The effects are cheap but enthusiastic, leaning into mess and exaggeration rather than precision. The Toxic Avenger's appearance, misshapen, scarred, and occasionally absurd, reflects the film's attitude toward its own limitations. Nothing is hidden or smoothed out. The Toxic Avenger isn't subtle, and it isn't trying to be. It's built around shock value, crude humor, and a simple revenge fantasy aimed at outsiders and misfits. The movie's success came from committing fully to that approach, turning low-budget chaos into a defining statement for trauma. Loud, ugly, and intentionally offensive, it delivers exactly what it promises. Rocktober Blood, 1984. This mid-80s slasher dives headfirst into the heavy metal horror subgenre, following a rock star who seemingly returns from the grave to stalk his former backup singer during a high-stakes concert tour. The film is a frantic, neon-soaked blend of traditional slasher tropes and hair metal performances, utilizing the high-energy environment of recording studios and concert stages to heighten the theatricality of the kills. It perfectly captures the gritty, video store aesthetic of the decade, where the line between a music video and a horror movie was often blurred. Director Beverly Sebastian leans into the satanic panic zeitgeist of the era, playing on the cultural fear that rock music could be a vessel for literal evil. The killer's mask, a haunting, eyeless visage, combined with a pulsing synth rock soundtrack, creates a persistent high-voltage intensity. The film avoids the slow-burn approach of the 70s, opting instead for a rapid-fire succession of rhythmic sequences that mirror the tempo of the soundtrack, making the act of performance feel as dangerous as the stalking itself. For the modern audience, Rocktober Blood is a quintessential find for collectors of 1980s genre deep cuts. It is prized for its earnest commitment to its rock and roll nightmare premise and its unapologetically stylized atmosphere. While it lacks the budget of mainstream slashers, its raw energy and focus on the lifestyle of a touring band provide a unique perspective. It remains a loud, bloody, and thoroughly entertaining reminder of the days when heavy metal was the ultimate soundtrack for cinematic carnage. The Mutilator, also known as Fall Break, 1984. What begins as a harmless fall break turns into a nightmare when college student Ed Jr. invites his friends to his family's beach house. The group expects a weekend of relaxation, but lurking in the shadows is Ed's estranged father, driven mad by grief after a tragic accident years earlier. As night falls, the reunion becomes a blood-soaked reckoning, with the friends caught in the middle of a twisted family vendetta. Directed by Buddy Cooper, The Mutilator is pure mid-80s slasher excess, remembered for its outrageous creativity in staging kills. Special effects artist Mark Shostrom, later known for his work on Evil Dead 2 and Phantasm 2, delivers some of the decade's most shocking gore sequences, from boat propellers to fish hooks. Everyday seaside tools become instruments of horror in scenes that leave a lasting impression. The cast, led by Matt Mittler as Ed Jr. and Ruth Martinez as his girlfriend Pam, bring a surprising sense of sincerity to their roles, grounding the story even as the violence escalates. Their performances make the horror personal, turning what could have been just another body count film into something more unsettling. What makes The Mutilator stand out is its unflinching blend of camp and brutality. It is messy, audacious, and unforgettable, with a tone that veers between playful and grotesque. And with its bizarrely cheerful theme song, it captures the strange contradictions that make so many slashers of the era fascinating. The Mutilator may not have had the polish of its bigger budget peers, but its willingness to push boundaries secured it a lasting reputation. It is a cult favorite for fans who appreciate slashers that cut a little deeper. Mutant, also known as Night Shadows, 1984, brothers Josh and Mike Cameron are just passing through a quiet southern town when trouble finds them. A barroom fight, hostile locals, and strange illnesses set the tone, but nothing prepares them for what lies ahead. The townspeople are changing, their skin blistered, their bodies twisted, turning into violent zombie-like creatures with an unstoppable hunger. As the infection spreads, the brothers are caught in a desperate struggle to survive and uncover what caused the outbreak. Directed by John Bud Cardos, Mutant blends zombie horror with small-town paranoia. Wings Hauser commands the screen as hot-headed Josh, while Bo Hopkins brings gravitas as the weary sheriff who becomes an unlikely ally. Their performances give the film an edge that rises above its modest production. The setting amplifies the terror. Fog-choked back roads, creaking barns, and abandoned fields, all drenched in an atmosphere of isolation. The infected are brought to life with unsettling makeup effects, pustule-covered faces, and staggering movements that make even familiar townsfolk terrifying to behold. What sets Mutant apart is its fusion of horror and science fiction. The roots of the plague lie not in the supernatural, but in something disturbingly human: the consequences of tampering with chemicals in the environment. It creates a horror story that feels as much cautionary as it is chilling. Though overshadowed by bigger genre titles of its era, Mutant delivers atmosphere, memorable performances, and a sense of doom that lingers. A Nightmare on Elm Street, 1984. On Quiet Elm Street, teenagers discover a terrifying truth. Fall asleep, and the burned man with the bladed glove can kill you in your dreams. For real. Resourceful Nancy Thompson fights to stay awake and uncover the nightmare's origin, while parents dismiss it all as hysteria. Wes Craven revolutionizes the slasher with psychological dread and surreal dream logic. Boiler rooms stretching endlessly, bodies dragged across ceilings, blood gushing from beds. Heather Langenkamp anchors the terror as Nancy, her grounded determination clashing against Freddy Krueger's razor-fingered menace and wicked taunts. Practical effects turn the ordinary suburban world into a hallucinatory trap. Emerging amid endless slasher clones, Nightmare stood apart by invading the one place you can't escape: your sleep. Its inventive kills, unforgettable villain, and haunting nursery rhyme made Freddy an instant icon, launching one of horror's most enduring franchises and proving some nightmares never truly end. Firestarter, 1984. A young girl develops devastating pyrokinetic powers after her parents are unknowingly subjected to government drug experiments years earlier. When her mother is killed, she and her father go on the run from the shop, a secretive agency determined to capture and weaponize her abilities. As they flee across the country, the girl's powers intensify, triggered by fear, anger, and desperation, becoming harder to suppress with each threat. Mark L. Lester directs Stephen King's adaptation with straightforward high-concept efficiency. Drew Barrymore delivers a remarkably controlled performance as Charlie, balancing vulnerability with explosive rage. David Keith grounds the film as her father, driven by exhaustion and protective instinct. George C. Scott is quietly unnerving as John Rainbird, a government operative whose calm demeanor masks disturbing obsession. Martin Sheen adds bureaucratic menace as a senior shop agent, reinforcing the institutional threat. The fire effects are entirely practical, relying on stunt performers, controlled burns, and explosive rigging. When Charlie finally unleashes her power, the destruction is sustained and overwhelming. People engulfed in flame, structures consumed in real time. The effects remain impressive decades later because they're physical and dangerous. Tangerine Dream's electronic score pushes momentum, giving the film a pulsing, paranoid energy. Firestarter works best as a chase thriller with horror elements. It's blunt and occasionally heavy-handed, especially in its portrayal of government cruelty, but it delivers spectacle and tension. Anchored by Barrymore's performance and old-school fire effects, it's a solid King adaptation that favors impact over subtlety. Savage Streets, 1984. Savage Streets, directed by Danny Steinman, is a high-energy 1980s exploitation thriller that combines revenge, action, and gritty urban drama. The story follows Brenda, played by Linda Blair, a tough high school student whose life is thrown into chaos when a gang called the Scars commits a horrific crime against her disabled sister and her best friend. Devastated and enraged, Brenda decides to take justice into her own hands. Her quest for vengeance drives the story, as she confronts the violent underworld of Los Angeles with courage, cunning, and relentless determination. From the very beginning, Savage Streets sets a dangerous tone. The streets are treacherous, and Brenda's world is unforgiving. She is a strong and fearless lead who refuses to let her loved ones suffer without consequences. One of the film's most memorable moments comes when she wields a crossbow in a tense and violent showdown, a scene that has become iconic within the genre. The performances are larger than life, in keeping with 1980s exploitation style. Linda Blair delivers a fierce and commanding performance. John Vernon plays the unsympathetic principal, and Linnea Quigley brings emotional stakes as Brenda's sister. The soundtrack pulses with 80s rock, enhancing the sense of energy and tension throughout the film. Savage Streets does not shy away from its sleazy and shocking elements. Nudity, violence, and over-the-top action all combine to create a memorable cult classic. Beyond the chaos, the film is a story about justice, loyalty, and standing up for the people you care about. For fans of 80s revenge thrillers with a strong female lead, Savage Streets is a wild, unforgettable ride. The Initiation, 1984. For Kelly Fairchild, college life takes a dangerous turn when she pledges a sorority. The initiation ritual seems simple enough. Sneak into her family's department store after hours with her fellow pledges. But what begins as a prank-filled night of bonding soon twists into terror, as a killer stalks the girls through the mannequins, escalators, and shadowy aisles of the store. At the same time, Kelly struggles with recurring nightmares and buried memories that may hold the key to the bloodshed. Directed by Larry Stewart, The Initiation mixes the glossy atmosphere of a campus slasher with the suspense of a psychological mystery. Daphne Zuniga, in her feature film debut before Spaceballs and Melrose Place, delivers a layered performance as Kelly, while veteran actress Vera Miles, forever remembered from Psycho, adds a chilling presence as her mother. The department store setting becomes a character in itself, a maze of reflective surfaces and empty spaces that heightens the tension. The kills are staged with creativity, but it is the unraveling of Kelly's past that gives the story its sharpest edge, culminating in revelations that set it apart from more straightforward slashers of the era. What makes The Initiation stand out is how it balances slasher thrills with family secrets and dreamlike unease. It offers blood, suspense, and a surprising emotional core, proving that even in a crowded decade of slashers, some films manage to carve their own memorable identity. Alphabet City, 1984. 24 hours. That's what Johnny has to deliver money to his mob bosses while extracting his girlfriend and younger sister from Manhattan's Lower East Side before his planned exit triggers violent retaliation. Amos Poe follows the young drug dealer through one night attempting escape from the criminal empire he's helped build. Vincent Spano plays street-smart desperation, a kid who rose too fast and now recognizes the trap he's built around himself. Poe shoots the Lower East Side with neon noir aesthetic that transforms the neighborhood into visual spectacle. Colored lighting and atmospheric smoke, turning urban decay into something almost beautiful. Oliver Wood's cinematography makes poverty and crime look striking in ways that serve style over strict realism. The electronic score adds synth-heavy atmosphere that dates the film, but captures its specific moment perfectly. Real-time urgency propels Johnny through dangerous territories while the clock ticks toward his deadline. The film operates more as character study than straightforward thriller, interested in Johnny's internal conflict and the relationships he's trying to preserve. The violence, when it comes, is swift and brutal. Poe understands that in this world, death arrives suddenly without warning. The film bombed commercially but has gained appreciation as stylish snapshot of pre-gentrification Manhattan, capturing a neighborhood and era before economic forces transformed the Lower East Side entirely. Fatal Games, 1984. At a small athletic training academy, a group of young competitors prepares for the Olympic trials, until someone starts picking them off one by one with a javelin. The killer stalks the locker rooms and practice fields, turning the world of dedication and discipline into a blood-soaked murder mystery. Fatal Games is one of those movies that feels like it was made on pure genre instinct. It's a slasher with no pretense, no high concept, just a bizarre setup, a gym full of red herrings and a string of oddly choreographed kills. The acting is stiff, the dialogue sounds like it was dubbed from another planet, and yet it's impossible not to keep watching. The film has this strangely hypnotic tone, pastel leotards, echoing gyms, and a synth score that sounds more like a fitness tape than a horror soundtrack. Every scene feels both earnest and slightly off, like a parody that doesn't realize it's one. What keeps Fatal Games memorable isn't tension or gore, it's the sheer audacity of it all. A sports slasher about javelin murders sounds like a joke, but this movie commits completely. It's campy, clumsy, and completely sincere. The kind of tape that turned accidental absurdity into cult longevity. Razorback, 1984. The Australian outback is a place where everything can kill you. Heat, thirst, isolation. In Russell Mulcahy's 1984 film Razorback, that danger takes monstrous form in the shape of a giant wild boar, a predator so ferocious it feels less like an animal and more like a nightmare dragged into reality. The story begins with Jake Cullen, a farmer whose life is shattered when his grandson is snatched away by the beast. Accused of murder and left without justice, Jake dedicates himself to hunting the creature, driven by grief and obsession. Years later, journalist Beth Winters arrives to report on kangaroo hunting, but finds herself caught in the crossfire between violent locals and the razorback itself. When she disappears, her husband Carl travels from America in search of answers. What he finds is a land that doesn't forgive weakness, and a creature that doesn't stop once it has the scent of blood. Carl joins forces with Jake and a scientist named Sarah, and together they face not just the razorback, but the brutal reality of survival in the outback. Mulcahy transforms the landscape into something mythic. Sweeping shots of empty plains, jagged cliffs, and burning skies make every encounter with the beast feel inevitable, like nature itself is conspiring against the characters. The Razorback isn't just a monster, it's an embodiment of the wild, unstoppable, and indifferent to human suffering. Though critics were divided on its release, Razorback has grown into a cult favorite. Its mix of stylized visuals, relentless suspense, and raw creature feature thrills make it stand out in the horror genre. By the end, the message is clear. In the outback, man is never at the top of the food chain. And when nature decides to strike back, survival becomes the only story worth telling. Chud, 1984. In the depths of New York City's sewer system, something unnatural is stirring. When homeless residents begin disappearing, photographer George Cooper and his girlfriend Lauren stumble into a mystery that refuses to stay underground. Alongside them is soup kitchen worker A.J. Shepard, played by Daniel Stern, who knows more about the tunnels than anyone would like to admit. Together they uncover the terrifying truth. Toxic waste has created creatures known as cannibalistic humanoid underground dwellers. Directed by Douglas Cheek, the film makes brilliant use of the city's grit and decay, turning darkened tunnels and abandoned stations into hunting grounds. The cast brings surprising weight to the outlandish premise, with John Hurd and Kim Greist grounding the story while Daniel Stern adds both humor and urgency. The monsters themselves, with their glowing eyes and grotesque forms, may not have had blockbuster budgets behind them, but they remain unforgettable for their presence and design. The attack sequences are staged with energy, building suspense as the line between the city above and the menace below begins to collapse. What makes Chud stand out is its willingness to embrace the bizarre and run with it. It is equal parts urban nightmare and monster movie, filled with memorable characters, strange turns, and imagery that sticks in your mind long after. Blind Date, 1984. Jonathan Radcliffe, a hard-living advertising executive, thinks his life is over after a freak accident leaves him blind. But when he agrees to take part in a radical medical experiment, he's given a second chance. A computer-linked device that allows him to see through electronic imaging. What seems like a miracle soon turns into a nightmare when Jonathan starts witnessing violent murders through the system, realizing a sadistic killer is on the loose. Directed by Nico Mastorakis, a filmmaker with a flair for blending genres, the movie combines elements of slasher suspense, giallo-inspired style, and early cyber-thriller paranoia. Joseph Bottoms brings a raw intensity to Jonathan, while Keir Dullea, best known from 2001, A Space Odyssey, plays the enigmatic doctor behind the technology. A young Kirstie Alley also makes one of her earliest appearances, adding both charm and intrigue. The film stands out for its striking imagery, glowing city streets bathed in neon, distorted computer vision sequences, and killing staged with sharp, unsettling precision. Mastorakis leans into voyeuristic tension, pulling the audience directly into Jonathan's fractured perspective. What makes Blind Date memorable is its fusion of science fiction and horror, exploring how technology meant to heal can also expose hidden dangers. It's stylish, unnerving, and just strange enough to leave a lasting impression. A cult oddity that mixes futuristic ideas with classic murder mystery chills. Night of the Comet, 1984. Writer-director Tom Eberhardt's Night of the Comet imagines the apocalypse as a Valley Girl adventure. A comet passes Earth, turning most of humanity to dust and others into zombie-like creatures. Two teenage sisters, one who spent the night in a steel-lined projection booth, the other in an equally protective location, wake to find Los Angeles empty except for the undead and a few other survivors with questionable intentions. Catherine Mary Stewart and Kelly Maroney play the sisters with perfect chemistry, delivering performances that balance genuine emotion with deadpan humor. They're not helpless victims, but capable young women who happen to love shopping and boys, alongside surviving the apocalypse. The film's most iconic sequence has them armed with automatic weapons in an empty shopping mall, trying on clothes while fending off zombies. Pure 80s wish fulfillment. The post-apocalyptic Los Angeles is eerily effective, shot during early morning hours to capture genuinely empty streets and the eerie orange-tinted sky. The film blends teen comedy, zombie horror, and sci-fi survival with remarkable tonal consistency. Robert Beltran adds romantic tension as a truck driver who may or may not be trustworthy, while Mary Warrenoff brings menace as a scientist with her own survival agenda. Night of the Comet works because it respects both its genre elements and its characters. The sisters are smart, capable, and allowed to be feminine without that being a weakness. The film influenced everything from Buffy to later zombie comedies, proving that apocalyptic scenarios and Valley Girl dialogue aren't mutually exclusive. It's B-movie filmmaking with real heart and surprising smarts. Don't Open Till Christmas, 1984. Set in a quaint English town during the festive season, a masked killer stalks a group of friends as they prepare for Christmas. The juxtaposition of cheerful decorations, twinkling lights, and cheerful carols with brutal murders creates a jarring, unnerving tension. Every corner of the town feels suspect, from empty streets to silent classrooms, amplifying the sense that nowhere is safe during the holidays. The film leans heavily into slasher conventions of the mid-80s, with creative kills and suspenseful build-ups. Characters are drawn with enough personality to keep viewers invested, while the killer's masked anonymity keeps the threat looming. The holiday setting isn't just decorative, it plays into the narrative with gifts, stockings, and festive rituals, becoming ironic symbols of fear. The VHS-era production adds a distinctive texture. Slightly grainy visuals, stark lighting contrasts, and practical effects that feel immediate and grounded. These elements make the tension palpable, as if the viewer is stepping into a snow-covered town where danger could be hiding behind every door. Though not widely remembered today, Don't Open Till Christmas captures the chaotic energy of 80s holiday slasher cinema. Its blend of festive cheer and violent suspense makes it a standout example of how even the most joyous season can mask terrifying darkness. Sole Survivor, 1984. Denise Watson escapes death when a plane crash leaves her as the only survivor, but survival comes at a price. Haunted by visions and stalked by silent figures, she begins to realize that fate itself has been cheated. And it will not be denied. One by one, accidents and encounters close in, as if the world around her is conspiring to finish what the crash started. Directed by Tom Eberhardt, later known for Night of the Comet, the film takes a restrained approach, trading gore for a creeping sense of inevitability. Anita Skinner carries the story with a raw, vulnerable performance, supported by Karen Larkey and Kurt Johnson as those caught in the pull of her unraveling life. The imagery is stark and unnerving. Strangers watching from a distance, long stretches of silence broken by sudden violence, and moments where Denise's fragile grasp on safety seems to shatter without warning. What makes Sole Survivor stand out is its unsettling theme, that death is not something you can outrun. Long before later films would explore similar ideas, it crafted a story about inevitability, memory, and dread. Quiet, eerie, and haunting, Sole Survivor lingers because it suggests that survival itself can be the cruelest fate of all. Trancers, 1984. Trancers is a sci-fi action film directed by Charles Band, released in 1984. The film combines elements of time travel, noir, and horror, creating a unique narrative that has garnered a cult following. Set in a dystopian future, the story follows Jack Death, played by Tim Thomerson, a hard-boiled cop tasked with eliminating a new breed of criminals known as Trancers. The film begins with Jack Death being sent back in time to the year 1985 to stop the nefarious plan of a sinister criminal named Whistler, portrayed by Michael Stefani. Whistler has the ability to turn people into zombie-like creatures called Trancers, who do his bidding. To combat this threat, Jack must inhabit the body of his ancestor, allowing him to blend into the past while pursuing his target. As Jack navigates the challenges of the 1980s, he encounters a vibrant cast of characters, including a tough-as-nails bartender named Lena, played by Helen Hunt. Their chemistry adds depth to the story as they work together to thwart Whistler's plans. The film effectively mixes action, humor, and science fiction, creating an engaging experience for viewers. The production design reflects the gritty aesthetics of both the future and the past, while the special effects, typical of low-budget films of the era, contribute to its charm. With a runtime of 78 minutes, Trancers packs a lot of excitement into its brief duration, offering a fast-paced narrative that keeps audiences entertained. Trancers explores themes of identity, morality, and the consequences of one's actions across time. Jack Death embodies the classic noir hero, tough, cynical, yet ultimately driven by a sense of justice. As you watch Trancers, expect a wild ride filled with action, humor, and a bit of existential pondering, all set against the backdrop of a uniquely crafted sci-fi world. Silent Madness, 1984. A clerical mistake at a psychiatric hospital sets a killer loose, his release covered up by administrators more interested in hiding the error than protecting the public. His path of violence leads straight to a college sorority, where the young women inside become the next targets. Psychiatrist Joan Gilmore, played by Belinda Montgomery, discovers the truth and goes undercover to stop the murders before it is too late. Silent Madness stands out as one of the few slashers of its decade shot and released in 3D. The film embraces the gimmick with gusto, staging kills and shock moments designed to jump off the screen. From weapons lunging forward to sudden bursts of violence, the effect adds a unique spectacle to the standard slasher formula. Belinda Montgomery brings strength and determination to Joan, a heroine who refuses to let bureaucracy stand in her way. She is matched by veteran actress Vivica Lindfors, who commands every scene as the menacing Dr. Kruger. Their performances elevate the story beyond its body count, giving the film a sharper edge. The sorority house setting provides classic slasher tension, darkened hallways, tight staircases, and frightened students with nowhere to run. The kills are imaginative, but it is the conspiracy element beneath them that gives the film its identity. What keeps Silent Madness memorable is its mix of exploitation thrills and committed performances. It is equal parts lurid and inventive, a slasher that delivers both spectacle and atmosphere. Rats, Night of Terror, 1984. 100 years after nuclear war has devastated the Earth, scattered survivors roam the wastelands in search of shelter. A gang of scavengers stumbles upon what looks like salvation, an abandoned scientific facility stocked with supplies. But their relief turns to horror when they discover the place already has occupants. Swarms of hungry, mutated rats that are faster, smarter, and far deadlier than they imagined. Directed by Bruno Mattei, under one of his many pseudonyms, the film embodies his trademark blend of pulp and shock. Ottaviano Dell'Acqua and Massimo Vanni lead the cast of hardened survivors, their bravado quickly crumbling as the rats tighten their grip on the group. The production leans heavily on sheer numbers, dozens of writhing, squealing rodents flooding rooms, climbing bodies, and swarming victims in ways that feel chaotic and relentless. The set pieces are outrageous, from grisly attacks in dark corridors to close-up shots of teeth sinking in. Mattei keeps the pace fast and brutal, pushing every scene toward excess. And just when the film seems to have gone as far as it can, it delivers an ending so bizarre and audacious that it redefines the phrase last-minute twist. What gives Rats, Night of Terror? Its staying power is its sheer audacity. It is unapologetic, wild, and gleefully over the top, a post-apocalyptic nightmare that doesn't hold back. For fans of Italian exploitation cinema, it remains one of the most infamous and unforgettable entries of the era. Decoder, 1984. A counterculture enthusiast discovers that the background music playing in fast food restaurants might be influencing people more than anyone realizes. Curious about how sound affects mood and behavior, he begins creating his own audio experiments, tracks designed to interrupt the steady rhythm of corporate soundscapes. As his work spreads through underground circles, larger forces take notice, leading to a quiet struggle between artistic expression and control. Directed by Musha, the film blends political satire, punk aesthetics, and DIY filmmaking into something both unconventional and engaging. The city streets, neon lights, and industrial interiors create an atmosphere of constant tension. Instead of big confrontations, the story unfolds through mood, suggestion, and the ways people interact with their environment. The soundtrack becomes central to the story. Sometimes harsh, sometimes melodic, always tied to the emotional undercurrent of each scene. What makes the film stand out is its exploration of how sound can shape perception. It presents music not just as entertainment, but as a force with the power to disrupt routines and challenge authority. Over the years, this approach has helped the film earn a strong cult following among fans of underground science fiction. The Company of Wolves, 1984, Neil Jordan and Angela Carter adapted Carter's short story collection into something that defies easy categorization. A gothic fairy tale about Little Red Riding Hood, reimagined as psychosexual coming-of-age horror. The film unfolds as dream within dream structure, where a teenage girl's nightmares explore transformation, desire, and the dangerous allure of wolves, who are also men. Sarah Patterson plays Rosaline with wide-eyed curiosity, gradually giving way to self-awareness and agency. The film presents multiple variations on werewolf mythology through stories told by her grandmother, played with knowing menace by Angela Lansbury. Each tale explores different aspects of transformation. Wedding guests revealed as wolves, a pregnant wolf woman giving birth, a young man whose eyebrows meet in the middle. The practical effects by Christopher Tucker and Rodney Holland are spectacular and disturbing. Transformations happen through snouts, bursting from mouths, bodies splitting to reveal wolves, emerging from human skin, and creatures that are neither fully human nor fully animal. The effects emphasize body horror and violation rather than traditional monster movie spectacle. Jordan shoots everything with lush, painterly beauty, all deep forests, candlelit cottages, and richly detailed costumes. The film operates as fever dream where Freudian symbolism, feminist reclamation of fairy tales, and genuine gothic horror coexist. The wolves represent danger, sexuality, and liberation simultaneously, refusing to be simple metaphors. The Company of Wolves remains polarizing, too art house for horror fans, too horrific for art house audiences. But it's one of the most visually striking and thematically rich werewolf films ever made. Friday the 13th, the final chapter, 1984. Jason Voorhees is dead. Or so they think. Wheeled into the morgue after his last massacre, his eyes snap open. Cold slab to killing spree. He carves through hospital staff and heads straight back to Crystal Lake. A new group of teens parties next door to the Jarvis family, where young Tommy spends his days crafting gruesome makeup effects. As Jason works his way through the renters with savage efficiency, the horror-obsessed kid becomes both prey and the only one who might stop him. Director Joseph Zito brings real filmmaking muscle to the series. Tight pacing, genuine suspense, and characters worth rooting for. Tom Savini returns to unleash the franchise's most vicious gore. Corkscrews twisting into skulls, machetes cleaving through shower steam, bodies crushed and hacked in unrelenting detail. Corey Feldman shines as Tommy, turning his special effects hobby into a clever weapon against the masked giant. Crispin Glover's awkward dance and doomed virginity add unforgettable quirks, while a stronger ensemble makes every death hit harder. Billed as the final chapter, it delivers an epic, brutal climax. Box office gold ensured it wasn't the end, but the final chapter remains a franchise pinnacle. Polished, mean, and the perfect peak of 80s slasher craft. Children of the Corn, 1984. In the rural town of Gatlin, Nebraska, a young couple traveling through the Corn Belt stumbles upon a community dominated by children who have murdered the adults, in devotion to a mysterious deity called He Who Walks Behind the Rose. The children enforce a strict, terrifying religious code, punishing any adult presence as heretical. As the couple tries to escape, they discover that the town itself is complicit. The cornfields hiding both the ritualistic killings and a supernatural presence that seems to command the children's obedience. Director Fritz Kirsch transformed Stephen King's short story into an unsettling meditation on corrupted innocence and the power of belief. The film emphasizes tension and psychological unease over gore, showing how youthful zealotry can become a terrifying force. Peter Horton and Linda Hamilton anchor the film as outsiders caught in a malevolent microcosm, their vulnerability underscoring the perversion of morality in Gatlin. The children, their expressions emotionless and eyes blank, evoke both fear and fascination. Practical effects and careful framing enhance the eeriness. Ritualistic props, makeshift weapons, and the sudden flash of violent shock without relying on spectacle. Children of the Corn remains a compelling exploration of authoritarian belief through the lens of horror. It's a story about power, control, and the innocence corrupted into fanaticism, leaving viewers unsettled by the idea that evil can grow quietly in the most familiar settings. Gremlins, 1984. A young man receives an unusual Christmas gift, a small creature called a mogwai. Along with it come three rules: avoid bright light, keep it away from water, and never feed it after midnight. All three are inevitably broken. The mogwai multiplies, and its offspring transform into destructive gremlins that overrun a quiet town on Christmas Eve, turning seasonal cheer into widespread chaos. Rather than playing the concept straight, the film constantly shifts tone. The human characters provide a familiar anchor. Zach Galligan plays Billy, as well-meaning but overwhelmed, while Phoebe Cates brings warmth and skepticism that grounds the early scenes. The real stars, though, are the creatures. Gizmo is handled with careful puppetry that gives him genuine personality, while the gremlins are deliberately crude, loud, and malicious. Much of the film's appeal comes from how far it pushes its sense of humor. The violence is exaggerated and often played for laughs. Appliances become weapons, public spaces turn into disaster zones. Joe Dante allows the film to swing between menace and absurdity without smoothing out the edges. That contrast is intentional, and it's what keeps the movie unpredictable. Gremlins isn't a traditional family film, and it never pretends to be. It uses a holiday setting as a backdrop for mischief, satire, and creature-driven chaos. Equal parts monster movie and dark comedy. It's a reminder that mainstream studio films of the era were sometimes willing to be strange, mean, and a little uncomfortable. Splatter University, 1984. The film opens with a sequence that sets the tone for the entire production. A mental patient escapes from a nearby institution, murders a professor, and then vanishes into the sprawling, nondescript campus of a local college. What follows is a textbook example of the mid-80s slasher, characterized by a complete lack of ambition and a heavy reliance on the stalker in the shadows trope. It is a work of pure, unadulterated exploitation, aimed squarely at the bottom half of a drive-in double feature. Structurally, the film is a masterclass in narrative aimlessness. The plot, if you can call it that, bounces between the perspective of the killer and the various students and faculty who are destined to become his next victim. There is no central final girl dynamic or complex mythology here. The film simply moves from one kill set piece to the next, with mechanical, almost indifferent efficiency. The gore is thin, the lighting is murky, and the pacing is dictated entirely by how quickly they could move the camera from one location to another. Despite its obvious shortcomings, there is a specific melancholy allure to this kind of bottom-tier slasher. It captures the desperation of independent studios in 1984, trying to capitalize on the waning slasher craze with minimal resources and even less source material. For those who view genre history as an archaeological dig through the forgotten detritus of the 80s, Splatter University serves as an essential, if entirely hollow, time capsule of a trend that had already begun to rot from the inside out. The Brother from Another Planet, 1984. The Brother from Another Planet is a unique sci-fi comedy directed by John Sayles, released in 1984. The film tells the story of a mute alien, portrayed by Joe Morton, who crash lands in Harlem, New York City. His appearance resembles that of a black human, leading to various interactions that explore themes of identity, race, and assimilation. The alien, referred to simply as the brother, navigates the complexities of urban life while being pursued by two outer space bounty hunters. As he settles into the community, he befriends a diverse group of characters, including bar patrons and a single mother, who help him adapt to his new surroundings. Through his experiences, the film humorously and poignantly addresses issues like prejudice and the immigrant experience. Sales's script is rich in social commentary, blending satire with heartfelt moments. The brothers' silent observations of human behavior highlight the absurdities of societal norms, making the audience reflect on their own prejudices and assumptions. His journey from confusion to connection is both touching and thought-provoking. The film's humor is subtle, yet impactful, with clever dialogue and memorable interactions. The cinematography captures the vibrancy of Harlem, while the score enhances the film's emotional depth. Joe Morton's performance is especially noteworthy, as he conveys a range of emotions without uttering a single word. Running for 108 minutes, The Brother from Another Planet offers a compelling mix of comedy and social critique. Although it was a modest success at the box office, it has since gained a cult following for its originality and insightful commentary on race and identity. As you watch The Brother from Another Planet, you'll find yourself engaged in a story that not only entertains but also challenges you to reconsider your perceptions of others. It's a film that resonates with audiences, reminding us of our shared humanity in a world often divided by differences. The Stuff, 1985. It starts as a miracle product, a sweet, creamy substance that bubbles up from the ground and becomes an overnight sensation. Marketed aggressively and consumed obsessively, the stuff infiltrates households across America. Only a few people notice the truth. Those who eat it aren't just addicted, they're being hollowed out from the inside. Michael Moriarty plays an industrial saboteur with an oddball confidence that fits the film's off-kilter tone perfectly. Around him, Andrea Marcovici and Paul Sorvino populate a world driven by marketing slogans and corporate indifference. Performances skew strange by design, reflecting a society already primed to accept something harmful, as long as it's profitable. The horror is simple but effective. The white goop moves with unsettling autonomy, erupting from mouths, refrigerators, and walls. Practical effects keep everything tactile and unpleasant, leaning into messiness rather than polish. Larry Cohen stages the chaos with escalating absurdity, building toward a finale that embraces full-scale breakdown. The Stuff is satire first, creature feature second, and that's its strength. It's blunt, funny, and unapologetically weird, using B-movie trappings to land its critique. A scrappy, subversive film that understands exactly how far to push its idea. The Return of the Living Dead, 1985. Two warehouse workers accidentally release toxic gas from a military canister, resurrecting a cadaver and unleashing a zombie outbreak on the outskirts of Louisville. These aren't slow shamblers. They're fast, intelligent, nearly indestructible, and crave human brains. As the infection spreads through a nearby cemetery during a punk party, the military covers up their role, while the zombies adapt, communicate, and hunt with terrifying efficiency. Dan O'Bannon wrote and directed a horror comedy masterpiece, blending genuine scares with pitch-black humor. Clu Gulager and James Karen play the warehouse workers, whose mistake sets everything in motion, while Linnea Quigley became a scream queen icon. The punk aesthetic, leather, mohawks, and nihilistic attitude gives the film its distinctive visual identity and fits perfectly with the apocalyptic chaos. Practical effects by William Munns and team elevate the film, from the fluid skeletal tarman to melting toxic rain-infected zombies. Half-woman corpses deliver darkly comic dialogue, while makeup effects emphasize decay and grotesque skeletal features. The Return of the Living Dead left a lasting mark on zombie cinema, popularizing brains as zombie speech, establishing running zombies, and proving horror comedy could be both funny and frightening, all set to a punk soundtrack that became iconic. The Annihilators, 1985. The Annihilators is a fast-paced, action-packed vigilante film that captures the energy and style of 1980s action cinema. The story follows a group of veterans who are frustrated with rising crime and corruption in their city. They decide to take matters into their own hands and become a force the criminal underworld cannot ignore. Confronting increasingly dangerous criminals, they rely on teamwork, skill, and determination to restore a sense of justice to their streets. Robert Ginty and Steve James bring energy and intensity to their roles, making the action sequences feel immediate and high stakes. The film combines over-the-top violence with tight pacing and a sense of urgency that never lets up. Each encounter increases the tension and builds toward climactic confrontations. Beyond the action, The Annihilators examines themes of justice, morality, and the lengths ordinary people will go to when they feel powerless. It is a classic example of 1980s vigilante cinema, blending explosive action with social commentary. For fans of intense urban thrillers, The Annihilators is a relentless and exciting experience. The New Kids, 1985. When Abby and Lauren, two teenage siblings, are sent to live with their uncle after a family tragedy, they hope for a quiet, fresh start in a small Florida town. Instead, they find themselves the target of Eddie Dutra, a violent local delinquent, and his gang. What begins as bullying quickly escalates into a campaign of terror, pushing the siblings into a deadly fight for survival. Directed by Sean S. Cunningham, best known for launching Friday the 13th, The New Kids takes the revenge thriller formula and gives it a distinctly 80s edge. Shannon Presby and Lori Loughlin star as the siblings, while James Spader steals the show as Eddie, delivering one of his earliest and most unhinged performances. The film builds tension steadily, starting with teenage confrontations and spiraling into full-blown violence. By the finale, the gang's reign of terror reaches a shocking climax inside an abandoned amusement park, turning the setting into a nightmarish battleground. What makes The New Kids memorable is its cast and intensity. Spader's Eddie is both charismatic and terrifying, a performance that elevates the film from routine thriller into something far more unsettling. Cunningham's direction gives the violence a raw, grounded edge, blurring the line between teen drama and horror. Though overshadowed by the slashers of its era, The New Kids found its audience on home video, where Spader's villainous turn became a highlight for fans of cult cinema. Today it's remembered as a tense and disturbing slice of 80s survival horror. The Oracle, 1985. After moving into a new apartment, a young woman named Jenny stumbles upon a mysterious device, an occult spirit board known as the Oracle. At first, it seems like harmless curiosity, but when Jenny begins communicating with the spirit of a murdered man, she finds herself pulled into a web of supernatural vengeance. Soon, dark forces lash out, and anyone connected to the Oracle faces grisly retribution. Directed by Roberta Findlay, The Oracle blends supernatural horror with the grimy, low-budget charm of New York exploitation cinema. Caroline Capers Powers stars as Jenny, anchoring the film as she's drawn deeper into the Oracle's curse, while Roger Neal and Pam Latesta round out the cast of doomed acquaintances. The film's strongest moments come from its eerie atmosphere, flickering candles, shadowy apartments, and supernatural manifestations that strike without warning. The violence is graphic and often shocking, with practical gore effects that punctuate the occult mystery with bursts of nastiness. What sets The Oracle apart is its mix of occult paranoia and urban grit. It feels both pulpy and atmospheric, capturing the rough edges of independent New York horror, while delivering supernatural thrills. While overlooked on release, it became a curiosity on VHS, thanks to its striking cover art and reputation for wild twists. Today, it endures as one of Findlay's most memorable horror films, a low-budget occult shocker that combines sleaze, scares, and supernatural flair. Creature, 1985. Klaus Kinski fighting a biomechanical alien on one of Saturn's moons. That's essentially the pitch for William Malone's shameless alien imitator. A salvage crew responds to a distress signal from a research station on Titan and finds an ancient life form that's been dormant for millennia and very hungry after its long sleep. Yes, it borrows the derelict ship setup, corporate betrayal subplot, and even the chest-bursting reveal. But Malone brings enough practical effects craftsmanship to make it more than a simple cash grab. The creature designed by Robert and Dennis Skotak is genuinely impressive. A biomechanical horror that moves with unsettling fluidity through surprisingly effective industrial corridors. Kinski's presence elevates everything considerably, bringing his signature intensity even in limited screen time. The rest of the cast, Stan Ivar, Wendy Schaal, Lyman Ward, and Diane Salinger, play it straight, treating the B-movie premise with appropriate gravity. Malone shoots the Titan research station with real visual flair, understanding that atmosphere can compensate for limited resources. When the violence arrives, it's practical and brutal, with solid gore effects that satisfy. Creature knows exactly what it is and executes with enough skill to stand as entertaining space horror in its own right. Re-Animator, 1985. Stuart Gordon's Re-Animator is a wild fusion of splatter horror and pitch-black comedy, loosely adapted from H.P. Lovecraft's Herbert West, Re-Animator. It tells the story of Herbert West, a brilliant but unhinged medical student who develops a glowing green serum capable of bringing the dead back to life. What begins as scientific ambition quickly spirals into chaos, gore, and madness. Jeffrey Combs steals the film as West, playing him with manic intensity and deadpan arrogance. His obsession with conquering death turns him into both the film's hero and its villain, a man as dangerous as the creatures he creates. Bruce Abbott provides the straight man as Dan Kane, the fellow student reluctantly drawn into West's experiments, while Barbara Crampton adds both humanity and vulnerability as Dan's girlfriend, Megan. What makes Re-Animator unforgettable is its audacity. The film doesn't just push boundaries, it smashes through them with gallons of blood and outrageous set pieces. From severed heads with a mind of their own to morgue corpses exploding into grotesque violence, Gordon leans into practical effects that are both shocking and darkly hilarious. Composer Richard Band's tongue-in-cheek score, riffing on Bernard Herrmann's Psycho theme, sets the perfect tone for the madness. Beneath the over-the-top gore lies a clever streak of satire. Re-Animator pokes fun at the arrogance of science, the institutions that enable it, and the fragile line between genius and insanity. It's messy, outrageous, and utterly fearless, a midnight movie classic that embodies the wild, anything-goes energy of 1980s horror. Ghoulies, 1985. A story about a young man inheriting his father's mansion and accidentally summoning demonic creatures through black magic rituals. The titular ghoulies, rubbery puppet monsters, cause chaos while darker forces manipulate events towards satanic ends. Director Luca Bercovici creates a tonal mess that somehow works through sheer commitment to practical creature effects and gothic atmosphere. The mansion setting provides appropriately shadowy corridors for supernatural mayhem, while the occult elements, pentagrams, ritual circles, demon summoning, are played surprisingly straight. Peter Liapis portrays the protagonist's gradual corruption with appropriate intensity, while Michael DeBars chews scenery as the warlock manipulating events. The ghoulies themselves are gloriously ridiculous creations, little rubber monsters with expressive faces that combine cute and grotesque. John Carl Buechler's Creature Shop delivered multiple designs ranging from imp-like to reptilian, each brought to life through puppetry and animatronics. They don't do much beyond causing minor havoc and looking weird, but their practical presence gives the film tactile charm. Charles Band's Empire Pictures released Ghoulies during the mid-'80s creature feature boom, and while it lacks Gremlins' polish and wit, it found its audience through home video. The film spawned multiple sequels of decreasing budget and increasing absurdity. It represents Band-era exploitation perfectly. High concept, low budget, practical creatures, and enough weirdness to stand out on rental shelves. Star Chaser, The Legend of Orin, 1985. The story begins in darkness, literally underground. A young slave discovers a glowing sword and escapes the mines, only to learn that his world is part of something far larger. An overlord rules through force, rebellion is simmering beneath the surface, and destiny may not be optional. Unlike many animated features of the time, this one aims squarely at epic space fantasy. Stephen Hahn directs with clear affection for mythic storytelling, and the voice cast plays it sincerely. There's no parody here, just heroes, villains, and a journey that expands from deserts to starfields. Traditional cell animation carries the film, produced overseas with visible economy and movement. Designs are bold and direct, sleek ships, luminous blades, imposing villains. Its theatrical release used stereoscopic 3D techniques, a rare move for animation at the time, emphasizing depth rather than digital spectacle. Yes, the influences are unmistakable, but Star Chaser approaches them with enthusiasm rather than cynicism. It's an earnest attempt to deliver sweeping sci-fi adventure through animation during a period when few studios were attempting that scale. The Midnight Hour, 1985. On Halloween night, a group of teens in a small New England town break into a museum and stumble upon an ancient curse. By reading aloud from a mysterious scroll, they unleash the spirits of witches, vampires, and zombies, turning their holiday into a night of real terror. What begins as mischief quickly becomes a desperate fight for survival, as the dead return to claim the living. Directed by Jack Bender, The Midnight Hour first aired as a made-for-TV movie, but its mix of horror and camp gave it a long afterlife on home video. Lee Montgomery stars as the reluctant hero, with Sherry Belafonte and LeVar Burton among the friends drawn into the chaos. Their performances bring both charm and tension to a story that shifts between lighthearted and genuinely eerie. The film embraces the Halloween spirit, filling its small-town setting with foggy graveyards, haunted houses, and festive costumes. The undead are played both for scares and spectacle, with practical effects that deliver surprisingly effective chills for a television production. A musical number even breaks out, cementing its place as one of the most eccentric entries in 80s horror. What makes The Midnight Hour stand out is its atmosphere. It captures the feeling of Halloween night, playful, spooky, and unpredictable, while leaning into a story that's equal parts campfire tale and creature feature. Once overlooked after its original broadcast, it became a VHS favorite for fans who discovered its quirky charm. Today, it's remembered as a cult gem of Halloween horror, a film that celebrates the season with both frights and fun. Tenement, 1985. A South Bronx apartment building under siege. Gang members recently released from jail return for revenge against residents who testified, taking over the building and systematically terrorizing tenants. Roberta Finlay's nasty exploitation follows working-class residents pushed past breaking point. Single mothers, elderly couples, struggling families who've had enough. Joe Lynn's gang leader delivers genuinely unsettling menace, his violence arbitrary and cruel without pattern or mercy. The residents' transformation from victims to fighters happens gradually as they realize authorities won't save them. The dilapidated building is shot with grimy authenticity that makes the confined setting genuinely claustrophobic, narrow hallways and locked doors creating constant spatial tension. The film's politics are complicated. Simultaneously, exploitation of urban poverty, an angry statement about communities abandoned by institutions meant to protect them. The violence becomes almost unwatchable, as both sides escalate, Finlay refusing to sanitize or stylize the carnage. The cathartic climax delivers resolution through extreme violence that raises questions about whether the film celebrates or critiques what it depicts. 80s exploitation at its grimmest, using horror framework to explore class rage and institutional failure. Mean-spirited, ugly, and effective at creating sustained dread through realistic urban nightmare where help never arrives. Phenomena, 1985. A young American girl, played by Jennifer Connelly in one of her earliest leading roles, just before her breakout turn in Labyrinth, attends a Swiss boarding school, where she discovers a mysterious telepathic connection with insects. When a serial killer begins targeting students, she teams up with wheelchair-bound entomologist Professor John McGregor, brought to life by Donald Pleasance, and his helper chimpanzee to track the murderer through forensic entomology. Argento creates one of his most fairy tale-like films, blending giallo with supernatural horror and creature feature elements. The protagonist's psychic gift feels both blessing and curse as she uses insect allies to investigate. Argento shoots the Swiss locations with Gothic beauty, forests and boarding school becoming fairy tale nightmare landscape. The insect photography brings real beauty to sequences showing bugs as investigative tools. The practical gore effects are characteristically brutal. Maggot-covered corpses, razor attacks, and climactic violence in a flooded house. The killer's identity and revelation involve one of horror's more unusual and disturbing plot twists. The heavy metal soundtrack featuring Motorhead and Iron Maiden gives the film unique musical identity. Phenomena represents Argento at his most imaginative and least constrained by giallo conventions, creating something that's simultaneously murder mystery, supernatural horror, and strange fairy tale about outsiders. Red Heat, 1985. An American woman traveling in West Germany is framed for drug smuggling by her own boyfriend and sentenced to a harsh women's prison. Once inside, she quickly learns the facility runs on intimidation, corruption, and informal power structures rather than law. Guards abuse authority, inmate factions hold territory, and survival depends on adaptation. Her closest ally becomes a fellow prisoner, a political dissident from East Germany. Their friendship shifts the story's focus from simple endurance to something more dangerous: escape. The Cold War tension enters through that alliance, as ideology and incarceration intersect behind concrete walls. The narrative follows the familiar women in prison arc: humiliation, resistance, retaliation, but it builds toward a coordinated breakout rather than internal reform. Institutional cruelty fuels the first half, while planning and desperation drive the second. Linda Blair anchors the film as the wrongfully imprisoned lead, bringing determination to a role built around resilience. Directed by Robert Collector, the production leans into exploitation conventions, confrontations, authority abuse, and faction violence, while grounding its stakes in betrayal and political imprisonment. It's very much a product of the 80s women in prison cycle, with the Cold War angle serving as texture rather than full political commentary. The Quiet Earth, 1985. The Quiet Earth is a haunting sci-fi film directed by Jeff Murphy, released in 1985. The story centers around Zach Hobson, a scientist who awakens to find himself inexplicably alone in a world devoid of human life. As Zach navigates through the empty streets of New Zealand, he grapples with the eerie silence and the psychological toll of isolation. The film effectively explores the existential dread that accompanies being the last person on Earth. It raises profound questions. What would you do if you were truly alone? How would you cope with the freedom and loneliness? Zach's desperate search for other survivors eventually leads him to two individuals, Joanne and Appy. Each character brings their own agenda and secrets, complicating the dynamics of their fragile relationships. As they attempt to understand their new reality, tensions rise, and the film delves into themes of trust, survival, and the darker aspects of human nature. Visually, The Quiet Earth is striking, with stunning cinematography that captures the desolate beauty of its New Zealand setting. The atmosphere is thick with suspense, expertly building tension as Zach's mental state deteriorates. The film deftly balances moments of introspection with sudden bursts of action, making for an engaging narrative. The film's climax leads to a thought-provoking and ambiguous conclusion that lingers long after the credits roll. It challenges viewers to reflect on the nature of existence and the human condition, making it a standout piece of cinema. With a runtime of 91 minutes, The Quiet Earth is a unique gem that deserves recognition. It has garnered a dedicated following over the years for its originality and depth, often being hailed as one of the first significant sci-fi films produced in New Zealand. As you immerse yourself in this atmospheric journey, you may find yourself contemplating the fragility of society and the essence of what it means to be human. The Quiet Earth is not just a film about survival, it's a meditation on isolation and the complexities of human relationships. Life Force, 1985. Life Force is Tobe Hooper Unbound, a gonzo sci-fi vampire epic that swings wildly between cosmic horror, body invasion, and apocalyptic chaos. A space shuttle mission discovers a derelict alien spacecraft hiding in Halley's Comet's tail, containing three humanoid beings in suspended animation. When brought to Earth, one of them, a beautiful woman, awakens and begins draining life energy from humans, transforming London into a city of desiccated zombies while she searches for something far more sinister. This is Hooper working with a substantial budget courtesy of Canon Films, and he uses every penny to create ambitious, absurd spectacle. The film careens between genres, space exploration, vampire mythology, zombie outbreak, and metaphysical madness, rarely pausing to explain itself. Matilda May plays the space vampire with otherworldly presence, while Steve Railsback delivers an increasingly unhinged performance as the astronaut obsessed with stopping her. Patrick Stewart appears in a memorably bizarre supporting role. The special effects by John Dykstra range from stunning to campy, particularly the climactic scenes of naked vampires ascending over apocalyptic London. Henry Mancini's bombastic score adds operatic grandeur to the chaos. The film's tone is impossible to pin down, genuinely frightening one moment, absurdly over-the-top the next, sometimes both simultaneously. Life Force bombed on release and confused critics, but time has revealed it as a glorious mess, a film that refuses to be contained by logic or restraint. It's Hooper embracing maximalism, throwing every wild idea at the screen, and reveling in the madness. Where his early films were claustrophobic nightmares, Life Force is cosmic delirium, proving his vision could scale from Texas farmhouses to the end of the world. Here. Nothing Underneath, 1985. A young forest ranger in Wyoming receives a terrifying psychic vision of his twin sister, a fashion model in Milan, being murdered. Racing overseas to find her, he's thrust into the glamorous but cutthroat world of high fashion, where beauty and danger walk hand in hand. As models begin turning up dead, he must navigate a web of secrets, lies, and killers, hiding behind the glittering lights of the runway. Directed by Carlo Vanzina, Nothing Underneath is an Italian giallo updated for the 1980s, trading shadowy alleys for glossy catwalks. Tom Shanley stars as the determined brother, while Renee Simonson and Donald Pleasance add international flair to the cast. Pleasance in particular brings eccentric gravitas as the inspector trying to unravel the mystery. The film is drenched in 80s style, neon lights, pulsating synths, and runway sequences that double as backdrops for murder. The killings are staged with suspenseful flair, blending classic giallo stylization with the era's obsession with fashion and image. What makes Nothing Underneath stand out is its mix of sleaze and sophistication. It carries the DNA of earlier gialli, but packages it for a new generation, fusing mystery, glamour, and slasher-style shocks. Long overlooked outside of Italy, the film became a cult favorite on VHS for fans drawn to its stylish blend of fashion world intrigue and violent set pieces. Today it's remembered as a late-era giallo that captures both the elegance and the excess of 1980s horror. Friday the 13th. A New Beginning, 1985. Years after hacking Jason to death, Tommy Jarvis is still broken. Sent to a remote halfway house for troubled teens, he's haunted by visions of the masked killer. Visions that start coming true as residents are butchered in familiar, brutal ways. Is Jason back from the grave? Or is Tommy losing his mind? Director Danny Steinman keeps audiences guessing, piling on creative kills and broader characters. Punks, rednecks, over-the-top stereotypes, while leaning harder into dark humor. Practical effects deliver the goods. Flares jam down throats, garden shears piercing eyes, bodies cleaved and impaled in satisfying excess. But the twist changes everything. The reveal lands with narrative logic yet massive fan backlash. Marketing promised the real monster, and viewers felt robbed. An ambiguous ending even teases Tommy donning the mask himself. A thread quickly dropped. A New Beginning stumbled commercially and critically, proving one thing clear. Audiences didn't want Jason imitators. They wanted the unstoppable force himself. The franchise learned its lesson and brought him back for real next time. Howling 2, Your Sister is a Werewolf, 1985. After the first film, Karen White's brother investigates her death and teams up with an occult investigator who warns that the werewolf queen Sturba rules from Transylvania. Traveling to Eastern Europe, they infiltrate Sturba's cult, which celebrates the werewolf bloodline through elaborate rituals and orgies. The ancient queen seeks to unite all werewolf clans under her rule, and only destroying her during a specific ceremony can stop the lycanthrope apocalypse. Felipe Mora directs the franchise's most infamous entry, abandoning the original's grounded tone for bizarre, supernatural horror. Christopher Lee lends credibility as the occult expert, while Sybil Danning's leather-clad, often topless Sturba dominates the screen with theatrical excess. Annie McEnroe joins the investigation as Karen's sister-in-law, though her role is limited amid the film's chaotic spectacle. Practical werewolf effects are minimal, relying on simple makeup and costume pieces instead of Botan-style transformations. Eastern European locations provide gothic atmosphere, but are wasted on repetitive rituals and amateur action sequences. The film's cheap visuals, awkward creature effects, and exploitation-heavy approach earned it legendary notoriety, proving how quickly a sequel can tarnish a franchise. House 1985. The film follows Roger Cobb, played by William Catt, a troubled writer who moves into his late aunt's creepy old house to work on his next novel. However, he soon discovers that the house is filled with sinister secrets and supernatural occurrences. As Roger attempts to settle in, he encounters a series of bizarre and terrifying events, including ghostly apparitions and nightmarish visions. The house seems to be a portal to his past, bringing forth memories and fears he'd rather forget, including the mysterious disappearance of his son. Joining the adventure are a cast of quirky characters, including Roger's friend, played by George Wendt, who adds a comedic touch to the chilling narrative. The film expertly balances humor and horror, creating a unique viewing experience that keeps audiences engaged. The house is notable for its practical effects and creative set pieces, which contribute to its eerie atmosphere. The film's mix of genres allows for a playful yet spooky tone, making it distinct in the 1980s horror landscape. Despite its lighter moments, the film touches on deeper themes of loss and regret, as Roger confronts his past while battling the malevolent forces within the house. Though it may not have achieved the same level of fame as other horror classics, the house has garnered a cult following. It's remembered for its innovative approach to storytelling and its blend of genres, making it a fun and memorable entry in the horror comedy genre. With its combination of scares, laughs, and heartfelt moments, The House remains a cherished film for fans of 80s horror. The Last Dragon, 1985. The Last Dragon is a vibrant martial arts film directed by Michael Schultz that perfectly encapsulates the spirit of the 1980s. Released in 1985, this 109-minute movie follows Leroy Green, portrayed by Ty Mack, a young martial artist in New York City on a quest to achieve the final level of mastery known as the Glow. The plot unfolds as Leroy seeks to balance his desire for peace with his need to confront the villainous Shonuff, played by Julius Carey, who embodies the quintessential over-the-top bad guy. The film is infused with catchy music, thanks to its Motown production roots, and features the stunning Vanity as Laura Charles, adding a romantic subplot to Leroy's journey. With an IMDb rating of 6.8, The Last Dragon is celebrated for its campy charm, memorable one-liners, and impressive martial arts choreography. The film pays homage to classic martial arts cinema, while embracing its unique blend of comedy and action, making it a beloved cult classic. Visually, the film is a feast for the eyes, showcasing the colorful fashion and pop culture of the era. Its energetic soundtrack and fun character dynamics make it a feel-good experience that resonates with audiences. If you're looking for a film that combines martial arts, music, and a dose of humor, The Last Dragon is definitely worth checking out. It's a nostalgic trip that captures the essence of its time and leaves viewers with a smile. A Nightmare on Elm Street 2. Freddy's Revenge, 1985. 5 years later, a new family moves into the infamous house on Elm Street. Teenager Jesse Walsh quickly realizes something is wrong. Freddy Krueger isn't finished. This time, the burned killer wants to possess Jesse's body, using him to murder in the waking world. Director Jack Shoulder takes a bolder, more intimate approach, turning the slasher into a psychological thriller about control, identity, and suppressed desires. Mark Patton carries the film with raw vulnerability as Jesse, trapped between ordinary teen anguish and the horrifying sensation of losing himself to the monster inside. Nightmare sequences drip with sweat-soaked dread, transforming bedrooms, a bus plunging into hell, a deadly pool party under flashing lights. Practical effects and shadowy cinematography create an oppressive atmosphere where reality feels constantly on the verge of cracking. Long criticized for bending the dream rules, Freddy's Revenge has earned devoted cult status for its daring themes and unmistakable 1980s intensity. It remains one of the franchise's most unconventional and quietly powerful chapters, proving Freddy's terror can strike even when your eyes are wide open. Wheels of Fire, 1985. When the world ends, only the fastest survive. Wheels of Fire drops us into a sunburned wasteland ruled by roving gangs, slave traders, and gasoline-thirsty marauders who treat the open desert like their personal battlefield. In the middle of it all is Trace, a lone warrior armed with a supercharged car and a mission to rescue his kidnapped sister from a brutal warlord named Scourge. Directed by Cirio H. Santiago, the king of Filipino exploitation cinema, this 1985 gem is one of the wildest Mad Max imitators to roll off the assembly line. Santiago had a knack for doing a lot with very little, combining recycled car parts, real explosions, and dangerous stunts with a fearless cast willing to eat sand for the shot. The movie's action sequences are fast, loud, and completely unhinged, filled with high-speed collisions and gunfights in blazing heat. Gary Watkins leads the charge as Trace, playing the stoic desert hero with just enough grit to make you believe he's seen it all. His car, loaded with flamethrowers, spikes, and a serious grudge, feels like its own character, a rolling tank of vengeance. Linda Wiesmeyer, best known from Playboy and a few other cult titles of the era, adds a surprisingly grounded emotional layer amid the chaos. The film's setting, shot in the rocky, sun-scorched landscapes of the Philippines, makes the apocalypse feel both exotic and brutal. There's dust everywhere, the sound of engines never stops, and the sense of danger is constant. It's a movie that doesn't waste time on backstory or politics. It just throws you headfirst into the fight for survival. Wheels of Fire may not have the budget or polish of its Australian inspiration, but it makes up for it with relentless energy and pure VHS-era charm. It's loud, fast, and unapologetically explosive, a road warrior fever dream that deserves every bit of its cult reputation. Mr. Vampire, 1985. When a wealthy man's corpse is exhumed for reburial, a Taoist priest discovers it has transformed into a Jiangshi, a hopping vampire from Chinese folklore. With the undead on the loose, the priest and his bumbling disciples must battle supernatural forces using spells, martial arts, and a mix of tradition and comedy. Directed by Ricky Lau and produced by Sammo Hung, Mr. Vampire became a landmark in Hong Kong cinema. Lam Xingying shines as the stern yet resourceful priest, balancing stoic authority with bursts of action. Supporting roles from Ricky Hui and Chin Siu Ho provide comic relief and martial arts flair, rounding out the ensemble. The film is packed with energy, wire-fu stunts, slapstick humor, eerie makeup effects, and cultural rituals that blend action, horror, and comedy seamlessly. The hopping vampires themselves, stiff yet menacing, became iconic, defining the Jiangshi subgenre for years to come. What makes Mr. Vampire so special is its balance. It delivers genuine scares alongside fast-paced kung fu and broad comedy, creating a mix that felt fresh both in Hong Kong and abroad. The unique cultural spin, combined with relentless entertainment, made it a phenomenon. Mr. Vampire not only spawned multiple sequels and imitators, but it also introduced international audiences to a whole new side of horror. It remains a beloved classic and lively, inventive, and endlessly fun. The Bride, 1985. In a lavish Gothic castle, a scientist breathes life into the dead once more, this time creating not just a monster, but a companion. Dr. Frankenstein, played by Sting, fashions a beautiful woman from spare parts, brought to life as Eva, portrayed by Jennifer Beals in one of her first major roles after Flashdance. But as Eva learns what it means to live, think, and desire freedom, she begins to see herself not as a creation, but as a woman unwilling to be controlled. Directed by Frank Rodham, The Bride reimagines Mary Shelley's classic tale with romantic drama layered into its horror roots. Beals brings vulnerability and strength to Eva, while Sting gives Dr. Frankenstein a cold, arrogant edge. Meanwhile, Clancy Brown delivers a standout performance as Victor, the creature cast aside by his creator, whose tragic journey runs parallel to Eva's awakening. The production is lush and atmospheric, filled with Gothic sets, candlelit halls, and storm-lashed laboratories. Beneath the spectacle lies a story about humanity, the need for companionship, the cruelty of rejection, and the dangers of playing God with life itself. Unlike many horror films of the 1980s, The Bride leans more toward Gothic romance and character drama than outright scares, creating a slower, more brooding experience. It's less about shocks and more about mood, with its atmosphere and performances carrying the weight of the story. While it wasn't a hit in its day, The Bride has endured as a unique interpretation of the Frankenstein mythos. Its combination of Gothic romance and tragedy offers a more emotional angle than many horror adaptations, and its performances, especially Beals and Brown, give it a lasting resonance. Thou Shalt Not Kill, Except, 1985. A group of Vietnam veterans reunites at a remote cabin, hoping for peace after the trauma of war. But their quiet retreat shatters when a bloodthirsty cult, led by a maniacal Charles Manson-like figure, descends upon the countryside, leaving death and destruction in their path. When the cult kidnaps one of the vets' loved ones, the men take up arms once again, turning the night into a brutal showdown. Directed by Josh Becker, Thou Shalt Not Kill Except blends exploitation grit with grindhouse-style action. The cast is largely made up of Bruce Campbell's Michigan filmmaking circle. Sam Raimi himself hams it up as the unhinged cult leader, while Brian Schultz, John Manfredi, and Timothy Quill round out the squad of hardened vets. The film thrives on its raw energy. The cult's depravity is played with shocking intensity, contrasted against the camaraderie and rugged determination of the veterans. Shot in rural Michigan on a shoestring budget, the atmosphere feels authentic, with woods, cabins, and makeshift battlegrounds creating the perfect backdrop for guerrilla-style warfare. What makes the film so memorable is its mix of horror and action. It isn't just a slasher, and it isn't just a war movie. It's a blood-soaked hybrid where the violence is both personal and explosive. Raimi's over-the-top performance adds a bizarre, charismatic edge that elevates the film into true cult territory. Barely noticed on release, Thou Shalt Not Kill Except found its audience in video stores and midnight screenings, where its grindhouse energy and Raimi connection made it a cult classic. Today it remains a wild reminder of how inventive, low-budget 80s horror could be when filmmakers leaned fully into chaos. Silver Bullet, 1985. Stephen King adapted his own novella cycle of The Werewolf into this small-town creature feature where a wheelchair-bound boy becomes the only person who believes a werewolf is responsible for a series of brutal attacks. When adults dismiss his claims, he teams with his alcoholic uncle and protective sister to stop the creature before more people die. Corey Haim plays Marty Kozlaw with genuine kid energy, rather than Hollywood precociousness, making his determination feel earned rather than scripted. Gary Busey brings warmth and volatility as Uncle Red, the family outcast who's the only adult who takes Marty seriously. The sibling relationship between Marty and his sister Jane feels authentic, their rivalry giving way to partnership as the danger escalates. The werewolf design by Carlo Rambaldi is effective if somewhat bear-like, a hulking creature that moves with animal ferocity. The transformation effects are minimal. The film focuses on aftermath rather than process, but the creature's appearances deliver genuine menace. Director Daniel Atias keeps the pacing brisk and the small-town atmosphere convincing. The film captures King's ability to make ordinary communities feel lived in before introducing supernatural threat. Everett McGill's performance as the werewolf's human identity adds tragic dimension, playing a man fighting his cursed nature and losing. Silver Bullet works because it treats its young protagonist with respect. Understanding that kids facing monsters require courage and resourcefulness rather than adult rescue. It's King adaptation as accessible creature feature that delivers both heart and horror. Blood Tracks, 1985. A rock band and their entourage head into the snowy wilderness to film a flashy new music video, expecting nothing more dangerous than the cold. But when they set up camp in an abandoned factory, they cross paths with a deranged inbred family hiding in the mountains. What begins as a music shoot quickly spirals into a fight for survival, as the family hunts the outsiders in a frenzy of blood and violence. Directed by Mats Helge Olsen, Blood Tracks is a Swedish-American production that captures the wild excess of 80s horror and glam rock culture. The band Easy Action plays themselves, delivering both the soundtrack and on-screen performances, while the cast of models and actors round out the doomed entourage. The snowy landscapes and abandoned industrial setting give the film a stark, isolated feel, making the violence stand out against the white backdrops. When the carnage begins, it's brutal and relentless. Axes, traps, and blunt force, leaving trails of blood in the snow. What makes Blood Tracks memorable is its mix of music and mayhem. It takes the glam rock energy of the mid-80s and throws it headlong into slasher territory, resulting in a bizarre hybrid of concert film and survival horror. Long forgotten outside of VHS collectors' circles, Blood Tracks has developed cult status thanks to its outlandish premise, glam metal soundtrack, and over-the-top brutality. It's a perfect example of how the 80s horror scene wasn't afraid to mash genres together and go for broke. Cat's Eye, 1985. Three Stephen King stories are loosely connected by a stray cat wandering between them. In the first, a man attempts to quit smoking through a company that enforces its program with brutal, invasive methods. In the second, a gambler is coerced into a deadly wager that forces him to circle a skyscraper ledge with no safety net. The final story follows a young girl terrorized by a tiny creature that steals children's breath while they sleep, with the cat finally stepping in as an unlikely protector. Louis Teague directs King's screenplay with a steady hand, keeping tonal consistency across very different scenarios. James Woods brings manic intensity to the chain-smoking executive, while Robert Hayes carries the ledge sequence with raw panic and physical exhaustion. Drew Barrymore anchors the final segment with another confident child performance. The effects are entirely practical and vary by segment. The smoking story emphasizes consequence through makeup effects and implied bodily harm. The Ledge relies on real locations and stunt work, creating genuine vertigo through framing and height. The final segment's troll is realized through puppetry and forced perspective, its grotesque design and aggressive movement giving it surprising menace for a small-scale creature. Cat's Eye is King anthology horror at its most approachable. It's lighter than Creepshow but still delivers sharp, often cruel payoffs. The cat provides just enough connective tissue to unify the stories. Familiar, efficient, and well cast, it's comfort horror done right. Tight, inventive, and easy to revisit. Transmutations, 1985. Clive Barker's script meets action thriller framework in George Pavlov's grimy urban nightmare. A mercenary is hired to rescue a woman from underground criminals, but the job becomes far stranger when he discovers London's sewers hide a community of mutated humans, people transformed by experimental narcotics into something caught between addiction and evolution. Denholm Elliott brings intensity to the Doctor, whose research created the mutants, playing guilt and desperation with trademark skill. Larry Lamb's mercenary provides action hero physicality, while navigating increasingly bizarre circumstances, and Nicola Cowper's kidnapped woman displays more agency than typical damsel roles. Practical locations and moody lighting transform sewers and industrial spaces into a gothic underworld. The mutant designs emphasize tragedy over pure monstrosity. These are victims of exploitation, not mindless creatures. Action sequences blend shootouts with horror elements as the descent continues deeper into this hidden world. Released in the US as Underworld, the film struggles with budget limitations that prevent Barker's vision from fully materializing. Still, the concepts and atmosphere remain compelling, a bridge between straightforward action cinema and the mythological horror Barker would explore more successfully later, offering a glimpse of his unique perspective, filtered through genre constraints. Day of the Dead, 1985. Humanity teeters on the brink of extinction. A military scientific team operates from a Florida missile silo, attempting to study zombies and develop a solution, while internal tensions spiral out of control. Dr. Logan experiments on captured zombies, particularly one named Bub, teaching him to mimic human behavior. Meanwhile, soldiers grow increasingly authoritarian, plotting mutiny as the undead breach the facility, leaving the last hope of survival in jeopardy. Day of the Dead is Romero at his most confined and uncompromising. Budget constraints force the focus onto tight, pressure cooker tension rather than the expansive satire of Dawn of the Dead. Laurie Cardeal's Sarah serves as the moral anchor amid men unraveling under stress. Joe Pilato's Rhodes embodies ruthless militarism, while Richard Liberty's Dr. Logan balances ethics with obsessive scientific curiosity. Sherman Howard's Bub delivers unexpected pathos and humanity, forcing the audience to question what it truly means to be civilized. Tom Savini's gore effects reach new extremes. Dismemberments, brutal feeding sequences, and inventive deaths push the boundaries of on-screen horror. The fluorescent-lit silo exposes every grisly detail, heightening the sense of siege and desperation. Here the real threat emerges less from zombies than from human failings. Stubbornness, aggression, and ego drive the tragedy. Day of the Dead is a nihilistic meditation on humanity, suggesting that in some ways, the undead may be morally superior to the survivors they outnumber. Fright Night, 1985. A teenage horror fan becomes convinced his new neighbor is a vampire. Not the exaggerated kind from old movies, but something quieter and more controlled. No one takes him seriously, not his girlfriend, not his friends. So he turns to the only person who might listen, a late-night horror host who pretends to hunt vampires on television. What starts as paranoia quickly turns into a very real fight for survival. The film works because it treats its premise seriously, even when it's having fun. Chris Sarandon plays Jerry Dandridge as calm, charming, and self-assured, a predator who blends effortlessly into suburban life. William Ragsdale grounds the story as Charlie, a nervous but determined lead who feels in over his head from the start. Roddy McDowall brings warmth and insecurity to Peter Vincent, a man who's played a hero for years but never expected to become one. Their dynamic carries the movie. Rather than relying on quick scares, the film builds tension through transformation and escalation. The effects are ambitious for the time, favoring extended makeup work over quick cuts. Faces distort, bodies change shape, and the vampire mythology is treated with physical weight. The finale leans heavily on creature effects and practical staging, pushing latex, mechanics, and lighting to their limits without feeling rushed. Fright Night balances humor and horror without letting either cancel the other out. It respects classic vampire rules while placing them in a modern setting that feels lived in and recognizable. Straightforward, confident, and well performed, it's a film that understands why monsters work best when they're allowed to be both threatening and oddly human. DEFCON 4, 1985. When the bombs fall, three astronauts in orbit watch the end of civilization unfold from above. They survive the blast, but when their damaged space station is forced back to Earth, they discover that nuclear winter has turned the planet into a nightmare. What was once home is now ruled by scavengers, radiation, and a self-proclaimed warlord who treats survivors like property. Released in 1985, DEFCON 4 stands apart from most of the loud armor-plated wasteland flicks of its era. Directed by Paul Donovan and filmed in Halifax, Nova Scotia, it feels colder, bleaker, and closer to reality. More threads than Mad Max. The movie starts as hard sci-fi and slowly mutates into survival horror, making it one of the moodiest entries in the VHS apocalypse lineup. Instead of fast cars and fireballs, the tension comes from confinement and decay. The heroes, played by Tim Choate, Kate Lynch, and Maury Chaykin, crash land near a fortified camp where civilization has broken into cultish pockets of power. Food is rationed, executions are public, and the air itself feels poisoned. The film's small-scale setting and grim tone make the apocalypse feel suffocating, like there's nowhere left to run. The production leans on fog, wreckage, and claustrophobic interiors instead of grand explosions, turning budget limits into style. The decaying tech, the scratchy radio signals, and the sense that the world truly ended years ago all combine to create something disturbingly believable. While it never reached the cult status of its Italian cousins, DEFCON 4 remains one of the more serious and unsettling takes on nuclear fallout cinema. It's not the end of the world with guitar riffs and car chases. It's the slow, quiet realization that the world is gone, and the survivors are just pretending otherwise. Cemetery of Terror, 1985. On Halloween night, a group of medical students decide to break into an abandoned mansion and steal a corpse for a prank. Their idea of fun takes a gruesome turn when they unwittingly resurrect the body of a notorious serial killer. Soon the night spirals into chaos, as the killer rises from the grave and unleashes terror on anyone in his path, while an entire cemetery begins to stir with the dead. Directed by Ruben Galindo Jr., Cemetery of Terror is one of the standout Mexican horror films of the 1980s. Hugo Stiglitz stars as Dr. Carden, a psychiatrist who knows the truth about the killer and races to stop the carnage. The young cast of pranksters, along with a group of trick-or-treating kids caught in the wrong place at the wrong time, round out the doomed ensemble. The film leans heavily on atmosphere, with misty graveyards, shadowy mausoleums, and plenty of undead rising from the earth. The violence is grisly and relentless, blending slasher-style kills with zombie mayhem, while the Halloween setting ties it all together with an eerie seasonal backdrop. What makes Cemetery of Terror especially memorable is its ambition. It combines elements of slashers, zombie flicks, and supernatural horror into one chaotic package, delivering non-stop action once the dead begin to rise. Originally overlooked outside of Mexico, it gained a cult following on VHS, where horror fans discovered its mix of energy, gore, and Halloween spirit. Today it stands as a hidden gem of international horror that captures the wild, anything-goes spirit of mid-80s fright films. Demons, 1985. A masked stranger hands out free tickets to a late-night movie screening at a newly reopened Berlin theater. Inside, the audience watches a film about demonic possession, unaware that a cursed mask on display in the lobby is about to turn fiction into reality. When one attendee cuts herself on the mask, she transforms into something violent and inhuman. The infection spreads quickly, sealing the audience inside as the theater descends into chaos. The setup is simple, and the film wastes no time escalating. The cast functions less as traditional heroes and more as bodies caught in the wrong place. Panic replaces logic almost immediately. Characters react, fight, flee, or fail, often without warning or payoff. The effects are the main attraction. Sergio Stivoletti's makeup work is aggressive and tactile, with demons tearing their way out of human bodies. Transformations happen fast and without mercy. The gore is frequent and creative, favoring excess over realism. Set almost entirely inside the theater, the film uses balconies, aisles, and projection rooms as enclosed kill zones, keeping the pressure constant. Music plays a huge role in the film's identity. Claudio Simonetti's pulsing synth score is paired with loud rock tracks, giving the action a relentless, almost mechanical rhythm. Demons isn't interested in mythology or explanation. It's a straightforward siege movie built on momentum, noise, and practical effects. Loud, messy, and designed to hit hard before moving on. Dead End Drive-In, 1986. A night at the movies is supposed to be simple. Buy a ticket, watch a film, and head home. But in Dead End Drive-In, Brian Trenchard Smith takes that familiar setting and flips it into something nightmarish. Jimmy and his girlfriend Carmen head to their local drive-in, expecting just another evening out. Instead, their car breaks down, and they discover the place isn't really a theater at all. It's a cleverly disguised detention camp. The government has turned the drive-in into a holding pen for anyone they consider disposable. Restless teens, outcasts, people who don't fit neatly into society's system. Once you're in, there's no getting out. The gates are locked, and the distractions are endless. Fast food, pounding music, constant movie reels, all designed to keep the inmates docile. Most of the trapped youth give in, content to waste away in this neon-colored purgatory. Jimmy, though, refuses to accept it. Where others see comfort, he sees control, and his fight to escape becomes a rebellion against more than just fences and guards. It's a rebellion against complacency itself. The film thrives on its punk-inspired visuals and gritty atmosphere. Rusted cars, spray-painted walls, and synth-driven chaos create a world that feels both absurd and disturbingly believable. At its heart, Dead End Drive-In is as much satire as action. It digs into consumerism, class division, and the way entertainment can be used to pacify rather than inspire. Over the years, it's earned cult status for exactly that mix of style and commentary. Beneath the explosions and car chases, there's a sharp edge, a warning about how easily people can be lulled into submission when comfort is offered as a substitute for freedom. Strange, stylish, and defiantly 80s, Dead End Drive-In is more than a dystopian thriller. It's a reminder that sometimes the biggest prison doesn't need bars, just distractions. Night of the Creeps, 1986. A cold open set in 1959 establishes everything you need to know. Aliens, paranoia, and an experiment gone wrong. When parasitic slugs crash to Earth, they're quickly forgotten, until decades later, when a college prank involving frozen corpses unleashes them on a quiet campus. Suddenly, fraternities, sororities, and student parties become ground zero for a fast-spreading infestation. The story centers on two awkward freshmen trying to reinvent themselves, played with genuine charm by Jason Lively and Steve Marshall. Their accidental heroism is matched by Tom Atkins's hard-drinking detective, a man weighed down by personal tragedy and armed with an endless supply of perfectly delivered one-liners. The tonal balance works because everyone plays their roles straight, even as the situation spirals into madness. The slugs themselves are wonderfully gross, squirming, invasive, and deeply uncomfortable to watch as they burrow into their hosts. Zombies explode, bodies convulse, and the effects never shy away from excess. Decker keeps the pace moving, bouncing between laughs, splatter, and surprisingly sincere character moments without losing control. Night of the Creeps is a celebration of horror fandom that never feels smug about it. It understands its influences but isn't trapped by them. Funny, disgusting, and endlessly rewatchable, it's one of the purest expressions of 80s horror comedy enthusiasm. The Seventh Curse, 1986. Hong Kong cinema in the 80s had no limits, and The Seventh Curse might be its most delirious example of supernatural horror mayhem. Released in 1986 and directed by Lam Ngai Kai, who'd later make Ricky-O, The Story of Ricky, This one throws martial arts, curses, gore, and Indiana Jones-style adventure into a blender and hits pure chaos. The film stars Chow Yun-fat as a pipe-smoking, machine-gun-wielding adventurer helping a cursed doctor, Chin Siu-ho, battle an ancient tribe in the jungles of Thailand. The curse in question, a series of internal blood explosions that can only be stopped by defeating a ghostly goddess and her skeletal baby monster. Yes, really. What makes the seventh curse stand out isn't just its energy, it's how fearlessly it mixes tones. One minute it's slapstick comedy, the next it's spraying blood like Evil Dead 2. Practical effects dominate, rubber creatures, exploding torsos, stop-motion skeletons, and one of the most bizarre giant monsters ever to appear in a horror film. The movie was a big hit in Asia, but gained a second life internationally. Western fans discovering it decades later couldn't believe what they were seeing, a horror film where the solution to demonic possession might be a roundhouse kick. The Seventh Curse is pure midnight movie gold, fast, funny, bloody, and totally unhinged. It doesn't just cross genres, it vaporizes them. If you want a reminder of how wild 80s horror could be when nobody cared about rules, this one delivers in glorious, chaotic fashion. Trick or Treat, 1986. High school outcast Eddie Weinbauer lives for heavy metal. Bullied at school and misunderstood at home, his only solace is the music of his idol, rock star Sammy Kerr. But when Sammy dies in a mysterious accident, Eddie's grief turns to obsession, especially after he discovers a rare demo record that lets him communicate with his fallen hero. What begins as a fan's dream soon twists into a nightmare as Sammy returns from beyond the grave with a thirst for vengeance. Directed by Charles Martin Smith, Trick or Treat fuses horror with heavy metal culture at the height of the 80s satanic panic. Mark Price stars as Eddie, channeling both teenage angst and awe, while Tony Fields brings electric menace to the role of Sammy Kerr. The supporting cast features familiar faces like Glenn Morgan and Doug Savant, while Ozzy Osbourne and Gene Simmons pop up in memorable cameos that cement the film's rock credentials. The movie is filled with flashy effects and concert-style spectacle, turning Sammy into a supernatural slasher whose stage presence doubles as his weapon. Electricity crackles, records spin backward, and the line between fandom and possession blurs as Eddie realizes he's unleashed something he can't control. On VHS, Trick or Treat became a favorite for both horror and metal fans. Its soundtrack and imagery feeding into the decade's obsession with music's supposed dark influence. Today it stands as a cult classic, part supernatural shocker, part rock and roll time capsule, and pure 80s excess from start to finish. Witchboard, 1986. Few 80s horror movies capture the occult meets party energy quite like Witchboard. Released in 1986 and directed by Kevin Tenney, it takes a simple premise, a Ouija board that opens a door to the spirit world and turns it into a weirdly stylish, surprisingly emotional supernatural thriller. The story follows Linda, played by Tawny Kitaen, whose curiosity with a spirit board at a house party goes sideways when she begins communicating with a ghost named David. At first, the messages seem harmless, even comforting, but as the contact deepens, a darker presence slips through. One that isn't David at all. What follows is a slow spiral into possession, murder, and paranoia, wrapped in pastel lighting and 80s fashion so bright it almost hurts. Tenney wrote and directed the film after years of hearing urban legends about Ouija boards causing real hauntings, and he took it seriously. There's no tongue-in-cheek irony here. The tone walks that perfect 80s line between melodrama and menace. The effects are practical and smartly restrained, relying on moving objects, cold drafts, and the idea that something unseen is watching. When Witchboard hit VHS, it became a massive rental hit, especially with teenage audiences. It was just supernatural enough to feel dangerous, but polished enough for repeat viewing. The movie spawned two sequels, Witchboard 2, The Devil's Doorway, and Witchboard 3, The Possession. But the original still holds the most charm. Part ghost story, part romantic tragedy, Witchboard sits in that perfect 80s pocket where horror didn't need to explain itself. It just needed atmosphere, mystery, and a few good scares to make you think twice about ever touching a Ouija board again. Crawlspace, 1986. In a rundown apartment building, tenants begin disappearing under mysterious circumstances. The landlord, Dr. Carl Gunther, seems pleasant enough on the surface. But behind locked doors, he's a sadistic voyeur and murderer who's rigged the entire building with hidden crawl spaces, traps, and secret passages. From his lair, he stalks his residents with cold precision, turning their home into a maze of death. Directed by David Schmoller, Crawlspace is powered almost entirely by the chilling performance of Klaus Kinski. As Dr. Gunther, he blends charm with madness, portraying a former Nazi surgeon whose twisted experiments continue in secret. Kinski's volatile, on-set behavior has become infamous, but on screen, his presence gives the film its disturbing edge. The building itself becomes a character. Dim hallways, dusty vents, and trap-filled crawl spaces create a sense of claustrophobia. Gunther slithers through these tight spaces like a predator, keeping both his tenants and the audience off balance. The voyeuristic shots, combined with sudden bursts of violence, make for an unsettling experience. On VHS, Crawlspace stood out for its stark cover art and reputation as one of Kinski's wildest performances. While the film itself is a lean thriller, its mix of psychological tension, exploitation sleaze, and eccentric villainy turned it into a cult favorite. Today, Crawlspace is remembered less as a body count slasher and more as a showcase for Kinski's unnerving screen presence. A disturbing portrait of paranoia, obsession, and cruelty lurking just behind the walls. The Pied Piper, 1986. Gigi Barta's adaptation of the Grimm tale is carved from wood. Literally. Every character is a puppet, every building a gnarled wooden construction. The rats spread plague, the townspeople's greed is grotesque, and the Piper's revenge is as horrifying as the original story demands. This isn't a sanitized fairy tale. It's a nightmare brought to life in stop motion. The wooden puppets carry the texture and grain of real carved figures, their movement uncanny and mesmerizing. Rat swarms move with eerie synchronization, and the Piper's music compels action through subtle shifts in animation, rather than dialogue. Mikhaila Pavlova's haunting score amplifies the atmosphere, letting sound and movement tell the story. The children's disappearance is depicted with dreamlike inevitability. Moral ambiguity pervades the film. The townspeople are guilty, the universe indifferent, and innocence is fragile. Minimal dialogue keeps attention on the craft and the chilling visual narrative. Though it toured international festivals and won awards for its animation, the film never achieved wide release. Its painstaking stop-motion and uncompromising vision make it a work of art rather than commercial entertainment, a stark reminder that some stories resist happy endings. Aliens, 1986. James Cameron didn't replace the horror of Alien. He expanded it. Where Ridley Scott trapped terror in dark corridors, Aliens drops a heavily armed unit into a nightmare that doesn't care about weapons, rank, or preparation. Motion trackers ping in the dark, overconfidence collapses into panic, and survival becomes a losing battle against something ancient, organized, and relentless. The film's subtext echoes Vietnam. Corporate indifference, expendable soldiers, and command failure. But the fear always comes first. Sigourney Weaver delivers one of the most defining performances in genre cinema, earning a rare Best Actress Oscar nomination. Ripley isn't an action hero. She's a survivor dragged back into trauma, now driven by maternal instinct, sharpened into absolute resolve. The supporting cast gives the film its human stakes. Bill Paxton's unraveling Hudson, Michael Biehn's steady Hicks, and Lance Henriksen's quietly unsettling Bishop form a unit the audience invests in before Cameron methodically dismantles it. Stan Winston's practical effects remain astonishing, from the xenomorphs to the towering alien queen, and the power loader confrontation reframes motherhood as ferocity rather than vulnerability. Aliens didn't dilute the horror. It restructured it, proving escalation doesn't have to mean betrayal. It's not just one of the greatest sequels ever made. It's foundational. Black Moon Rising, 1986. A prototype supercar becomes the most wanted machine in America in this sleek, high-octane techno-thriller. Tommy Lee Jones stars as a professional thief hired to steal corporate secrets. But when he hides the data inside an experimental vehicle called the Black Moon, a bullet-shaped car capable of 300 miles per hour, everyone from the FBI to a ruthless crime boss wants it back. What follows is a race through Los Angeles filled with neon lights, gunfire, and shattered glass. Written from an early story by John Carpenter, Black Moon Rising blends futuristic cool with hard-edged 80s grit. It's part heist film, part chase movie, and part sci-fi daydream, complete with synth scores and skyscraper stunts that feel right at home in the VHS era. Tommy Lee Jones plays it perfectly straight, grounding the film's outlandish premise in world-weary charm, while Linda Hamilton adds sharp energy as the car thief who gets pulled into his orbit. The real star, though, is the car itself, a gleaming piece of concept design that looks born to be wrecked in slow motion. Every chase feels tactile, every crash earned. Black Moon Rising isn't remembered as a blockbuster, but it's the kind of late-night discovery that defined 80s action. Slick, fast, and unashamedly cool, it's a joyride straight into the neon heart of the decade. Breeders, 1986. Young women across Manhattan are being attacked and left in catatonic states, their bodies unmarked but their minds shattered. A detective and a doctor investigate the pattern, uncovering evidence that points toward something not human. An alien presence using the city as a breeding ground, selecting hosts for a grotesque reproductive cycle that defies all biological logic. Tim Kincaid's Breeders is New York City exploitation horror that aims for alien-style body violation and lands somewhere far grimmer. The film operates in that uniquely 80s space where sci-fi concepts meet unflinching exploitation, delivering creature effects and disturbing imagery with zero subtlety. It's rough, cheap, and relentlessly nasty in ways that feel genuinely transgressive. The creature itself is a practical effects creation by Ed French, a slimy, insectoid nightmare that's more disgusting than frightening. Underground lair sequences, set in what appears to be New York's forgotten tunnel systems, create genuine claustrophobia, with industrial decay meeting organic horror in the breeding chamber sequences that remain memorably revolting. Breeders traffics in exploitation that many will find objectionable, but it commits fully to its repulsive premise without apology. It's grimy 42nd Street horror that existed purely for the grindhouse and late-night cable crowd who wanted their creature features as uncomfortable as possible. Maximum Overdrive, 1986. When Earth passes through the tail of a comet, machines across the world turn hostile. Trucks surround a highway rest stop, trapping employees and travelers inside. Soda machines fire cans. Bank machines mock customers. A massive semi-truck with a green goblin face leads the siege, waiting for the humans to make a mistake, or starve. Stephen King directs his only feature film with unchecked enthusiasm and zero restraint. Emilio Estevez leads the survivors with blue-collar grit, supported by Pat Hingle and Laura Harrington. The performances are functional, but the real star is the chaos. King's lack of experience shows in pacing and tone, but his love of mayhem is unmistakable. The effects are gloriously excessive. A steamroller crushes a man in brutal detail. Vehicles explode, trucks charge barricades, and machines become characters through staging and lighting. The AC/DC soundtrack blares non-stop, replacing subtlety with raw aggression. Maximum Overdrive is dumb, loud, and unapologetic. King himself admitted it's a mess, but its commitment to mechanical carnage makes it impossible to forget. A fascinating failure that's far more entertaining than it has any right to be. Deadly Friend, 1986. A teenage robotics prodigy brings his AI creation to life in the body of a dead neighbor. Samantha awakens with inhuman strength and movements that unsettle everyone around her. The familiar suburban setting becomes a stage for creeping mechanical dread and unexpected violence. Christy Swanson's physicality sells Samantha's robotic precision, while Matthew Laberteau grounds the story as the desperate inventor facing consequences he can barely control. Each interaction becomes slightly off, uncomfortably precise, turning ordinary scenes into something tense and uncanny. The infamous basketball kill blends absurdity with technical skill, standing out amid quieter, more eerie moments. Makeup and decay effects give Samantha's transformation a tangible, unsettling texture that balances teen drama with body horror. Deadly Friend is a strange hybrid, ambitious and uneven, neither fully teen romance nor pure horror, but compelling for its ideas, inventive kills, and the sense that something has gone profoundly wrong in the ordinary world. Poltergeist 2, The Other Side, 1986. The Freelings attempt to rebuild their lives with Carol Ann's grandparents, but the spirits are far from gone. Reverend Kane, the gaunt and malevolent preacher of a buried cult, seeks Carol Ann's life force. Taylor, a mystical Native American shaman, arrives to guide the family and confront Kane directly, escalating the conflict from subtle psychological torment to full-blown supernatural battle. Brian Gibson directs a sequel that expands the mythology while amplifying spectacle. Julian Beck delivers a chilling performance as Kane, his quiet menace unsettling even in dialogue-light scenes, while Will Sampson's Taylor provides spiritual protection and gravitas. Zelda Rubinstein returns as Tangina, now an active participant in the confrontation, offering guidance and courage. The family navigates trauma and uncertainty while facing increasingly overt supernatural threats. Practical and visual effects feature memorable sequences: the tequila worm, Kane's spectral manifestations, and the climactic Other Side confrontation. Puppetry and optical effects blend convincingly. Though some sequences show their age, the desert and grandparents' home provide fresh backdrops, though the film occasionally over-explains mysteries that were more terrifying in ambiguity. Despite these flaws, Beck's haunting presence and the unsettling sequences preserve tension and prevent the sequel from descending into mere disappointment. Tragically, both Beck and Sampson passed away before the film's release, adding poignant weight to their performances. Spookies, 1986. A group of friends takes shelter in a seemingly abandoned mansion, unaware that it's home to a sorcerer who uses the house as a trap. Desperate to resurrect his dead bride, he summons an army of creatures to slaughter the intruders one by one. From muck-covered ghouls to spider-women and even an electrified Grim Reaper, the unlucky visitors face wave after wave of bizarre supernatural horrors. Directed by Brendan Faulkner, Thomas Doran, and Eugenie Joseph, Spookies is notorious for its chaotic production, which left it feeling like two films stitched together. The cast includes Felix Ward as the necromancer Creon, with Dan Scott and Maria Pachucas among the ill-fated guests. What makes Spooky stand out is its non-stop parade of monsters. Each sequence introduces something new: farting mud creatures, stop-motion beasts, and practical effects that swing between terrifying and absurd. The sheer variety makes the film feel like a haunted house attraction caught on tape, with every room hiding a different nightmare. Though it struggled with distribution, Spookies became a cult hit on VHS, largely because of its unforgettable artwork, promising an overload of monsters. Fans embraced its uneven tone, where moments of genuine horror crash into unintentional comedy. Today, Spookies is celebrated as one of the strangest, most entertaining oddities of the 80s. A film where chaos and creativity collide to deliver a monster movie like no other. Dead Time Stories, 1986. A young boy refuses to go to sleep, so his uncle tries to calm him down the only way he knows how: by telling scary stories. But these aren't your typical fairy tales. Instead, the boy hears three twisted tales of horror, each one darker and stranger than the last. Directed by Jeffrey Delman, Dead Time Stories is a horror anthology with a tongue-in-cheek spin. The first story follows a young man forced into servitude by two witches dabbling in black magic. The second retells Little Red Riding Hood with a violent twist, where the wolf is a dangerous escaped killer. The final segment puts a gruesome spin on Goldilocks and the Three Bears, reimagining the family as a band of deranged murderers. The wraparound story featuring Michael Mesmer as the reluctant storyteller and Brian DePersia as the insistent nephew adds a layer of humor that contrasts with the brutality of the tales. The tone shifts from campy to cruel, blending fairy tale imagery with blood-soaked horror. What makes Dead Time Stories stand out is its willingness to mash classic children's tales with the gore and excess of 1980s horror. While not as polished as anthologies like Creepshow, it found its audience on VHS, where its outrageous concept and lurid cover art promised something offbeat. Today it survives as a cult oddity, a mix of gallows humor and fairy tale nightmare fuel that could only have come from the horror boom of the 80s. Evil Laugh, 1986. A group of med students heads out to an old orphanage for the weekend to fix it up and turn it into a new children's clinic. The place has been abandoned for years, for good reason. And by the time night falls, they've already become the setup for a killer with a twisted giggle and a serious grudge. Evil Laugh is pure late 80s VHS energy. Shot on weekends by a crew that clearly grew up on Friday the 13th, it delivers every slasher cliché with an infectious sense of enthusiasm. What it lacks in budget, it makes up for in charm. Neon outfits, bad jokes, and one of the most bizarre killer laughs ever recorded. There's something strangely endearing about how hard this one tries. It's cheap, self-aware, and full of that regional scrappiness that defined so many one-and-done horror projects from the era. The kills are creative, the soundtrack screams 1986, and the whole thing feels like the kind of tape you'd find in a dusty rental bin and never forget once you hit play. It's not scary so much as it is sincere, a fan-made love letter to the genre before meta-horror was cool. Evil Laugh may be rough around the edges, but that's exactly what makes it such a time capsule of the slasher boom's final act. Big Trouble in Little China, 1986. John Carpenter's Big Trouble in Little China turns the action hero concept on its head, casting trucker Jack Burton as comic relief, while his friend Wang Chi is the true hero. When Wang's fiancée is kidnapped by ancient sorcerers beneath Chinatown, Jack blunders into the conflict with bravado, repeatedly getting outmatched while Wang does the real work. Kurt Russell plays Jack with oblivious confidence, delivering macho one-liners while misreading situations. Dennis Dunn's Wang Chi is skilled, composed, and continually rescuing Jack. Kim Cattrall's Gracie Law reluctantly joins the adventure, while James Hong's Lo Pan, cursed to exist without a corporeal form, must marry a green-eyed woman to regain flesh. Carpenter populates San Francisco's Chinatown with a magical underworld, complete with elemental warriors and sorcerers wielding lightning and supernatural power. Practical effects, wire work, and optical effects bring the three storms and Lo Pan's transformations to life. The production design makes the streets feel layered, ordinary above, but extraordinary below. The film affectionately pastiches Hong Kong action cinema and supernatural martial arts, filtered through Carpenter's American action sensibility. Pacing is relentless, blending comedy, spectacle, and supernatural threat without tipping into parody. Though a theatrical disappointment, home video cemented it as a cult classic, a unique adventure that deconstructs its own genres while delivering them fully. Sorority House Massacre, 1986. A college freshman named Beth moves into a sorority house, hoping for a fresh start and a sense of belonging. But almost immediately, she's plagued by nightmares and visions of brutal murders. As the weekend unfolds, her worst fears come true. A psychotic killer escapes from an asylum and heads straight for the sorority, with Beth at the center of his obsession. Directed by Carol Frank, Sorority House Massacre was often compared to Halloween for its setup, but it carves out its own place in the slasher boom of the mid-1980s. Angela O'Neill stars as Beth, while Wendy Martell, Pamela Ross, and Nicole Rio fill out the roster of sorority sisters who must fight for their lives when the killer arrives. The film balances its slasher roots with dream sequences and psychic visions, creating an eerie undertone that hints Beth's connection to the murders isn't as simple as it seems. The sorority setting provides both moments of lighthearted fun and claustrophobic terror once the stalking begins. What sets the movie apart is its place in horror history. Directed by a woman in a genre dominated by men, it approaches familiar tropes with a slightly different lens. While it never achieved the fame of bigger slashers, it became a steady VHS rental thanks to its title, its body count, and its effective mix of dreams and bloodshed. Today, Sorority House Massacre holds cult status as a straightforward but memorable entry in the slasher cycle, remembered for its blend of psychic horror and classic sorority terror. Class of Nukem High, 1986. A high school sits beside a malfunctioning nuclear power plant, and radioactive waste is seeping into everything, from the water supply to the local drug trade. When contaminated substances circulate through the student body, chaos erupts. Physical mutations, accelerated pregnancies, and violent outbursts turn the school into a disaster zone. Directed by Lloyd Kaufman and Michael Hertz, this is trauma at full volume. The cast embraces exaggerated performances, knowing subtlety isn't the goal. The mutant gang, known as the Cretans, becomes both antagonist and parody, embodying punk excess and radioactive absurdity. The practical effects are gleefully grotesque. Melting faces, exploding bodies, and the infamous mutant infant are created with rubber, slime, and zero restraint. The gore is cartoonish rather than frightening, designed for shock laughs and disbelief. Class of Nukem High is proudly tasteless, stupid, and committed to excess. It isn't trying to critique anything coherently. It's chaos as entertainment. A defining trauma cult classic that delivers radioactive anarchy without apology. Vamp 1986. Two college students venture into the city seeking strippers for their fraternity party and stumble into a nightclub run by vampires. Grace Jones stars as Katrina, the club's main attraction. A nearly silent performance built entirely on her otherworldly presence and elaborate body paint. What begins as sex comedy quickly shifts into survival horror as the students realize everyone in the club is either undead or about to become dinner. Director Richard Wenk shoots the Vampire Club with striking visual style. All neon lights, deep shadows, and theatrical production design that makes the space feel genuinely otherworldly. The film's 80s music video aesthetics serve the material well, creating a nocturnal underworld that exists just outside normal reality. Grace Jones doesn't need dialogue. Her physical presence and the elaborate makeup effects make her genuinely alien and threatening. Chris Makepeace and Robert Rusler play the students with appropriate fish-out-of-water desperation. Dee Pfeiffer adds humanity as a waitress caught in the vampire world against her will. The practical vampire effects range from subtle to spectacular, particularly the transformations and the climactic carnage. Vamp balances horror, comedy, and style without letting any element overwhelm the others. It's not trying to reinvent vampire mythology, just deliver an entertaining genre mashup with enough visual flair and practical effects to stand out. The film represents mid-80s horror comedy at its most stylish, aware of its B-movie status, but committed to making something visually striking within those constraints. Killer Party, 1986. If there's one thing the rental era delivered in spades, it was slashers that couldn't decide on just one genre. Killer Party is a perfect example, starting out as a goofy campus comedy, slipping into slasher territory, and finally diving headfirst into supernatural possession. Released in 1986, it became the kind of unpredictable movie you'd rent just to see how far off the rails it would go. The story follows three college friends pledging a sorority. As part of their initiation, they're sent into an abandoned fraternity house with a dark past. What begins as a standard prank quickly spirals into bloodshed when masked killers and demonic forces join the party. The film's tone shifts constantly. One moment it's winking at the audience with frat house jokes, the next it's staging satanic rituals and grisly deaths. That uneven energy is exactly what gave Killer Party its cult reputation. Horror fans who stumbled on it during late-night screenings or spotted the tape at their local shop found a movie that felt like three different 80s trends blended into one. The fact that it never fully settles only makes it more fun for fans of offbeat horror. While it never hit the mainstream, Killer Party became a word-of-mouth rental, a chaotic, genre-bending oddity that embodied the anything-goes spirit of 80s horror. For collectors and late-night movie fans, it's one of those strange finds that sticks with you long after the credits roll. The Wind, 1986. Mystery novelist Sheehan Anderson rents a quiet house on a remote Greek island, hoping for solitude to finish her latest book. But her peace is shattered when she witnesses her landlord commit a brutal murder. Trapped in an unfamiliar village, cut off from help, and stalked through the night, Sheehan realizes her survival depends on outsmarting a relentless killer. Directed by Nico Mastorakis, The Wind is a stylish blend of thriller and slasher, set against the windswept landscapes of Greece. Meg Foster stars as Sheehan, bringing intensity and vulnerability to the role of a writer caught in a nightmare. Wings Hauser plays the unstable handyman whose menace drives the film, while Robert Morley and David McCallum appear in memorable supporting parts. The island setting is one of the film's strongest assets. Narrow streets, crumbling buildings, and howling winds create a constant sense of unease, amplifying the suspense as night falls. The chase sequences take full advantage of the environment, turning the picturesque scenery into a labyrinth of danger. While The Wind didn't make a splash on release, it gained a second life on VHS where its mix of exotic locale, star power, and tense pacing made it stand out. It's not as flashy as some of its contemporaries, but its atmosphere of isolation and dread leaves a lasting impression. Today, The Wind is remembered as a hidden gem of international horror thriller cinema, a slow-burn story of survival that proves sometimes the most dangerous storms are human. Slaughter High, 1986. Once bullied teenager Marty Ranson becomes the target of a cruel prank that goes horribly wrong. Years later, the classmates responsible reunite for what's supposed to be a casual get-together at their abandoned high school, only to find someone waiting, and he's brought a twisted sense of humor to the reunion. Slaughter High is a British-American slasher that somehow feels like it was shot inside a fever dream. The surreal dialogue, the synth-heavy score, and the exaggerated performances walks the line between parody and pure nastiness. Caroline Munro, one of the few familiar faces, gives the movie a strange touch of class amid the chaos. The film's tone is all over the place, in the best way possible. Sometimes mean-spirited, sometimes goofy, and occasionally downright atmospheric. The abandoned school setting feels genuinely haunted, with its decaying hallways and flickering lights giving everything an eerie, artificial glow. It's the kind of slasher that plays like a distorted memory of the 80s. Cheap, loud, and relentlessly odd. Slaughter High might not reinvent the genre, but it nails that VHS-era charm where every kill feels like it came straight off the rental shelf. Body Count, 1986. Deep in the Italian countryside, a group of American teenagers sets out for a weekend of camping and carefree fun. But their getaway takes a grim turn when they cross paths with a deranged killer said to haunt the forest, the spirit of a Native American shaman wronged long ago. What begins as a night under the stars becomes a fight for survival as, one by one, the campers are hunted down. Directed by Ruggero Deodato, best known for Cannibal Holocaust, Body Count is his attempt at the American-style slasher, filtered through Italian sensibilities. The cast includes Bruce Penhall, Mimsy Farmer, and David Hess, whose presence as one of the adults in the story gives the film an edge of menace, even when he's not the one wielding the blade. The kills are staged with brutality and flair, including inventive setups that showcase Deodato's taste for shocking violence. The forest setting becomes a character itself, full of shadows, sudden noises, and the constant sense that danger is just out of sight. Though it borrows heavily from American slashers of the time, Body Count stands out for its European flavor, a mix of pulpy violence, odd pacing, and striking visuals. It never reached the notoriety of Deodato's earlier work, but on VHS it found an audience among horror fans who appreciated its mix of familiar tropes and Italian excess. Today, it remains a cult entry in the slasher boom. Not the most polished, but a wild reminder of how international filmmakers put their own stamp on the genre. The Hitcher, 1986. A young man driving cross-country during a storm picks up a hitchhiker who quickly reveals himself to be a serial killer. After barely escaping, the driver finds his life unraveling. He's framed for murders he didn't commit, hunted by police, and relentlessly stalked by the Hitcher himself. Every attempt to escape only pulls him deeper into the nightmare. The film strips its story down to raw tension. C. Thomas Howell plays the protagonist as exhausted and increasingly desperate. Rutger Hauer is unforgettable as John Ryder, calm, articulate, and completely without remorse. He doesn't chase thrills, he treats murder as philosophy. Jennifer Jason Leigh appears briefly as a waitress, drawn into the chaos, offering a moment of fragile humanity. Violence arrives suddenly and without warning. Cars become weapons, bodies are destroyed, and safety never lasts. The desert highways feel endless and exposed, with nowhere to hide. John Seale's cinematography emphasizes isolation, using wide landscapes and violent storms to mirror psychological dread. The Hitcher never explains its villain, and that's its greatest strength. Ryder exists purely to terrorize. Lean, merciless, and deeply unsettling, it's one of the most intense thrillers of the decade. Neon Maniacs, 1986. In San Francisco, a group of teens stumbles onto a terrifying secret hidden beneath the Golden Gate Bridge. By day, the city seems normal, but by night, it becomes the hunting ground for the Neon Maniacs. A bizarre gang of mutant killers, each with their own weapons, costumes, and gruesome specialties. From a samurai to a soldier to a slime-dripping monster, these creatures emerge from the shadows to terrorize anyone in their path. Directed by Joseph Mangine, Neon Maniacs thrives on its strange comic book-style energy. The young cast includes Leilani Sorrell, Clyde Hayes, and Donna Locke, who try to rally together after surviving an attack, only to discover that no one believes their story. Their only hope is to face the maniacs directly, but the odds are stacked against them. What makes the film unforgettable is the sheer variety of the monsters. Each maniac feels like it belongs to a different subgenre, turning the group into a traveling sideshow of horror tropes. The film leans into outrageous makeup and creature effects, making every attack feel like a showdown with a new villain. While plagued by production issues and an unfinished feel, Neon Maniacs thrived on VHS. Its colorful poster art, promising an army of monsters in the city streets, drew in curious renters who discovered one of the strangest cult oddities of the 80s. Today it's remembered less for its coherence and more for its ambition, a monster mash that's messy, chaotic, and utterly unique in the horror landscape. The Fly, 1986. The Fly isn't just Cronenberg's most famous film. It's one of the greatest examples of how horror can be both grotesque and deeply human. A remake in name only, it reimagines the 1958 classic as a tragic love story wrapped in mutation and decay. Jeff Goldblum stars as Seth Brundle, an eccentric scientist whose teleportation experiment goes horribly wrong after a housefly slips into the machine with him. The fusion transforms him cell by cell as his genius and arrogance dissolve into something primal and monstrous. Cronenberg approaches the transformation with both fascination and pity. The makeup effects, created by Chris Wallace, remain among the most convincing and stomach-turning in film history. But the real horror isn't the slime or deformity, it's Brundle's awareness of what's happening to him. His slow loss of humanity, physically and mentally, becomes a metaphor for disease, obsession, and the erosion of identity. Goldblum's performance is heartbreaking, playful, brilliant, then desperate, while Gina Davis grounds the film with warmth and vulnerability, making the tragedy feel painfully real. Their relationship gives the story emotional weight, turning what could have been just another effects showcase into a modern monster classic. What began as pulp becomes poetry. The Fly is about the terror of change, of the body, of love, of mortality. It's the ultimate expression of Cronenberg's belief that transformation is inevitable, and that all flesh, no matter how beautiful or intelligent, eventually breaks down. Be afraid, Brundle says. Be very afraid. He's not just talking about science, and he's talking about being alive. April Fool's Day, 1986. A group of college friends reunite for a weekend getaway on a remote island, invited by their wealthy classmate Muffy. What begins as harmless pranks and party games slowly takes a darker turn. Guests disappear, supposed bodies appear, then vanish. Trust erodes, and by the time anyone realizes something is wrong, escape no longer feels guaranteed. The film leans heavily on ensemble chemistry. Deborah Foreman plays Muffy with an easy charm that never quite settles, keeping her presence ambiguous throughout. The supporting cast, including Thomas F. Wilson, Griffin O'Neill, and Amy Steele, feels unusually natural for an 80s slasher. These characters behave like actual friends, which helps sell the tension when suspicion sets in. Rather than pushing gore, the movie focuses on atmosphere and misdirection. The island mansion provides the usual genre tools: hidden rooms, narrow hallways, and isolation, but they're used to create uncertainty rather than shock. Violence is suggested more often than shown, and suspense comes from not knowing who to trust or what's real. The ending is famously divisive. Without giving it away, the final reveal reframes everything that comes before it. For some viewers, it's clever and playful. For others, it feels like the rug being pulled out from under the story. April Fool's Day isn't interested in topping the body count. It's more concerned with setting up a joke and seeing who sticks around for the punchline. The Zero Boys, 1986. A group of weekend warriors known as the Zero Boys spends their free time competing in survival games with paintball guns and mock battles. But when they head into the woods for a getaway, they stumble onto something far more real: a remote cabin filled with signs of torture and murder. Their harmless games quickly turn into a fight for their lives as a group of sadistic killers emerges from the wilderness. Directed by Nico Mastorakis, The Zero Boys blends action thriller energy with straight-up horror. Daniel Hirsch, Kelly Maroney, and Jared Moses lead the cast, with Maroney standing out as a resilient heroine who refuses to be just another victim. The film makes the most of its unusual premise. The Zero Boys are armed with survival skills and mock weapons, but against the killers, those tactics are put to a deadly test. The wilderness setting is both beautiful and menacing, with the isolated cabin becoming a stage for suspense, traps, and sudden violence. What makes The Zero Boys memorable is its mix of tones. It begins like an action-adventure romp before plunging headfirst into slasher territory, creating a strange but effective hybrid. The killers are faceless, their cruelty disturbing, while the protagonist's camaraderie gives the story more weight than the average body count film. On VHS, the movie stood out for its striking artwork and promise of something different. While it never broke into the mainstream, it built a steady cult, following among fans who appreciated its willingness to mix genres. Today, The Zero Boys endures as a curious but effective blend of action, horror, and survival thrills. The Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2, 1986. 13 years after the original, Hooper returned to Leatherface and the Sawyer family. But this time, he was laughing. The Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2 abandons the first film's grim realism for pitch-black comedy and over-the-top gore. A radio DJ accidentally records a chainsaw attack and becomes the target of the cannibalistic family, now operating out of an abandoned amusement park and selling their special chili at cook-offs. A former Texas Ranger obsessed with the family joins her to finally bring them down. Where the original was suffocating and brutal, the sequel is theatrical and manic. Dennis Hopper brings unhinged energy as the revenge-obsessed Ranger, chainsaw dueling his way through the finale. Caroline Williams plays the DJ with real toughness and humor, refusing to be just a victim. But it's Bill Moseley as Chop Top, Leatherface's Vietnam vet brother, who steals the film, delivering one of horror's most quotable, deranged performances. Tom Savini's gore effects are spectacular and excessive, finally delivering the explicit violence the first film only implied. The abandoned amusement park setting becomes a grotesque funhouse, all decay and neon, where the Sawyer family performs their madness like demented entertainers. Hooper leans into the absurdity, turning cannibalism into dark satire about American consumption and family values. Critics and audiences expecting Chainsaw's intensity were confused by the sequel's comedic tone, but it's aged remarkably well. Hooper was exploring different territory, using horror comedy to comment on Reagan-era excess while still delivering genuine shocks. The Texas Chainsaw Massacre too proves he could revisit his most famous creation and find something new to say, even if it meant laughing at the darkness instead of drowning in it. Friday the 13th, Part 6, Jason Lives, 1986. Tommy Jarvis just wants closure. Years after killing Jason, he digs up the grave to cremate the body and silence his nightmares. One lightning bolt later, a metal pole through the corpse's chest turns intention into resurrection, and Jason rises as an unstoppable undead force. Now truly immortal, the masked killer marches on Camp Forest Green, the rebranded Crystal Lake, now full of happy campers and paintball-playing counselors. Writer-director Tom McLoughlin injects deliberate horror comedy, a James Bond-style gun barrel opening, fourth-wall-breaking narration, characters quoting horror rules like they've seen the earlier movies. Tom Matthews plays a weary, determined Tommy, while Jennifer Cook's tough final girl Megan, daughter of the disbelieving sheriff, adds sparks and authority clashes. Practical effects deliver franchise highs. Triple decapitations, smiley-face bottle smashes, hearts ripped out mid-punch. Jason moves with supernatural menace, teleporting speed, super strength, zero need for subtlety. Jason Lives didn't just bring the monster back, it made him fun again. After Part 5's stumble, McLaughlin's self-aware blend of brutal kills and knowing humor revitalized the series, proving Jason works best when the filmmakers wink at the absurdity while still swinging the machete hard. Critters, 1986. A fiery meteor streaks across the Kansas sky and slams into a quiet farm town. Out tumble the critters, furry, fanged aliens the size of bowling balls, with bottomless appetites and razor-sharp quills. Livestock vanishes first, then people. Grover's Bend is under siege, and no one believes the Brown family when they say it's not coyotes doing the killing. Director Stephen Herrick unleashes a rollicking sci-fi horror comedy, blending genuine scares with irresistible laughs. Dee Wallace and M. Emmett Walsh ground the chaos as the determined mom and skeptical sheriff, while plucky young Scott Grimes steals scenes as Brad, the kid who fights back with slingshots and fireworks. Two bumbling interstellar bounty hunters crash the party, shape-shifting and blasting everything in sight. Practical effects from the Chiodo brothers bring the critters to ferocious life. Rolling spikes, glowing eyes, massive snapping jaws. All puppetry, animatronics, and gleeful mayhem. Barn massacres, church showdowns, midnight chases. The little monsters turn everyday America into a battlefield of bites and explosions. Critters delivers big fun in a small, vicious package, proving that the most memorable movie monsters don't need towering height, just towering attitude. A cult classic that still rolls strong. Demons 2, 1986. Demons 2 picks up the chaotic, blood-soaked energy of Lamberto Bava's original, taking the horror from a movie theater to the confined, tense environment of a high-rise apartment building. Released in 1986, this sequel continues to explore the terrifying effects of demonic possession, while adding a clever meta-twist that sets it apart from its predecessor. The story centers on Sally, a young girl who is innocently watching a screening of the first Demons movie on television. But as the familiar horrors play out on screen, reality begins to warp. The demonic forces from the film seem to seep into the real world, turning the residents of the building into possessed killers. What starts as a birthday celebration quickly spirals into a frantic fight for survival. Bava's direction keeps the pace relentless. The film is packed with practical effects that are both gruesome and inventive, from horrifying transformations to chaotic, claustrophobic sequences as the demons stalk the narrow hallways. The heavy metal soundtrack drives the tension, creating an electrifying atmosphere that keeps viewers on edge throughout. Beyond the gore, Demons 2 plays with the idea of media influencing reality. Watching horror on a screen becomes deadly, blurring the line between fiction and real-life terror. This concept adds a clever layer to the film, giving it a thought-provoking edge amid the carnage. The performances, particularly by the young actress playing Sally, add a sense of vulnerability that contrasts with the over-the-top madness around her. Each character faces their own nightmare, and the combination of dark humor and relentless horror keeps the film unpredictable and engaging. While it wasn't universally praised upon release, the film has gained a devoted following over the years, celebrated for its inventive kills, memorable sequences, and energetic style. It's a wild, relentless ride that embodies the best of 1980s Italian horror. By the time it ends, viewers are left both exhilarated and unnerved, a testament to Bava's ability to mix inventive visuals, frantic pacing, and supernatural terror into a uniquely unforgettable experience. Chopping Mall, 1986. Jim Wynorski's Chopping Mall asks the essential question, what if mall security robots gained consciousness and decided teenagers must die? A shopping mall installs 3 high-tech security droids programmed to neutralize intruders. When lightning strikes the control system, the robots malfunction and trap a group of young employees inside for a night of laser-blasting, exploding head carnage. The film delivers exactly what its title promises: shopping mall mayhem with practical effects that remain satisfyingly visceral. The robots, designed by Robert Short, are clunky but menacing, rolling through abandoned stores while delivering deadpan threats in monotone voices. The infamous head explosion sequence became a highlight of 80s horror effects, practical work that still impresses. Kelly Maroney brings genuine charm as the final girl, while Barbara Crampton adds Scream Queen credibility. The film moves briskly through its 77-minute runtime, understanding that concepts this simple work best when executed efficiently. Chopping Mall represents Roger Corman-produced exploitation at its most entertaining: high concept, low budget, maximum practical effects. It's pure video store gold. From an era when titles sold themselves and delivery mattered more than depth. The Vindicator, 1986. When scientist Carl Lehman is betrayed and killed in a lab accident, his employers don't let death end his usefulness. They resurrect him as a cybernetic experiment, half man, half machine, designed as a weapon. But when Carl's human emotions survive the transformation, he rebels against his creators and seeks revenge, leaving a trail of destruction as he struggles to regain his humanity. Directed by Jean-Claude Lord, The Vindicator is a Canadian production that sits somewhere between RoboCop and Frankenstein. David McElwraith stars as Carl, trapped inside the armored body that both empowers and imprisons him. Pam Grier appears as a ruthless corporate agent tasked with hunting him down, adding star power and menace to the cast. The film thrives on its mix of sci-fi and horror elements. The Vindicator suit is bulky and intimidating, a practical creation that makes Carl look both powerful and tragic. The violence is unflinching as Carl lashes out at those who wronged him, but the story also leans into themes of loss, betrayal, and identity. On VHS, The Vindicator stood out thanks to its striking cover art of the armored figure and its promise of high-tech carnage. While overshadowed by bigger-budget studio films, it found a loyal audience who embraced its pulpy mix of revenge thriller and sci-fi horror. Today, it's remembered as a cult curiosity, a Canadian answer to the wave of techno-horror films of the 80s, fueled by equal parts outrage, pathos, and mechanical mayhem. From Beyond, 1986. From Beyond is Stuart Gordon and Brian Yuzna pushing Lovecraftian horror to extremes. Jeffrey Combs returns, but this time as a man consumed by the Resonator, a machine that awakens unseen dimensions and grotesque entities just beyond human perception. Barbara Crampton anchors the narrative with intelligence and emotional depth, her character a psychiatrist whose curiosity and desire blur ethical lines. The creature design is outrageously imaginative. Slime-coated appendages, pulsating forms, and impossible anatomies suggest entire unseen ecosystems overlapping our world. Gordon's camera work mirrors the character's altered perceptions, with bold colors, kinetic framing, and surreal set pieces that heighten disorientation. Themes of obsession, addiction, and psychosexual tension intensify as the film progresses, culminating in a finale where transformations, creatures, and chaos collide. From Beyond is uncompromising and audacious, a film that earned its cult following by daring to challenge boundaries, blending visceral horror, psychological depth, and technical ingenuity in a way that remains striking even decades later. Terrorvision, 1986. Terrorvision is a horror comedy film released in 1986, directed by Ted Nicolau. The plot revolves around the Putterman family, who install a new satellite television system that inadvertently receives signals from outer space. This leads to the unintended consequence of an alien monster being transported into their home. As the monster begins to wreak havoc, the film blends slapstick humor with horror elements, creating a unique and campy viewing experience. Notable performances include Diane Franklin as Susie, Garrett Graham as Stan, and Mary Woronov as Raquel, who bring a delightful absurdity to their roles. The film is characterized by its colorful set design, quirky characters, and a distinctive visual style that reflects the 1980s aesthetic. It also features a playful critique of suburban life and media consumption, echoing themes from other cult classics of the era. Terrorvision runs for 85 minutes and has garnered a cult following, currently holding an IMDb rating of 5.5. While it may not have been a commercial success upon release, it has since become a beloved film among fans of B-movie horror and comedy. The film showcases a mix of outrageous special effects and comedic moments, making it a fun watch for those who appreciate campy horror. With its bizarre premise and eccentric characters, Terrorvision remains a memorable entry in the genre, celebrated for its creativity and humor. Graveyard Shift, 1986. This overlooked slice of Canadian horror feels like it was made for late-night cable and VHS discovery. Released in 1986, it has nothing to do with the Stephen King story. This one's a stylish vampire noir set in the streets of Toronto. Stephen Tsepes stars as a lonely cab driver who only works nights, drifting through the city's neon glow. But his roots take him beyond the ordinary. He's a vampire feeding on lost souls and hiding behind the wheel. When he meets a woman who rekindles his connection to the living, his hunger and guilt begin to collide, setting up a story that's more tragic than terrifying. Directed by Gerard Sicuriti, Graveyard Shift, or Central Park Drifter depending on which tape you find, mixes supernatural horror with a kind of urban poetry. It's full of smoke-filled streets, flickering signs, and melancholy music, the kind of dreamlike atmosphere that defined 1980s Canadian horror. It never leans into cheap thrills. Instead, it feels personal, sad, sensual, and strangely beautiful. And while it got buried under louder, gorier vampire films of its time, there's something about its quiet loneliness that sticks with you. Graveyard Shift, or Central Park Drifter, is the kind of movie that reminds you why digging through VHS bins is still worth it. You never know when you'll find a vampire story that feels this hauntingly human. The Majorettes, 1986. Some horror movies from the 80s stuck to the slasher formula, but The Majorettes is remembered for breaking it wide open. Released in 1986, it starts as a small-town murder mystery with a masked killer targeting a high school majorette squad, the kind of setup you'd expect to find on any rental shelf at the time. But halfway through, the story takes a sharp left turn into vigilante action, complete with shotguns, biker gangs, and all-out gunfights. The film was produced by John A. Russo, co-writer of Night of the Living Dead, which gives it a scrappy Pittsburgh horror feel. The early kills are typical slasher fare, stalking locker rooms and practice fields. But once the focus shifts, it feels like you've dropped into an entirely different movie. That unpredictable mix of genres gave it an edge that made horror fans remember it long after returning the tape. The acting is uneven, and the tone is all over the place. But that chaos is part of its charm. Viewers looking for straightforward scares got a movie that suddenly turned into a grindhouse revenge flick, which made it stand out from dozens of more formulaic slashers of the era. For collectors and late-night movie hunters, The Majorettes is the definition of a cult oddity. It may not be a polished classic, but its willingness to jump the tracks makes it a true hidden gem of the rental era. Slaughterhouse, 1987. The local slaughterhouse is about to be shut down, but the eccentric owner has other plans. When developers and lawmen come snooping around, he unleashes his hulking son Buddy to take care of the problem, with meat hooks, cleavers, and whatever else the slaughterhouse floor can provide. The result is a blood-soaked rampage that turns rural decay into a killing ground. Directed by Rick Roessler, Slaughterhouse is pure late 80s slasher exploitation. The cast of teens who stumble into the wrong place at the wrong time round out the body count, their curiosity rewarded with carnage. The film is remembered for its grisly setting. Rusted machinery, blood-stained walls, and the ever-present sounds of livestock and death. It takes the familiar backwoods slasher formula and marries it to industrial horror, giving every kill a uniquely brutal edge. The meat hook and the bone saw become as iconic here as the machete or chainsaw in other franchises. What gives Slaughterhouse its lasting cult appeal is its sincerity. It doesn't parody or soften its edges. It wallows in grime, gore, and grotesque characters, fully embracing its role as a video store shocker. While not as well known as Texas Chainsaw Massacre, it thrives as a companion piece, a rural nightmare where family loyalty and business desperation turn deadly. Slaughterhouse is a grisly reminder that some places were never meant to be explored after dark. The Outing, 1987. When a group of teens sneaks into a museum after hours, they stumble across an ancient lamp that holds a deadly secret. Instead of wishes, it unleashes a vengeful genie, a supernatural force that preys on their fears and turns the museum into a trap filled with blood, shadows, and strange illusions. Directed by Tom Daly, The Outing, also released as The Lamp, is a supernatural slasher that fuses Middle Eastern mythology with classic 80s teen horror. The young cast includes Andra Saint-Ivany as Alex, the lead caught in the genie's curse, while Deborah Winters and James Houston provide the adult anchors as the archaeologists tied to the artifact's discovery. The museum setting is the film's biggest strength. Glass cases, stuffed animals, and eerie artifacts become backdrops for supernatural attacks. From spear impalements to ghostly visions, the kills lean into creativity, giving each death a bizarre, mystical flavor. The genie itself, brought to life with practical effects, shifts between unseen menace and full-on creature reveal, delivering both atmosphere and monster movie thrills. While the pacing can be uneven, the moments of surreal violence keep the energy high. What gives The Outing its cult status is the mix of familiar 80s slasher beats with an unusual villain. It's not another masked killer. It's a supernatural entity that turns curiosity into punishment. Though overlooked on release, The Outing carved its place in VHS-era horror as a one-of-a-kind oddity, remembered for its unique premise and wild creature effects. Blood Diner, 1987. Two brothers inherit more than just a vegetarian diner. They also take on the twisted mission of resurrecting an ancient goddess by serving her a feast of human body parts. Customers think they're enjoying soy burgers and health food, but behind the kitchen door, it's all gore, carnage, and black comedy turned up to 11. Directed by Jackie Kong, Blood Diner is one of the wildest horror comedies of the 80s. Rick Burks and Carl Crew star as the deranged brothers, playing their roles with manic energy, while Drew Goddard adds to the absurdity as their undead uncle's disembodied brain and eyes. The cast leans into the outrageous tone, creating a film that never once plays it straight. The film is notorious for its gleeful use of splatter and satire. Limbs are hacked, heads are served, and musical numbers erupt amid the chaos. Everything from health food culture to slasher tropes gets skewered with a pace that barely gives viewers time to catch their breath. What makes Blood Diner unforgettable is its sheer audacity. It pushes boundaries in every direction, from gore to comedy to social parody, and somehow manages to balance it all without losing momentum. The outrageous kills and over-the-top performances cemented its place as a cult classic. Dismissed by critics on release, Blood Diner found its true audience on VHS shelves, where fans embraced its anarchic spirit. Today, it stands as one of the definitive examples of horror that refuses to play by the rules. A kitchen sink nightmare served with a wink and a splash of blood. Killer Workout, 1987. At a Los Angeles health club, fitness isn't the only thing making people sweat. A killer is on the loose, turning spandex and aerobics into a bloody nightmare. As instructors push their clients through high-energy routines, bodies begin piling up, and the flashy neon-soaked gym becomes a hunting ground for a murderer with a taste for sharp objects and skin-tight targets. Directed by David A. Pryor, Killer Workout, also known as Aerobicide, perfectly captures the excess of the 80s fitness craze while twisting it into slasher territory. Marcia Carr stars as the tough-as-nails Rhonda, while Ted Pryor and David James Campbell round out the cast of gym regulars caught in the chaos. The film is remembered for its non-stop workout montages, filled with thumping synth beats, leg warmers, and choreographed aerobic sequences that feel straight out of a music video. Between the flashy dance numbers, the killer strikes, often with a giant safety pin, adding an odd but memorable signature weapon to the slasher canon. What makes Killer Workout so enduring is its blend of camp and commitment. It never winks at the audience, even as it delivers outrageous kills alongside endless montages of exercise routines. The sincerity makes the absurdity even more entertaining. Though it didn't make waves in theaters, Killer Workout found its true calling on VHS, where its mix of slasher violence and aerobics nostalgia earned it cult status. It's a perfect time capsule of the era. Equal parts deadly and neon bright. Gore, 1987. Transported from modern life to a distant counter-Earth, a graduate student lands in a world defined by rigid hierarchies and warring kingdoms. Gore isn't sleek or futuristic. It's dusty, physical, and governed by power structures he barely understands. Survival means adapting quickly and choosing alliances carefully. The film adapts John Norman's Sword and Planet novels into straightforward 80s fantasy. Fritz Kirsch directs without irony, treating the material as earnest adventure rather than satire. Urbano Barberini plays the displaced outsider trying to make sense of unfamiliar customs, while Rebecca Ferrati and Jack Palance bring presence to the shifting political landscape. World-building comes mostly through costumes, props, and natural locations. Armor, blades, and distinctive collars establish the aesthetic more than exposition ever could. Action scenes rely on traditional swordplay and small-scale confrontations rather than elaborate spectacle. The production stays grounded in what it can physically stage. Gore sits comfortably within the late 80s sword and sorcery wave, blending sci-fi setup with fantasy execution. It softens some of the novel's more divisive elements, but keeps their core premise intact. As a relic of that era's genre experimentation, it's a curious entry, ambitious in concept, modest in scale. The Gate, 1987. For a generation of horror fans, The Gate was that movie you accidentally saw too young and never forgot. Released in 1987, it came from director Tibor Takacs, who somehow turned a kids in peril story into one of the most imaginative supernatural horrors of the decade. Stephen Dorff, barely in his teens, plays Glenn, a suburban kid who discovers a geode in his backyard after a lightning storm. When he and his best friend crack it open and play a heavy metal record backward, as you did in the 80s, they unknowingly recite an incantation that opens a literal portal to hell. What crawls out isn't one monster, but an army of tiny clay-animated demons that overrun the house, tearing reality apart, one hallucination at a time. The film's effects team relied entirely on practical tricks. The minions were full-sized actors in suits, filmed on miniature sets with forced perspective, the kind of low-budget genius that defined the VHS era. There's stop-motion, matte work, and optical effects that feel tactile even today. Takach balances childhood adventure and pure nightmare. It's got echoes of Poltergeist and Gremlins, but it feels smaller, more dangerous, like something you weren't supposed to rent. When it hit video, it became a rite of passage, the perfect sleepover horror film. You'd put it on expecting silly demons and end up hiding behind a pillow. A sequel, The Gate 2, Trespassers, arrived a few years later but never recaptured the same lightning. The original remains one of the most creative kids versus the supernatural movies of its era. Imaginative, eerie, and somehow still charming, even as it conjures up the apocalypse. Howling 3, The Marsupials, 1987. Australian marsupial werewolves exist as a separate species from traditional lycanthropes, carrying their young in pouches and living in isolated communities. A young female marsupial werewolf escapes her tribe and comes to Sydney, where a film crew discovers her and casts her in a horror movie. As she integrates into human society and falls for the director's assistant, her tribe hunts for her, while scientists uncover the species' existence, blending romantic drama, creature feature, and satirical comedy about filmmaking and scientific exploitation. Felipe Mora returns, treating the marsupial werewolves as sympathetic, endangered creatures rather than monsters. Imogen Ansley gives the emotional center as the young werewolf, while Lee Biolos plays the romantic interest and Barry Otto the scientist studying the species. The film plays its bizarre premise straight while occasionally leaning into absurd humor, creating an unusual tonal mix that sets it apart from the previous entries. Practical effects emphasize biological differences from traditional werewolves, showing pouches, baby marsupials, and unique transformations. Creature designs are more animalistic than monstrous, and makeup quality varies, sometimes impressive, other times comical. Howling 3 abandons franchise continuity entirely, creating a standalone, eccentric entry whose absurdity and originality make it oddly compelling despite its lost identity. Prison, 1987. When a long-abandoned penitentiary is reopened, the walls don't just echo with history, they're alive with vengeance. As new inmates move in and guards take their posts, strange occurrences begin to plague the prison. Lights flicker, shadows move, and soon the violent ghost of an executed inmate returns to exact revenge on anyone within the crumbling fortress. Directed by Rennie Harlin, just before he broke into Hollywood with A Nightmare on Elm Street 4 and Die Hard 2, Prison is a stylish supernatural horror set against the backdrop of steel bars and locked cells. Viggo Mortensen stars in one of his earliest roles as Burke, a mysterious prisoner drawn into the haunting, while Lane Smith plays the warden, whose past sins may have awakened the wrath now stalking the halls. The setting itself is a character. Filmed in a real, decommissioned Wyoming prison, the cold stone walls and endless corridors give the film an authentic, oppressive atmosphere. Special effects from John Carl Buechler bring the haunting to life with fiery apparitions, gruesome deaths, and sequences that push the boundaries of late 80s practical gore. What makes Prison memorable is the blend of gothic horror and gritty realism. It's part ghost story, part revenge tale, and part prison drama, with Harlan's flair for visual style making it feel larger than its modest budget. While it didn't find major success on release, Prison has grown into a cult favorite, celebrated for its strong performances, moody setting, and striking effects. It's a hidden gem of 1987 that shows horror can thrive even in the most unlikely and unforgiving places. Hellraiser, 1987. Clive Barker's Hellraiser is a descent into a world where pain and pleasure blur into something unrecognizable, a gothic nightmare that introduced one of horror's most iconic creations. Adapted from Barker's novella, The Hellbound Heart, it's a story about forbidden desire, betrayal, and the horrors that come from opening doors best left closed. The film begins with Frank Cotton, a man consumed by lust and obsession, who unlocks the puzzle box known as the Lament configuration. In doing so, he summons the Cenobites. extra-dimensional beings who exist to explore the extremes of sensation through torture. Frank is torn apart, but when his brother's family moves into the house where he died, he manages to return in a grotesque, half-resurrected form, needing blood to regain his body. Claire Higgins gives a chilling performance as Julia, Frank's former lover, who lures men to their deaths in order to help him regenerate. Ashley Lawrence as Kirsty becomes the unlikely heroine, discovering the truth about the Cenobites and their horrifying bargains. And then, of course, there's Doug Bradley as Pinhead, calm, regal, and terrifying, a figure who would go on to become a legend of 1980s horror. Hellraiser's strength lies in its willingness to embrace the grotesque. From the skinless resurrection scene to the hooks and chains of the Cenobites' world, Barker's imagination is brought to life with practical effects that remain shocking to this day. Yet beneath the gore lies a story about temptation and consequence, about people so consumed by desire that they willingly unleash hell upon themselves. With its mix of surreal horror, erotic undertones, and unforgettable visuals, Hellraiser carved out a place unlike anything else in the genre. It's not just about monsters. It's about the terrifying cost of chasing pleasures beyond human limits. Night Flyers, 1987. A team of scientists charters a mysterious spaceship to track down the origins of an alien life form. But once they board the Night Flyer, it becomes clear that the real danger is closer to home. The ship's reclusive captain never appears in person, only communicating through holograms. And as the mission unfolds, paranoia, sabotage, and sudden death tear the crew apart. Directed by Robert Collector and based on a novella by George R.R. Martin, Night Flyers blends science fiction with horror and suspense. The cast includes Catherine Mary Stewart, best known from The Last Starfighter and Night of the Comet, along with Michael Pred and John Standing. Their performances ground a story that feels equal parts gothic and futuristic. The atmosphere is moody and claustrophobic. Long metal corridors, eerie control rooms, and the ever-present hum of machinery give the ship an oppressive character of its own. When violence erupts, the film doesn't shy away from gore, but much of the tension comes from mistrust among the crew and the unsettling presence of the unseen captain. What sets Night Flyers apart is its literary origin. Martin's story adds layers of mystery and fatalism that give the film more depth than the average space thriller. While budget limitations kept it from reaching blockbuster polish, the ambition is clear, and the gothic in space tone makes it feel unique. Though often overlooked, Night Flyers stands as a fascinating entry in 80s sci-fi horror, a bleak atmospheric tale of isolation and betrayal among the stars, wrapped in paranoia and shadows. Return to Horror High, 1987. A low-budget film crew returns to a high school where multiple murders occurred years earlier, planning to dramatize the crimes for a cheap horror movie. As production begins, cast and crew start dying in ways that echo both the original murders and the scenes being filmed. The line between recreation and reality collapses as it becomes clear someone is using the production as cover. Directed by Bill Froelich, Return to Horror High experiments with meta-horror nearly a decade before it became mainstream. The ensemble includes an early appearance from George Clooney, alongside Laurie Lethan and Brendan Hughes. Performances vary, with actors often playing multiple layers of character, adding to the film's deliberate confusion. The structure constantly shifts between flashbacks, staged scenes, and real-time killings. Practical effects deliver standard slasher violence, stabbings, throat cuts, and sudden attacks, while the school setting provides familiar geography. The twist-heavy finale aims for cleverness, but ends up muddy rather than revelatory. The film's ideas are stronger than its execution. It gestures toward commentary on exploitation and horror filmmaking without fully committing to satire or suspense. Messy but ambitious, Return to Horror High is more interesting as a concept than a finished product, a rough sketch of where meta-horror would eventually go. Creepshow 2, 1987. Three more tales of ironic horror unfold in this sequel inspired by EC Comics. A wooden statue avenges its murdered shopkeepers. Teenagers at a remote lake are hunted by a living oil slick. A hit-and-run victim returns again and again to confront the woman who killed him. Between stories, animated comic book segments follow a bullied paperboy dealing with neighborhood tormentors. Michael Gornick directs from a script by George Romero, adapting stories by Stephen King. With only 3 segments, the film gives each story more room to breathe. The cast includes Lois Chiles, George Kennedy, Dorothy Lamour, and a group of young actors who sell the escalating terror. The effects are strongest in The Raft, where the creature's simplicity makes it more disturbing. Victims are pulled under and digested on-screen with prolonged cruelty. The Hitchhiker relies on repetition and decay, showing its antagonists deteriorate. The animated segments maintain the comic book style through hand-drawn visuals. Creepshow 2 doesn't match the original's range, but it captures the same mean spirit. Characters get exactly what they deserve, often in excessive fashion. The Raft alone earned the film its cult reputation, making this a sequel that works best when it embraces its nastiest instincts. Rock and Roll Nightmare, 1987. This is one of those movies where the ambition is huge, the budget is not, and the result becomes cult legend. What starts like a simple band recording in a remote house setup quickly turns into a supernatural battle story that goes completely off the rails. A hard rock group holes up at an isolated farmhouse to work on new songs. The location turns out to be tied to a violent demonic event, and creatures begin stalking the band at night. Just when it looks like a standard pick-them-off horror story, the film pivots hard. The lead singer reveals he planned the whole scenario and is actually a celestial warrior drawing evil forces into a final trap. John Michael Thor anchors the film and supplies the music, performing with full rock god confidence the entire time. The movie was shaped around his image and sound, and that focus never wavers. Long performance scenes are woven directly into the story, sometimes stopping the plot completely so the songs can play out. Creature work ranges from hand puppets to suit performers to simple stop motion in the finale. None of it is polished, but it is memorable. The final showdown aims for epic mythology with very homemade tools, which is a big part of the charm. It's a true cult oddity. Part horror film, part rock showcase, part cosmic fantasy. The twist ending alone guarantees it sticks in your head, whether you buy into it or not. Bad Taste, 1987. Aliens have invaded a small New Zealand town, harvesting humans to supply an intergalactic fast food operation. A 4-man government response team is sent in to investigate the disappearance of the local population and eliminate the threat. What follows is non-stop chaos, exploding heads, chainsaw battles, and extreme gore as the team fights through an alien-infested town that's already far beyond saving. Peter Jackson directs, writes, produces, shoots, and stars in his feature debut, a passion project made over several years on weekends with friends and almost no budget. Jackson and the small cast play multiple roles, leaning hard into slapstick violence and exaggerated performances. Nothing is subtle, and nothing is restrained, but the commitment is absolute. The practical effects are the real attraction. Heads burst apart, brains are eaten, bodies are dismembered with gleeful excess. Every effect was built by hand. Costumes, gore rigs, weapons, and the homemade quality becomes part of the appeal. The violence is constant and cartoonish, closer to Looney Tunes than traditional horror. Despite the limitations, the action is staged with surprising clarity and energy. Bad Taste is crude, juvenile, and relentlessly over the top. It's not polished or sophisticated, but it's a clear statement of intent. Years before his mainstream success, Jackson proved he could turn enthusiasm, creativity, and sheer determination into something wildly entertaining. A cult classic built on passion rather than resources. Dark Age, 1987. The Australian outback is a place of extremes. Blazing heat, endless plains, winding rivers, and a wilderness that's as beautiful as it is unforgiving. It's here that Arch Nicholson's 1987 film Dark Age unfolds, blending suspense, creature thrills, and cultural tension into something more than just another killer crocodile movie. At the center is Steve Harris, a park ranger and herpetologist played by John Jarrett. His assignment seems straightforward: track down and stop a giant saltwater crocodile named Numenwari, blamed for a string of attacks. But this isn't just an ordinary predator. To the local Aboriginal community, Numenwari is sacred, a living vessel for ancestral spirits. For Harris, the mission quickly shifts from a matter of public safety into a moral crossroads. Does he protect people by killing the crocodile, or honor the traditions that demand its survival? That conflict deepens with the arrival of poachers like John Besser, who view Numenwari only as a payday. Harris is pulled between competing forces: opportunists seeking profit, communities fighting for respect, and the primal reality of nature itself. All the while, the crocodile remains an imposing and unpredictable presence, less a monster than a reminder of humanity's fragility in the wild. What makes Dark Age stand out is its atmosphere. The Australian outback isn't just a backdrop, it's a character in itself, shaping every moment with isolation and tension. Nicholson lingers on quiet stretches of land and water, ratcheting up suspense before releasing it in bursts of sudden violence. The crocodile effects are effective, but it's the pacing and mood that keep the danger looming. Beyond the thrills, the film weaves in themes of cultural respect, environmental responsibility, and the uneasy balance between progress and tradition. It may not have been a mainstream hit, but over time Dark Age has earned a reputation as one of the more thoughtful entries in the creature feature genre. By the end, it's not just a story of man against beast. It's a reflection on how we choose to live alongside nature, and the cost when that balance is broken. Street Trash, 1987. Street Trash is a notorious cult classic directed by J. Michael Muro, blending dark comedy, horror, and body horror in a way that's as outrageous as it is entertaining. Released in 1987, this 91-minute film dives into the gritty underbelly of New York City, where a liquor store owner unknowingly sells a toxic concoction called Tenafly Viper to the local homeless population. The film opens with a shocking premise. When the homeless drink this lethal brew, they don't just get drunk, they melt into colorful goo. The visceral special effects and over-the-top gore create a unique viewing experience that pushes boundaries and challenges the viewer's tolerance for the grotesque. Following the chaos unleashed by the Tenafly Viper, we meet a cast of eccentric characters, including Fred, played by Mike Lackey, and Bronson, portrayed by Vic Noto. Their misadventures unfold against a backdrop of violence, necrophilia, and absurdity, all while maintaining a satirical edge that comments on social issues. With an IMDb rating of 5.9, Street Trash isn't for the faint of heart. It's a film defined by its unapologetic exploration of taboo subjects and its blend of humor with horror. The script is filled with memorable one-liners and outrageous scenarios, making it a distinctive entry in the realm of independent cinema. Though it may not appeal to everyone, those who appreciate its raw, unfiltered approach often find themselves captivated by its audacity. As a quintessential example of 80s B-horror, Street Trash has garnered a dedicated following for its unique take on the horror comedy genre. If you're looking for a film that's unapologetically bizarre and filled with wild imagination, Street Trash is definitely worth a watch. Anguish, 1987. This Spanish production is a high-concept, meta-cinematic experiment that dismantles the fourth wall with surgical precision. The narrative begins as a grotesque thriller about an optometrist who collects eyes under the influence of his overbearing mother. However, the film soon reveals itself to be a movie within a movie, shifting focus to an audience watching the events on screen. As a real-life killer begins stalking the aisles of that theater, the boundary between the projected horror and reality dissolves into a synchronized nightmare. By utilizing repetitive hypnotic imagery and a complex soundscape, the film attempts to psychologically manipulate its viewers. Zelda Rubinstein brings an unsettling energy to her role, while the transition between the internal film's aesthetic and the external world's sterile suspense creates a jarring, effective contrast. It doesn't just show a slasher story, it attempts to haunt the very space in which the film is being viewed. For the modern audience, This remains a daring outlier, predating the self-aware meta wave of the 90s by nearly a decade. It functions as both a brutal slasher and a sophisticated commentary on the voyeuristic nature of horror spectatorship. While the pacing is intentionally repetitive to simulate a trance, the payoff is a unique sensory overload climax. It is an essential watch for anyone interested in how cinema can blur the line between the screen and the spectator. Evil Dead 2, 1987. Sam Raimi's Evil Dead 2 is one of the rare sequels that completely reinvents the original, while staying true to its chaotic spirit. Instead of simply continuing the first film's story, Raimi uses the setup as a springboard for something far more inventive, a delirious mix of horror, comedy, and raw creativity that feels like it's sprinting from start to finish. Ash Williams returns to the infamous cabin, but this time the nightmare is even more unhinged. Demonic forces twist reality itself, turning the film into a non-stop barrage of flying cameras, splattering blood, and cartoonish violence. Bruce Campbell throws himself into the role with wild physicality, selling every scream, grimace, and one-liner with the energy of a man possessed. What makes Evil Dead 2 stand out isn't just its blend of tones, but how confident it feels in its madness. Raimi embraces low-budget ingenuity and turns it into a style. Every shot, every gag, every grotesque effect becomes part of the movie's rhythm. It's relentless, funny, and genuinely unsettling all at once. More than a sequel, Evil Dead 2 became a benchmark for creative horror filmmaking, proof that a director's imagination could turn even the simplest premise into something unforgettable. It didn't just expand a cult classic. It redefined how wild and expressive horror could be when rules went out the window. Near Dark, 1987. A small-town farm boy meets a mysterious young woman one night and is drawn into an intimate encounter that leaves him burned by sunlight the next morning. She returns with her family, a nomadic group of vampires drifting across America, killing to survive. They give him a choice: learn to live as one of them, or die. As he struggles with what he's becoming, his human family searches for him, unaware of how far he's fallen. Catherine Bigelow reimagines vampire mythology through the lens of a Western and a road movie. Adrian Pasdar plays the conflicted newcomer with genuine moral tension, while Jenny Wright gives her vampire an eerie, detached calm. The clan, Bill Paxton, Lance Henriksen, and Jeanette Goldstein, feel like a twisted family bound by violence and survival. Paxton in particular brings explosive, dangerous energy to every scene. Traditional vampire rules apply. Sunlight burns, blood sustains, but there are no capes or castles. The infamous bar sequence is staged with brutal efficiency, relying on practical effects and close-quarters carnage. Tangerine Dream's synth score pulses beneath the action, giving the film its nocturnal edge. Near Dark is a vampire film stripped of romance and nostalgia. It's about belonging, violence, and the cost of survival. Dusty, mean, and unforgettable. A Nightmare on Elm Street 3, Dream Warriors, 1987. The last survivors of Elm Street are locked away in Weston Hills Psychiatric Hospital, diagnosed as disturbed, drugged to stay awake. But the dreams still come, and so does Freddy. Nancy Thompson returns, now older and wiser, to guide a new group of teens who discover they can fight back in the dream world, harnessing powers drawn from their deepest selves. Together, they become the Dream Warriors. Director Chuck Russell unleashes the franchise's full imagination. Acrobatic flips, slicing through nightmares. Wizard spells clashing with razor gloves. A primetime TV execution that shocks and delights. Patricia Arquette leads a vivid ensemble, each team given distinct flair and heartbreaking vulnerability, while Robert Englund's Freddy sharpens into the gleefully cruel showman fans adore. Elaborate set pieces, inventive kills, and a richer backstory elevate the horror into spectacle. Practical effects and dream logic reach bold new heights, blending terror with adolescent empowerment. Dream Warriors stands as the series' creative peak, where Freddy became a true icon, the mythology deepened, and the nightmares felt thrillingly alive. For many, it remains the definitive Elm Street chapter, bigger, darker, and unforgettably fun. Stage Fright, 1987. A theater company rehearses a musical inspired by a serial killer. When one of the actresses is injured, she's taken to a nearby psychiatric hospital, unaware that an actual murderer has just escaped from the same facility. He follows the group back to the theater. Hoping to push rehearsals through the night, the show's director locks the cast inside, sealing them in with someone who begins killing them one by one. The film makes strong use of its setting from the start. Michel Soavi's direction is precise, with clear geography that keeps the audience oriented even as escape routes disappear. Barbara Cupisti and David Brandon lead the cast, with Brandon standing out as the arrogant director whose ego creates the situation in the first place. The killer's oversized owl mask is instantly recognizable, strange, theatrical, and unsettling without explanation. Violence is staged with intention rather than speed. The theater becomes a toolbox for murder, with stage equipment, props, and backstage spaces repurposed into traps. Kills are graphic but carefully framed, emphasizing movement and composition over chaos. Practical effects are prominent, and the confined environment keeps tension high as the cast is gradually boxed in. Stage Fright is a straightforward slasher elevated by visual control. It doesn't spend time on psychology or backstory, focusing instead on pacing, atmosphere, and execution. The result is a lean, stylish thriller that understands how to use space, lighting, and spectacle to keep familiar material feeling sharp. Dolls, 1987. During a violent storm, a group of travelers take shelter in a remote mansion owned by an elderly couple who make handmade dolls. At first, the hosts seem gentle and accommodating, but it quickly becomes clear their creations aren't just decorations. The dolls are alive, and they exist to punish cruelty, greed, and selfish behavior. As the night unfolds, the house turns into a closed-off judgment zone, where bad behavior carries very specific consequences. Rather than leaning into realism, the film plays like a dark fairy tale. Stephen Lee appears as one of the stranded adults, while Carrie Lorraine plays Judy, a young girl whose kindness and imagination set her apart from the others. Guy Rolfe and Hilary Mason are quietly unsettling as the doll makers, projecting warmth on the surface while suggesting something far stranger underneath. The human characters are clearly divided into the deserving and the doomed. The effects are the film's main appeal. Stop-motion animation gives the dolls jerky, unnatural movement that feels intentionally wrong. Puppetry and practical effects handle the violence, which is often inventive and grimly humorous. Toy soldiers, miniature weapons, and porcelain figures become instruments of punishment rather than playthings. The mansion itself is staged like a distorted dollhouse, full of shadows and exaggerated scale. Dolls operates on storybook logic. Good characters are protected, bad ones aren't. It's playful, mean in measured doses, and aware of its own silliness. Not a straight horror film, and not a comedy either. Just a strange, controlled little nightmare built out of childhood fears and practical effects. Prom Night 2. Hello, Mary Lou, 1987. Prom Night 2 is one of those sequels that barely connects to its predecessor. And that's exactly why it works. Instead of continuing the original's slasher storyline, this one reinvents the series as a slick, supernatural revenge tale with a mischievous streak. Set in the late 80s but haunted by the ghosts of the 50s, it turns a simple prom night setup into a stylish blend of teen melodrama, possession horror, and campy flair. The story centers on Mary Lou Maloney, a rebellious prom queen from 1957 whose tragic death becomes local legend. Decades later, her spirit is unleashed during prom season at the same high school, possessing an unsuspecting student and wreaking havoc on anyone who gets in her way. Director Bruce Pittman fills the movie with surreal dream sequences, fiery visuals, and practical effects that rival much bigger productions of the time. What makes Hello, Mary Lou stand out is its confidence. It's playful but genuinely eerie, leaning into visual flair and gallows humor without ever losing its edge. Lisa Schrage's performance as the vengeful Mary Lou is magnetic, equal parts seductive and terrifying, and the film's high school setting gives it that perfect mix of nostalgia and danger. Over the years, Prom Night 2 has earned its place as one of the best horror sequels of the 80s. Bold, self-aware, and dripping with attitude. It's a reminder that sometimes the best follow-ups are the ones that throw the rulebook out the window and just have fun haunting the halls. The Hidden, 1987, Los Angeles is hit by a wave of inexplicable violence. Ordinary people suddenly commit extreme crimes with no regard for survival, ending in explosive shootouts and apparent suicides. An FBI agent arrives claiming to recognize the pattern, though he offers few explanations. The truth is stranger than anyone expects. Kyle MacLachlan's performance is key to the film's slow burn reveal. His stiff mannerisms and emotional detachment feel off in a way that gradually becomes purposeful. Michael Nouri plays the grounded detective counterpart, reacting with skepticism that mirrors the audience's own disbelief. Their evolving partnership gives the film its emotional anchor. Action scenes are staged with confidence. Car chases, gunfights, and physical confrontations grounded in practical stunt work. The alien parasite itself is kept mostly hidden, glimpsed just enough to remain unsettling. Violence is sudden and excessive, emphasizing the creature's thrill-seeking nature and disregard for human limits. The Hidden succeeds by refusing to wink at the audience. It treats its premise seriously, letting the absurdity emerge organically. Fast-paced, clever, and surprisingly emotional, it's one of the strongest genre hybrids of the late 80s. Slumber Party Massacre 2, 1987. This sequel throws out the standard slasher rulebook and replaces it with dream logic, rock music, and one of the strangest killers of the 80s. Instead of a masked stalker, the threat here shows up in leather, sings his lines, and carries a guitar fitted with a spinning drill bit. The story follows Courtney, the younger sister of the first film's survivor. She is dealing with lingering trauma and violent nightmares. When she heads to a condo with her friends for a band rehearsal getaway, those nightmares stop feeling imaginary. A rockabilly-style killer begins appearing, performing musical taunts and attacking with the guitar drill as fantasy and reality start to blur. The villain is played by Atanas Ilic, whose performance leans fully into the musical side of the concept, mixing stage presence with slasher menace. Crystal Bernard anchors the film as Courtney and plays the emotional angle straight, which helps balance the wild tone. The friend group feels believable as a small band circle, which gives the chaos more weight when things turn dangerous. Director Deborah Brock steers the movie towards surreal horror instead of repeating the first film's simpler formula. Musical numbers interrupt the tension on purpose, and the staging often feels like a nightmare music video. The prop guitar weapon is a practical build and became the movie's signature image. Effects are practical and stylized, focusing on drill attacks and exaggerated dream visuals rather than realism. It is a bold left turn for a franchise sequel. Not traditionally scary, but memorable and offbeat, with a style that pushed it straight into cult status. For viewers who like their slashers mixed with music and strange imagery, this one stands alone. Prince of Darkness, 1987. By the late 1980s, John Carpenter had already given us Halloween, The Thing, and Escape from New York. But in 1987, he took a quieter, stranger route with Prince of Darkness, a film that feels like the world ending in slow motion, inside a crumbling Los Angeles church. The story begins when a priest discovers a sealed cylinder hidden beneath the building. Inside is a swirling green fluid that seems to defy science. A team of graduate students and scientists is brought in to study it, but as the liquid begins to seep into their world, reality itself starts to decay. Dreams become messages from the future. Possession spreads like infection. What they're confronting might not be the devil, but the physical embodiment of evil itself, a concept older than religion, buried beneath mathematics and physics. Donald Pleasance returns from Halloween, this time as a priest trying to rationalize faith against the impossible. Victor Wong and Dennis Dunn, fresh off Carpenter's Big Trouble in Little China, anchor the scientific side, and Alice Cooper appears as one of the church's possessed wanderers, a role inspired by his stage persona. Carpenter composed the score himself. a minimalist synth pulse that mirrors the film's sense of unstoppable dread. Though critics dismissed it at release, Prince of Darkness thrived on video shelves, becoming a favorite for late-night renters who wanted something deeper than slasher fare. It's a movie about the end of reason, where science meets faith and both lose. Few horror films capture that creeping sense that humanity was never meant to understand what's really out there. Blood Rage, 1987. If you were flipping through the horror section of your local video store in the late 80s, chances are the lurid cover of Blood Rage caught your eye. Set around Thanksgiving, a holiday rarely touched by horror, it delivers a family gathering gone horribly wrong, where twin brothers, one institutionalized and the other hiding his murderous streak, turn a suburban apartment complex into a blood-soaked battleground. Mark Soper pulls double duty as both twins, the unhinged Terry and the wrongly accused Todd, giving the movie its central hook. Louise Lasser plays their increasingly unstable mother, whose breakdowns add a bizarre layer of dark comedy to the chaos. But the real draw for late-night audiences and horror hounds was the gore. With outrageous kills, severed limbs, and gallons of fake blood, Blood Rage went all in on the splatter. Its campy dialogue and over-the-top violence made it exactly the kind of cult favorite that thrived on VHS shelves and midnight marathons. Though dismissed by critics at the time, Blood Rage has since earned its place as one of the most outrageous slashers of the decade. For fans of offbeat 80s horror, it's a messy, bloody, and oddly entertaining reminder that sometimes the weirdest movies are the most fun to discover. Steel Dawn, 1987. After the Great Wars turned the world into desert, civilization has crumbled into dust and silence. Wandering through it all is Nomad, a swordsman, survivor, and drifter played by Patrick Swayze. He's haunted by the death of his mentor and searching for peace in a place where peace doesn't exist. When he comes across a struggling settlement under attack from a ruthless land baron, Nomad is pulled into one last fight to protect what little hope remains. Released in 1987, Steel Dawn is a curious hybrid, part Mad Max, part Shane, and all 80s fantasy wasteland. Directed by Lance Houle and shot in the parched landscapes of Namibia, it trades in car chases for sword fights, giving the apocalypse a more mystical, almost samurai flavor. The result is a moody, visually rich film that feels like the calm between explosions, where violence and humanity coexist in equal measure. Patrick Swayze brings real weight to the role, right at the height of his 80s fame, and the film's emotional undercurrent is strengthened by the presence of Lisa Niemi, Swayze's real-life wife, as the settlement leader he grows close to. The chemistry between them adds something rare to the genre, genuine warmth in a world gone cold. The villain, Jux, a greedy tyrant obsessed with controlling the land's last underground water source. His army of scavengers and mercenaries keeps the threat constant, and when the final showdown comes, it's a gritty, dust-filled sword duel that feels both Western and wuxia-inspired. While Steel Dawn wasn't a hit at release, it found a second life on VHS shelves and late-night cable. Its mix of stoic heroism, desolate beauty, and restrained action made it stand apart from the louder, more chaotic entries of the era. It's a quieter apocalypse. Not about who has the biggest gun or fastest car, but who still has the will to fight for decency when the world no longer deserves it. The Lost Boys, 1987. Two brothers move with their mother to a California coastal town that prides itself on sunshine, music, and nightlife. The older brother is quickly drawn to a group of motorcyclists who rule the boardwalk after dark. The younger brother starts to notice something isn't right. The gang never appears during the day, people keep turning up dead, and Santa Carla's reputation as a dangerous place isn't just a joke. Before long, the truth becomes unavoidable. The town is crawling with vampires. The film keeps its focus on relationships rather than mythology. Jason Patric plays the older brother as restless and easily influenced, while Corey Haim grounds the story as the observant younger sibling trying to hold the family together. Kiefer Sutherland's David stands out immediately, confident, predatory, and completely at ease with what he is. He isn't tortured or conflicted. He enjoys the lifestyle. Corey Feldman and Jameson Newlander appear as the Frog Brothers, local self-styled vampire hunters whose blunt delivery cuts through the film's darker moments. Visually, the movie is rooted firmly in the late 80s. Blue lighting, fog, and stylized night scenes give the town an artificial glow that fits the story's surface-level glamour. The soundtrack leans heavily into rock and new wave, reinforcing the idea that this version of vampirism is about image as much as hunger. Effects rely on practical makeup and wirework, keeping the supernatural elements tactile rather than slick. The Lost Boys works because it treats vampirism as a lifestyle choice before revealing its cost. It's less about ancient curses and more about temptation, peer pressure, and the appeal of never growing up. Stylish, accessible, and carried by charisma, it's a horror film that understands exactly who it's talking to and why the danger looks so appealing at first. Creepazoids, 1987. In the ruins of a post-apocalyptic 1998, a group of deserters takes refuge in an abandoned research facility, hoping to escape acid rain and radiation. But what they find inside is far worse. A monstrous creature born of genetic experiments gone wrong, stalking them through the darkened hallways and feeding on anyone unlucky enough to cross its path. Directed by David DeCoteau, Creepazoids is a low-budget sci-fi horror that wears its alien influence proudly while adding its own grim, late-night flavor. The film stars Scream Queen Linnea Quigley, who brings energy and grit to the role of one of the survivors. The monster may not have had a blockbuster budget behind it, but the filmmakers lean into atmosphere, dim corridors, dripping pipes, and claustrophobic rooms that make every encounter tense. The practical effects, though rubbery at times, deliver plenty of slime, gore, and even a grotesque mutant baby reveal that gives the film its infamous reputation. What makes Creepazoid stand out is its scrappy determination. Running just over 70 minutes, it wastes no time, packing in creature attacks, gore, and apocalyptic dread without unnecessary filler. It's the kind of movie that thrived on VHS rentals, delivering exactly what its lurid cover promised. Though overlooked on release, Creepazoids carved out cult status as a quick, grimy slice of 80s sci-fi horror. It may not reinvent the genre, but it delivers the monsters, the atmosphere, and the late-night energy that kept fans rewinding for more. The Kindred, 1987. The story revolves around Dr. Philip Lloyd, played by Rod Steiger, a geneticist who returns to his late mother's family home with a group of assistants to uncover the secrets of her groundbreaking research on rapid human evolution. As they delve deeper into the mystery, they discover that Philip has a monstrous, tentacled baby brother named Anthony, the terrifying result of his mother's experiments. With a rival scientist also on the hunt for Anthony, the tension escalates as Philip and his team race against time to find the creature before it falls into the wrong hands. The film features a blend of body horror and supernatural elements, with practical effects that create a chilling atmosphere. Alongside Steiger, the cast includes Kim Hunter and David Allen Brooks, whose performances add depth to the suspenseful narrative. The Kindred is noted for its eerie setting and engaging plot, though it has received mixed reviews over the years. It currently holds an IMDb rating of 5.7, reflecting its status as a cult classic among horror enthusiasts. Critics have praised its unique premise, which combines elements of science fiction and horror, and its exploration of ethical dilemmas in scientific experimentation. The film showcases impressive creature effects, particularly in its climax, where the true horror of Anthony is revealed. While some viewers find the setup slow, the payoff is filled with tense and shocking moments, making it a memorable entry in the genre. With its mix of suspense, horror, and drama, The Kindred remains a noteworthy film for those who appreciate 80s horror cinema, exploring themes of family, legacy, and the consequences of playing with nature. Blue Monkey, 1987. When a mysterious insect bite sends an elderly man to the hospital, doctors are baffled by his rapid decline. Soon, a strange larva is discovered, growing at an alarming rate, and before long, the hospital itself becomes ground zero for a monstrous outbreak. Quarantined inside, doctors, patients, and police must fight for survival as the creature mutates into something far deadlier. Directed by William Fruet, Blue Monkey, retitled Insect in some markets, is a Canadian creature feature that embraces its B-movie energy. Steve Railsback leads the cast as Detective Stenning, alongside Gwyneth Walsh and John Vernon, who add grit and authority to the escalating chaos. The effects are practical and gooey, with puppetry and prosthetics bringing the oversized monster to life. Hospital corridors become hunting grounds, while flickering lights and sterile labs add to the sense of containment and claustrophobia. Though often overlooked in favor of bigger-budget 80s monster movies, Blue Monkey delivers the kind of slimy, over-the-top thrills that made late-night VHS rentals unforgettable. The Monster Squad, 1987. A group of monster-obsessed kids discovers that Dracula is real, and he's assembling his allies to complete a ritual that will give him permanent power. Frankenstein's monster, the Wolfman, the Mummy, and the Gill Man are all part of the plan. Dracula has one night to succeed, and the kids are the only ones who know what's coming. Fred Dekker crafts a love letter to classic Universal monsters filtered through 80s kid adventure. Andre Gower, Ryan Lambert, and Ashley Bank feel like real friends rather than movie caricatures. Their knowledge of monster lore becomes a weapon rather than a gimmick. Tom Noonan brings unexpected emotion to Frankenstein's monster, playing him as confused and lonely rather than monstrous. Stan Winston's effects are outstanding. The creatures look authentic while remaining fully functional in action scenes. The Wolfman transformation is especially impressive, and the final confrontation delivers real spectacle without losing heart. The Monster Squad blends humor, horror, and sincerity without talking down to its audience. It failed theatrically but thrived on home video, becoming a beloved cult classic. A rare family-friendly horror film that respects both kids and monsters. Doom Asylum, 1987. A group of friends explores an abandoned mental hospital, only to discover that it's not as empty as it looks. Lurking in the shadows is a disfigured former lawyer turned mad surgeon, still bitter, still bloody, and armed with medical tools that definitely weren't meant for patients. Doom Asylum is one of those movies that feels like it was made entirely out of leftover reels from 10 other slashers. It's chaotic, cheap, and completely self-aware, mixing bad jokes, rubber gore, and over-the-top performances that flirt with parody. The killer monologues, the victims argue about movies, and half the dialogue sounds like it was improvised on the spot. But that's exactly why it works. This isn't about scares, it's about tone. The movie moves like a punk comedy of errors, absurd deaths, screaming metal guitar riffs, and editing that feels more like a fever dream than a script. And somewhere underneath all that chaos, you can tell everyone's having fun with it. It's the kind of horror movie you can't take seriously, but also can't forget. Doom Asylum exists in that special corner of 80s horror, where the line between slasher and spoof completely disappears, and somehow that makes it even more entertaining. Enigma, 1987. At an exclusive girls' school in Boston, a shy student named Kathy becomes the target of cruel bullying that ends in tragedy. But her story doesn't end there. Left comatose in a hospital, Kathy's mind reaches out for revenge, channeling her rage through a new student who suddenly arrives on campus. What follows is a series of bizarre and gruesome deaths, each one stranger than the last. Directed by Italian horror master Lucio Fulci, Enigma blends supernatural revenge with surreal imagery. The cast includes Lara Lamberti as Ava, the unsuspecting conduit for Kathy's spirit, while Jared Martin brings authority as the Doctor trying to unravel the mystery. Their performances anchor the film's wild mix of gothic atmosphere and exploitation shocks. The deaths are the film's calling card. Victims suffocated by snails, attacked by visions, and destroyed in ways that feel like waking nightmares. Fulci's flair for turning dream logic into horror is on full display, creating scenes that linger long after the credits roll. What makes Enigma stand out is its attempt to fuse Italian horror excess with American-style settings. While sometimes uneven, it captures that unmistakable Fulci energy. Stylish, gory, and tinged with the surreal. Though it never reached the notoriety of Fulci's earlier classics, Enigma has gained cult appreciation as a late-era gem from one of horror's most distinctive voices. It's a film that asks what happens when cruelty awakens something stronger than death, and answers with imagery only Fulci could conjure. Gandhar, aka Light Years. 1987. A crystalline civilization built on harmony and biological intelligence faces an impossible threat. Metallic invaders who transform living beings into stone. What begins as a defensive war soon reveals itself as something far more destabilizing, a conflict rooted in time itself, where cause and effect fold back into paradox. Designed by Kaza, the world unfolds with Art Nouveau elegance. Organic architecture curves and breathes, suggesting a society shaped by evolution rather than industry. This makes the arrival of the metal men especially jarring. Their rigid mechanical forms slice through the frame, visually embodying the clash between nature and cold futurism. Even dialogue-heavy moments remain hypnotic, carried by the richness of the designs. The narrative grows increasingly ambitious. Time travel is not a gimmick here, but the core dilemma, looping history back on itself and reframing heroism as responsibility rather than conquest. An English-language release attempted to repackage the film with familiar names, but the original French version preserves its ambiguity and philosophical weight. This final feature never found a wide audience, slipping between art house obscurity and mainstream indifference. Yet, as Leloux's closing statement, it feels fitting, beautiful, intellectually restless, and quietly unsettling, a meditation on utopia that refuses easy answers. The Stepfather, 1987. A man murders his family, cleans himself up, changes his appearance, and walks away. He's not on the run. He's resetting. What he wants is a perfect household, a devoted wife, respectful children, and a version of suburban life that matches the image in his head. When families inevitably fall short, he eliminates them and starts over. In his latest home, things almost work until his new stepdaughter begins to notice cracks in his carefully rehearsed normalcy. The film builds its tension through observation rather than mystery. Terry O'Quinn plays Jerry Blake as calm, polite, and deeply unsettling, never tipping into caricature. He believes completely in the role he's playing, and that belief makes him dangerous. Jill Sholin gives the story its grounding point as the stepdaughter, whose initial discomfort gradually turns into certainty that something is very wrong. Violence is used sparingly and without flourish. Most of the unease comes from behavior. Jerry practicing conversations alone in the basement, moments where he forgets details of his constructed life. Flashes of anger when reality doesn't cooperate. When violence does break out, it's abrupt and grounded, reinforcing the sense that this could happen anywhere. The suburban setting isn't stylized or exaggerated, it's deliberately ordinary. The Stepfather works because it keeps its horror close to reality. There are no supernatural elements, no elaborate schemes. Just a man forcing the world to conform to his fantasy. O'Quinn's performance carries the film, turning a straightforward thriller into something quietly disturbing. It's restrained, uncomfortable, and effective in ways that linger longer than spectacle ever could. The Nest, 1987. On a quiet island community, residents suddenly find themselves under attack by a swarm of genetically engineered cockroaches. These aren't your average pests. They bite, they swarm, and they adapt in horrifying ways, sometimes even merging with their victims. As the infestation spreads, the small-town sheriff, scientists, and locals must fight for survival against a plague that seems impossible to contain. Directed by Terrence H. Winkless, The Nest is a gooey creature feature throwback with plenty of late 80s gore. Robert Lansing stars as the hard-edged exterminator brought in to battle the bugs, while Lisa Langlois and Frank Luz round out the human side of the fight. Their performances give the film a grounded center amid the chaos. What makes the film stand out are its effects. practical gore sequences filled with twitching mandibles, grotesque mutations, and bodies consumed in stomach-churning detail. One of the most infamous scenes involves a human-roach hybrid that delivers exactly the kind of nightmare fuel VHS renters were looking for. The setting, a sunny, seemingly idyllic island, contrasts sharply with the horror crawling through kitchens, sewers, and bedrooms. This clash between the everyday and the monstrous gives the nest its punch, turning the ordinary fear of cockroaches into something far more grotesque. Though dismissed as a B-movie bug flick on release, The Nest found its audience on VHS shelves, where its mix of schlocky, fun, and disturbing effects made it a cult favorite. It's a film that proves even the smallest creatures can deliver the biggest scares. Opera, 1987. A young soprano replaces the injured star in a production of Verdi's Macbeth, only to attract attention of a deranged killer who forces her to watch murders by taping needles under her eyes so she can't look away. The killer's obsession with making her witness violence connects to trauma from her past and her famous opera singer mother's mysterious fate. The protagonist is trapped in nightmare, where her artistic success brings death and forced spectatorship. Argento's camera work reaches new heights of technical complexity, with elaborate sequences prowling through the opera house and point-of-view shots from ravens monitoring the action. The practical effects are exceptionally brutal. The needle-taped eyes concept is genuinely horrifying, and various deaths are graphically realized. The opera house setting provides gothic grandeur, backstage areas becoming maze where the killer stalks victims. The climax delivers typical Argento excess with revelations about parentage and motivations. Opera represents Argento's last truly exceptional film, combining his visual mastery with some of his most disturbing concepts, the forced witnessing becoming metaphor for horror spectatorship itself. From a Whisper to a Scream, 1987. In a small Tennessee town with a dark reputation, a local historian recounts a chain of grim stories tied to its past. Each tale reveals another layer of violence and corruption, suggesting the town itself is steeped in evil. The segments range from obsession and forbidden love to wartime horror, cursed bargains, and revenge from beyond the grave. The film is structured as a four-part anthology connected by a jailhouse framing story. Vincent Price appears as the historian narrator, guiding the listener through each chapter with his signature voice and presence. It stands as his final horror film performance, and he plays it straight, not campy. The individual stories feature a mix of recognizable character actors. Performances are earnest across the board, which helps ground even the more extreme material. Effects lean practical and often go further than expected, with decay makeup, period violence, and grim payoff moments in several segments. Each story has a slightly different visual style, but the overall tone stays bleak and gothic, centered on the cursed town theme. A darker anthology than most of its era, tied together by Price's narration and a consistently mean streak. Uneven but memorable, and notable as a late entry in his horror legacy. The Video Dead, 1987. When a mysterious television set is mistakenly delivered to a suburban home, it doesn't just play late-night movies. It unleashes the undead. Soon zombies crawl out of the screen and into the real world, bringing bloodshed to the neighborhood while a new family moving in becomes their target. Directed by Robert Scott, The Video Dead is a true VHS-era cult film, built around its love of low-budget ingenuity and surreal horror. Roxana Augustin stars as Zoe, the teen daughter forced to confront the nightmare, while Rocky Duvall and Michael St. Michaels round out the cast of unlucky neighbors and zombie fodder. The film is remembered for its creative concept, the idea of a cursed TV bridging the gap between horror fiction and reality. The zombies here aren't your typical brain eaters. They're bizarre, almost dreamlike figures who toy with their victims before tearing them apart. Practical effects bring the carnage to life with plenty of gore and rubbery grotesqueries. What makes The Video Dead so enduring is its scrappy charm. It may not have had the polish of studio horror, but it makes up for it with energy, imagination, and a premise tailor-made for video store shelves. Its iconic box art, featuring a ghoul crawling from a TV screen, became a magnet for curious renters. While it never hit theaters, The Video Dead thrived in the VHS boom, gaining a reputation as one of the era's strangest and most inventive zombie films. It's a movie that embodies the spirit of late-night rentals, rough around the edges, but impossible to forget once you've seen it. American Gothic, 1987. Back in the late 80s, when horror fans were scouring video store shelves for something offbeat, American Gothic stood out as a strange and unsettling discovery. The film follows a group of stranded travelers who stumble onto a remote island, where they're taken in by an elderly couple and their unsettlingly childlike adult children. What begins as a chance for safety quickly spirals into a nightmare of twisted morality and violence. Rod Steiger and Yvonne DiCarlo bring an eerie charm to the roles of Ma and Pa, the seemingly kindly parents whose rigid sense of old-fashioned values hides something much darker. Their children, frozen in grotesque play acting, turn the island into a deadly playground where innocence and brutality collide. What gives American Gothic its staying power isn't just its kills or shocks, but its atmosphere. The uneasy blend of religious fervor, family dysfunction, and isolation that makes the whole island feel like another world. It's part slasher, part psychological horror, and part surreal fairy tale, stitched together with the unpredictable energy that defined so many late-night horror staples of the era. On the rental circuit, American Gothic became the kind of oddball gem that horror fans would recommend to friends who thought they'd seen it all. It may not have the fame of bigger titles, but for those who found it, the movie's off-kilter mix of innocence and madness made it unforgettable. Silent Night, Deadly Night. Part 2, 1987. A young man sits in a psychiatric office and begins recounting his past, including the holiday-themed crimes tied to his older brother. What starts as background quickly turns into a warning. Trauma, anger, and obsession have been building for years, and the story isn't finished yet. Much of the account revisits earlier events through extended flashbacks, but once the timeline reaches the present, his own instability takes center stage. Seasonal imagery, authority figures, and everyday confrontations push him closer to snapping. The film frames his story as both confession and justification. The structure leans heavily on the interview format, letting memory and interpretation guide the narrative instead of investigation. The lead performance is delivered at full intensity, creating several moments that later became widely quoted among cult horror fans. The tone swings between grim material and heightened delivery, which gives the film a strange late-night movie personality. It's also one of the more infamous sequel shortcuts of the era, turning recap footage into structure. And somehow that choice became part of its cult identity, rather than its downfall. Newly shot material features straightforward slasher-style set pieces using practical effects and stunt work, closing with a direct, no-nonsense rampage finish. Berserker, 1987. Deep in the forests of Utah, a group of friends heads out for a weekend of camping, drinking, and general bad decisions. But the woods have a legend. Long ago, Viking settlers cursed the land, and when the berserker rage takes hold, their spirits supposedly return to hunt the living. It's a strange premise. Nordic mythology meets American slasher. But that mix is what makes Berserker so fascinating. On the surface, it's another Teens in the Woods setup, complete with denim shorts, campfire stories, and slow pans through fog. But what sets it apart is its mood. The film feels damp, quiet, and eerie. You can almost smell the pine needles and cold air through the grain. The kills are spaced out, but the tension comes from the atmosphere. Long, moody shots and the unsettling idea that something ancient is stalking just beyond the trees. Berserker never quite decides if it's a supernatural horror movie or a grounded slasher, and that's part of its charm. It's caught in that weird space between myth and grindhouse, where every choice feels slightly off but oddly perfect for the time. The result is a film that feels like a local legend itself, half-remembered, quietly haunting, and unmistakably born from the golden age of VHS horror. Phantasm 2, 1988. Phantasm 2 picks up the nightmarish, surreal world established in Don Coscarelli's 1979 cult classic. Released in 1988, this sequel follows Mike, played by James LeGros, as he continues his battle against the terrifying tall man, portrayed by Angus Scrimm. Years after his traumatic encounters, Mike is still haunted by memories of the sinister mortician and his deadly minions. The story begins with Mike escaping from a mental institution, determined to stop the tall man once and for all. He reunites with Reggie, the loyal ice cream vendor played by Reggie Bannister, who has been drawn back into the chaos despite his own fears. Together they embark on a mission to confront the tall man and save Liz, Mike's love interest, who has become a target in the villain's twisted schemes. What sets Phantasm 2 apart is its seamless blend of horror, fantasy, and science fiction. The film expands the mythology of the tall man while maintaining the surreal, dreamlike atmosphere that made the original so distinctive. Practical effects, inventive camera work, and imaginative creature design keep viewers on edge, creating a sense of dread that is both visceral and uncanny. The tall man remains a figure of pure menace, embodying the fear of death and the unknown. Angus Scrimm's performance adds a chilling gravitas to the role, making him one of horror's most enduring villains. The film also explores themes of loss, trauma, and the struggle to confront evil, giving the narrative an emotional weight beneath the fantastical horror. Fans of the series will remember the flying spheres, the tall man's signature weapons, which return with even more creative and lethal designs. These sequences, combined with a tense and atmospheric score, enhance the suspense and highlight the film's unique visual style. Although opinions were mixed when it first hit theaters, Phantasm 2 has earned a devoted following over the years. Its surreal horror, inventive storytelling, and memorable performances make it more than just a typical sequel. It's an essential chapter in the Phantasm saga. By the end, the film leaves viewers with that lingering sense of unease and wonder, a reminder that the tall man's shadow looms large, and in this world nothing is ever as it seems. Killer Clowns from Outer Space, 1988. Clowns from Outer Space operates on pure nightmare logic. What if clowns were actually aliens who hunt humans using circus-themed weaponry? A small town is invaded by extraterrestrials who look like grotesque circus clowns, arriving in a spaceship disguised as a big top. They cocoon victims in cotton candy, hunt with acidic pies, and use balloon animals as tracking dogs, all played completely straight. The practical creature effects are the film's soul. Each clown has a distinct design and personality, brought to life through elaborate costumes, puppetry, and animatronics. The Kyoto brothers' background and effects work shows in every frame. These aren't just monster suits, but fully realized characters with unique movement and behavior. The spaceship interior is a carnival funhouse nightmare, all twisted corridors and bizarre architecture. Grant Kramer and Suzanne Snyder play the young couple, trying to convince authorities about the invasion, while John Allen Nelson adds heroism as an ice cream truck driver who becomes unlikely savior. The cast navigates the escalating chaos with appropriate urgency, treating the clown threat as genuinely dangerous rather than playing for laughs. This sincerity makes the horror comedy balance actually work. The film's tone is remarkably consistent. Scary enough to unsettle, weird enough to fascinate, and creative enough in its premise to remain memorable. Each clown weapon and hunting method feels like a twisted carnival game brought to life. Killer Clowns from Outer Space became an instant cult classic, representing everything great about 80s creature features: practical effects mastery, wild imagination, and commitment to ridiculous premises. Pledge Night, 1988. Paul Ziller directs this late 80s slasher that attempts to inject a supernatural, almost dream logic twist into the well-worn frat house subgenre. The story follows a group of pledges undergoing a series of increasingly humiliating and dangerous hazing rituals, only to inadvertently resurrect the vengeful spirit of a student who died during a prank decades earlier. It captures that specific transition in the horror landscape where the grounded, masked killer tropes of the early 80s were being replaced by the more flamboyant, personality-driven monsters, modeled after the success of Freddy Krueger. The film distinguishes itself through its embrace of the grotesque and the absurd, particularly in its death sequences. Rather than standard stabbings, the kills are elaborate, almost mean-spirited set pieces that utilize the college setting in creative and often nauseating ways. Anthrax lead singer Joey Belladonna provides a bizarre, high-energy presence as the antagonist, Sid, lending the film a heavy metal aesthetic that perfectly mirrors the loud, neon-soaked energy of 1988. It's a project that prioritizes cool visuals and gross-out effects over tight narrative cohesion, operating with a manic, unrefined enthusiasm. What makes this a fascinating watch today is its status as a time capsule of late 80s campus culture and the dying gasps of the original slasher boom. It manages to feel both like a mean-spirited critique of toxic fraternity rituals and a celebratory, gore-filled romp. While it lacks the suspense of the genre's masterpieces, it compensates with sheer variety and a refusal to take its premise too seriously. For those who appreciate the era's obsession with practical effects and high-concept villains, it remains a loud, messy, and thoroughly entertaining artifact of the decade's final horror output. Black Roses, 1988. The quiet town of Mill Basin isn't ready for what's about to hit its high school auditorium. A new heavy metal band called Black Roses rolls into town, promising thunderous riffs, wild shows, and the kind of energy that gets teenagers flocking to every performance. But behind the music lies something far more sinister. The band isn't just here to melt faces, they're here to claim souls. Black Roses is pure late 80s excess, fusing horror and heavy metal into a headbanging fever dream. The setup feels almost innocent, with skeptical parents and curious kids, but once the amps get cranked, reality starts to warp. Students fall under the spell of the music, their personalities changing, their darkest impulses surfacing. It's rock and roll possession at its loudest and most outrageous. The film doesn't hold back on visuals. Rubber-suited monsters erupting from speakers, surreal transformations mid-guitar solo, and gooey practical effects that embody the era's love for over-the-top spectacle. One minute you're watching a glam metal concert, the next you're in the middle of a demonic feeding frenzy. The concert sequences themselves are a blast, capturing the sweaty, neon-lit energy of the time before turning it into a nightmare. Beneath the leather, smoke, and pyrotechnics, Black Roses is a morality tale dressed in spikes. It taps into the anxieties of the Satanic Panic era, where music was feared as a corrupting influence, and pushes that fear into literal monster territory. The result is campy, outrageous, and deeply entertaining, especially for anyone who loves both horror and metal. Black Roses doesn't just play loud, it screams shreds and claws its way into cult classic territory. It's the kind of movie that proves sometimes the scariest thing isn't what's lurking in the dark. It's what's blasting from your stereo. Scarecrows, 1988. A group of mercenaries hijacks a plane, steals a pile of cash, and parachutes into the wrong part of nowhere, a dark, overgrown farmland surrounded by rotting scarecrows that seem just a little too lifelike. As night falls, the men realize they aren't alone, and something ancient and malevolent is using those fields as its hunting ground. Scarecrows is a movie that lives and dies by atmosphere. There's almost no music, barely any humor, and no comforting rhythm. Just wind, insects, and whispered radio chatter echoing across empty fields. It feels damp, heavy, and haunted, shot in deep shadows that make every scarecrow look like it's about to move. The pacing is slow but deliberate, creating tension through silence and isolation instead of jump scares. When the violence hits, it's sudden, brutal, and strangely beautiful. The work of filmmakers who knew how to make something cheap feel unnervingly real. While most slashers of the era were loud and cartoonish, Scarecrows plays it straight, and that seriousness makes it stand out. It's grim, mean, and genuinely eerie. One of the few low-budget horrors from the 80s that actually feels cursed, like a bad dream caught on tape. Bad Dreams, 1988. In the late 1970s, a young woman named Cynthia narrowly survives the fiery destruction of a cult known as Unity Fields, led by the fire-obsessed Franklin Harris. Burned and traumatized, she spends the next 13 years in a coma, only to awaken in a psychiatric hospital where reality and nightmare blur. As Cynthia struggles to piece her life back together, members of her therapy group begin dying in violent, seemingly self-inflicted ways. And she swears she sees Harris, long dead, lurking in the shadows, urging her to join him. Bad Dreams is often called a cousin to A Nightmare on Elm Street, and the comparison makes sense. Surreal deaths, dreamlike visuals, and a villain who can reach across the boundary of life and death. But what sets it apart is its tone, grim, psychological, and steeped in the trauma of surviving a cult. Jennifer Rubin, fresh off Elm Street 3, gives Cynthia a haunted vulnerability that makes her struggle deeply human, even as the horror around her escalates. The imagery is powerful. Scorched figures rising from the flames, Harris appearing with a preacher's calm amid chaos, and sudden transitions from the safety of a hospital ward into fiery visions of destruction. Practical effects sell both the gore and the dreamscapes, with burns, blood, and fire creating a tactile atmosphere of dread. At its heart, Bad Dreams is about guilt and survival. Cynthia's fight isn't just against a cult leader's lingering spirit, it's against the weight of memory and the scars of abuse. The film uses horror to explore the difficulty of reclaiming life after tragedy, even as it delivers the shocks and bloodshed audiences crave. Though overshadowed in its time, Bad Dreams stands as a sharp, unsettling entry in late 80s horror. It's part supernatural slasher, part psychological thriller, and it lingers long after the final flames fade. They Live, 1988. John Carpenter's They Live is a sci-fi action thriller with sharp Reagan-era commentary. Drifter Nada discovers sunglasses that reveal Earth is secretly controlled by aliens who manipulate humans through subliminal messages in advertising, media, and currency. Billboards and magazines suddenly display commands like obey, consume, and stay asleep, exposing a society blind to its own subjugation. Roddy Piper brings everyman grit to Nada, a working-class hero drawn into resistance by circumstance. His improvised line, "I have come here to chew bubblegum and kick ass, and I'm all out of bubblegum," became instant cult dialogue. Keith David plays Frank, his skeptical ally, enduring a 6-minute alley fight to finally understand the truth. Meg Foster portrays Holly Thompson, a media executive navigating the fine line between collaboration and rebellion. The aliens are skeletal humanoids hiding among the powerful and wealthy. Carpenter contrasts the city's gleaming towers with shantytown encampments, using practical effects to reveal the aliens through the glasses. Everyday objects become tools of propaganda, blending capitalism and authoritarian control with chilling subtlety. Carpenter balances political satire with action, from bank shootouts to television station raids, never letting the message overshadow the thrills. Initially a box office failure, They Live gained cult status in the home video era. Its anti-consumerist themes resonating decades later as media manipulation and wealth inequality have intensified. Monkey Shines, 1988. A promising athlete is left paralyzed from the neck down after a traffic accident, his independence suddenly gone. A scientist friend helps him regain some autonomy by providing a helper monkey named Ella, trained to assist with daily tasks. Unknown to him, Ella has been treated with an experimental neurological serum that dramatically increases her intelligence and creates a dangerous psychological link between them. As his frustration and rage grow, Ella begins acting on the dark impulses he can no longer express himself. George A. Romero directs a psychological horror that replaces large-scale threats with something intimate and unsettling. Jason Beghe gives a committed performance, conveying anger and helplessness through limited physical movement. Kate McNeil, John Pankow, and Joyce Van Patten round out the cast as people drawn into the fallout. The trained monkey performances are surprisingly effective, turning a small animal into a credible source of menace. The horror is rooted in vulnerability and dependency. Romero explores how resentment festers when autonomy is stripped away. Ella becomes the physical extension of that rage. The apartment setting reinforces the claustrophobia, turning a home into a trap. Monkey Shines is Romero working in a quieter, more psychological mode. It's uneven, but deeply uncomfortable in ways that linger. Less about spectacle than buried anger and loss of control, it's an overlooked entry that stands apart from his better-known work. The Serpent and the Rainbow, 1988. An anthropologist travels to Haiti to study a drug said to induce death-like paralysis. What begins as a scientific investigation spirals into political terror, dark magic, and rituals that defy logic. The line between reality and supernatural threat grows thinner with every discovery. Bill Pullman anchors the story with skepticism and mounting dread, while Kathy Tyson and Zake Smoke lend authenticity to a world that could easily have slipped into stereotype. Their performances help the horrors land with weight, making the supernatural feel credible and grounded. Surreal visions, hallucinatory sequences, and practical body horror blend seamlessly. Craven leans into the sensory experience of dread, burial-alive imagery, twisted rituals, and psychic torment keep tension high, while ambiguity about what's real sustains unease. It's one of Craven's most atmospheric and thoughtful films. The Serpent and the Rainbow balances ethnographic care with nightmare logic, delivering horror that's smart, viscerally unsettling, and lingering. The Unholy, 1988. The Unholy feels like the ultimate late-night discovery. One of those strange titles you'd rent because the box promised sin, demons, and glowing red eyes. Directed by Camilo Villa, it's part possession horror, part surreal religious nightmare. The story follows Father Michael, played by Ben Cross, a priest assigned to a New Orleans parish, where his predecessor was violently murdered at the altar. Locals whisper about a demonic seductress haunting the area, an entity that takes human form to tempt holy men into ruin. The film's opening scene wastes no time showing how deadly that temptation can be, setting the tone for everything that follows. Villa's direction leans heavily on atmosphere. The church is drenched in red and green light, full of fog, mirrors, and unholy symbolism. The final act goes full creature feature, with a massive puppet demon created by effects artist Bob Keane, who just worked on Hellraiser. The design was so ambitious that much of the mechanical creature had to be filmed in pieces, giving it an almost otherworldly motion. Ben Cross plays it straight, grounding the story as madness builds around him, while Trevor Howard and Hal Holbrook add gravitas in smaller supporting roles. Critics weren't sure what to make of it. Too strange to be mainstream, too slick to be forgotten. On VHS, though, The Unholy found its congregation. Viewers loved its mix of faith, flesh, and fever dream imagery. It's messy, ambitious, and impossible to look away from. A movie that turns theology into pure nightmare fuel. A Nightmare on Elm Street 4. The Dream Master, 1988. With the last dream warriors gone, Kristen clings to her power to pull others into dreams, until Freddy claims her. In her final moment, she passes the gift to quiet, daydreaming Alice Johnson, setting off a deadly chain. As Freddy picks off Alice's friends one by one, she absorbs their strengths and skills, transforming from wallflower to warrior in the ever-shifting dreamscape. Director Rennie Harlan cranks the franchise into overdrive. Time-loop diners, body horror transformations, karate battles against a razor-gloved killer. Robert Englund's Freddy revels in full showman mode. Quips sharper, kills more elaborate, timing honed to wicked perfection. Lisa Wilcox anchors the chaos as Alice, while a lively ensemble gives each victim memorable personality before their surreal ends. Practical and optical effects explode with late 80s flair, looping nightmares, insect metamorphoses, soul-sucking asthma attacks, all delivered with bold energy and dark humor. The Dream Master became the series' biggest hit, turning Freddy into a true pop culture juggernaut of the VHS age. Its imaginative, boundary-pushing dream sequences remain a high watermark for inventive horror spectacle, proof that sometimes bigger, louder nightmares hit hardest. Deadbeat at Dawn, 1988. Deadbeat at Dawn, directed by and starring Jim Van Beber, is a raw, uncompromising film that dives deep into gang violence, revenge, and the emotional toll of a life shaped by crime. The story follows Goose, the leader of the Ravens gang, who is ready to leave his violent past behind and start a new life. That plan is shattered when his girlfriend Christy is brutally murdered by a rival gang called the Spiders. Devastated and enraged, Goose embarks on a relentless quest for vengeance. He knows that each step could lead to his own death, but he is determined to see justice done. From the first scene, Deadbeat at Dawn immerses the viewer in chaos. Van Beber's direction is fearless and energetic, capturing the grimy, decayed urban landscape where the story takes place. The violence is stylized but visceral, and the cinematography reinforces the tension, making each confrontation feel immediate and dangerous. Van Beber's performance as Goose is powerful, portraying grief, rage, and determination in a way that drives the narrative forward. The film is a classic of underground 1980s cinema. It is unpolished, unapologetic, and deeply committed to its story. The score enhances the mood, while the gritty setting keeps the tension high from start to finish. Deadbeat at Dawn is about more than action. It is about the emotional weight of loss, the cycle of violence, and the choices people make when pushed to the edge. For anyone who appreciates cult classics with intense action, raw emotion, and a fearless approach to filmmaking, Deadbeat at Dawn is an unforgettable experience that lingers long after the credits roll. Return of the Living Dead Part 2, 1988. Military canisters containing zombie-creating gas are lost in transit, one ending up in a small town where curious kids open it. The toxic chemical raises the dead from a nearby cemetery, creating nearly indestructible zombies. Survivors, including a cable installer, the children, and local townspeople, scramble to stay alive as the military attempts drastic containment measures. Directed by Ken Wiederhorn, the sequel retreads the original's premise with a broader, family-friendly approach. James Karen and Tom Matthews return as different characters in familiar situations, while gore and dark humor are replaced with slapstick comedy. The punk aesthetic and countercultural edge are gone, swapped for suburban mainstream appeal. Practical effects remain solid, with makeup showcasing various states of decay. Zombies retain intelligence and speech, but the comedy undercuts genuine horror. By copying the original while removing its edge, Part 2 lost what made the series special, proving that The Return of the Living Dead worked because of its unique tone and style, not just the zombie premise. Hell Comes to Frogtown, 1988. In post-apocalyptic America, fertile men are rare commodities, and Sam Hell is one of the last. Problem is, he's also a stubborn loner who the government must coerce into a rescue mission. Infiltrate Frogtown, a settlement controlled by mutant amphibians, and recover fertile human women being held captive. Oh, and they've locked an electroshock device to his groin to ensure cooperation. Roddy Piper stars fresh off They Live, bringing the same everyman charisma to a premise that's somehow both sexploitation and genuine sci-fi adventure. The film plays the absurdity mostly straight. Mutant frogmen are treated as legitimate threats. The post-apocalyptic wasteland feels genuinely desolate, and the mission has real stakes despite the ridiculous setup. Sandal Bergman and Sek Varel play the government agents escorting him, providing both action competence and romantic tension. The frog mutant designs by Steve Wang are impressively detailed. Full creature suits with articulated faces that allow for actual performances. The inhabitants of Frogtown feel like characters rather than just monsters, with their own culture, hierarchy, and motivations. The practical effects work elevates what could have been cheap rubber suits into something memorably strange. Director Donald G. Jackson and R.J. Kaiser balance action, comedy, and surprisingly earnest world-building. The film delivers desert car chases, creature fights, and exploitation elements while maintaining internal logic. Hell Comes to Frogtown represents that brief moment when post-apocalyptic action met creature feature horror, and nobody questioned why. It's absurd, entertaining, and committed enough to its weird premise to actually work. Dead Ringers, 1988. With Dead Ringers, Cronenberg traded parasites and mutations for something far more intimate, psychological decay that feels just as invasive. Jeremy Irons delivers a career-defining dual performance as twin gynecologists Beverly and Elliot Mantle, brilliant doctors who share everything: their practice, their research, and even their lovers. When one of those relationships begins to divide them, the twins' perfect symmetry starts to crumble, and their obsession with control turns inward. Cronenberg treats their descent not as spectacle, but as tragedy. The surgical tools gleam like instruments of ritual, and the cold clinical setting feels detached from the real world, a sterile cathedral where flesh and identity lose meaning. The body horror here isn't about transformation, it's about dependency. The Mantles can't exist apart, and as their lives unravel, their shared madness becomes its own grotesque biology. Irons' dual performance is haunting, subtle, precise, and disturbingly believable. You forget you're watching one actor because he makes both brothers feel whole, yet fractured. Genevieve Bujold adds another layer of sadness as the actress who becomes both muse and mirror, the catalyst for their downfall. Released at the tail end of the 80s, Dead Ringers feels like the culmination of everything Cronenberg had been exploring for over a decade: identity, obsession, and the thin tissue separating mind from body. It's elegant, clinical, and devastating. By stripping away the overt horror, he revealed something far scarier: that self-destruction doesn't always come from mutation or infection. Sometimes it's born from the need to feel whole. Out of the Dark, 1988. When a killer clown starts targeting the employees of a phone sex hotline, what follows is part thriller, part black comedy, and entirely soaked in late 80s sleaze. The women who work the night shift become both prey and protagonists as they try to uncover who's behind the clown mask, a mystery that gets stranger with every call. Out of the Dark is one of those unmistakably LA horror films. Neon lights, palm trees, and constant rain on wet pavement that somehow looks straight out of a music video. It's filled with familiar faces from the era: Karen Witter, Tracy Walter, Bud Cort, all delivering performances that teeter between serious and self-aware. The movie plays like a crossover between a slasher, a neo-noir, and a Skinamax fever dream. It's stylish, grimy, and bizarrely confident in its own tone. The killer's clown persona gives it just enough surrealism to elevate it from typical thriller fare, while the score and cinematography scream 1988 in the best possible way. It's not scary so much as hypnotic, the kind of movie you half remember from a late-night cable run and wonder if you dreamed it. Out of the Dark is glossy trash done right, weirdly seductive, unapologetically 80s, and impossible to forget once you've seen that smile. Alice, 1988. In Alice, directed by Jan Svankmajer, we are treated to a surrealistic and darkly imaginative reimagining of Lewis Carroll's classic tale. This film, running for 86 minutes, combines live action with stop-motion animation, creating a visually striking and often unsettling experience. The story follows Alice, played by the enchanting Kristina Kohautova, as she navigates a bizarre and twisted version of Wonderland. Unlike the whimsical adaptations we commonly see, Svankmajer presents a nightmarish landscape filled with grotesque characters and unsettling imagery. From the very beginning, Alice's journey is marked by a sense of dread. The film opens with her contemplating her surroundings before being drawn into a world where the familiar becomes strange. The White Rabbit, for instance, is not the charming character we expect, but a disturbing figure that loses its stuffing and pulls out its watch from its stomach. Throughout her journey, Alice encounters a variety of surreal creatures, such as a sailing rat and a phallic frog footman, all presented with a blend of dark humor and horror. This adaptation explores themes of childhood innocence and the oppressive realities of growing up, contrasting the playful spirit of the original story with a more sinister undertone. Svankmeyer's mastery of animation brings everyday objects to life, creating a dreamlike atmosphere that is both enchanting and disturbing. The film's unique visual style captures the essence of a child's imagination, while also reflecting the darker aspects of reality. With an IMDb rating of 7.4, Alice stands out as a bold artistic statement that challenges conventional storytelling. It invites viewers to reconsider the nature of dreams and the loss of innocence, making it a fascinating watch for those who appreciate innovative cinema. If you're ready for an experience that deviates from the norm and delves into the surreal, this film is certainly worth exploring. Hack-O-Lantern, 1988. Halloween night becomes a family affair in Hack-O-Lantern, a strange mix of satanic panic, slasher, and surreal dream sequences. At the center is Tommy, a young man groomed by his grandfather, played with devilish glee by High Pike, to follow in the family tradition of dark rituals and blood sacrifice. As the town prepares for Halloween festivities, a hooded killer stalks the streets, and it's never clear if the evil comes from the cult, the family, or something even darker. Directed by Jag Mundra, the film captures the wild, low-budget energy of late 80s horror. The kills are delivered with gusto, ranging from electrocution to pitchfork impalements, all wrapped in pumpkins, masks, and firelit ceremonies. Adding to its offbeat charm are bizarre fantasy interludes, including a heavy metal music video sequence that feels ripped straight from a fever dream. The performances lean into camp, with Pike's over-the-top delivery standing out as both unsettling and oddly endearing. What the film lacks in polish, it makes up for in atmosphere. Small-town cemeteries, backroad cult gatherings, and the constant promise that something unholy is lurking nearby. While it never hit mainstream shelves like bigger Halloween-themed slashers, Hack-O-Lantern has carved out cult status for its mix of satanic horror, slasher chaos, and unintentional comedy. It's the kind of movie best discovered late at night, when the line between scary and strange doesn't really matter. Brain Damage, 1988. On the grimy streets of late 80s New York, a young man named Brian wakes up one morning with a problem he never expected. A parasite has taken up residence in his body. Not just any parasite, but Elmer, a sleek, leech-like creature with a sly voice and a hunger for brains. In exchange for feeding it fresh victims, Elmer rewards Brian with euphoric, hallucinatory trips that quickly spiral into addiction. What makes Brain Damage unforgettable is its brazen mix of street-level grit, psychedelic imagery, and grotesque body horror. Director Frank Henenlotter, known for Basket Case, takes things further here, blending the seediness of the city with mind-bending visuals. Brian's drug-like highs are shown in kaleidoscopic bursts of color, while his lows leave him writhing in withdrawal. A clear, if twisted, commentary on the era's battles with addiction. The kills are as outrageous as they are unsettling. Victims are lured in by Brian's haze of dependence, only to fall prey to Elmer's grotesque feeding. The infamous brain-draining sequences are a showcase of practical effects, managing to be equal parts disturbing and darkly funny. One sequence in a nightclub bathroom still shocks decades later, cementing the film's cult reputation. Yet beneath the sleaze and slime, Brain Damage has something to say. It's a parable of control, temptation, and the ruinous pull of dependency. Elmer isn't just a monster, he's the voice of temptation itself, cool and persuasive, whispering promises that can't possibly be kept. Henenlotter's film walks the line between exploitation and art, coding sharp social critique in neon blood and absurd humor. For fans of VHS-era cult horror, Brain Damage is a trip worth taking, though it's one you'll be glad you can walk away from. Ghoulies 2, 1988. The Ghoulies hitch a ride to a rundown traveling carnival, taking over the Satan's Den dark ride. Their attacks draw crowds who mistake the carnage for brilliant effects, boosting business while the body count climbs. Director Albert Band swaps gothic occult for colorful carnival chaos, embracing playful, self-aware creature antics. Damon Martin plays the nephew desperately trying to save his uncle's failing show from real demons. Royal Dano chews scenery as the greedy owner exploiting the special effects. John Carl Buechler's puppets get more screen time and personality. Mischievous, violent, and perfectly suited to funhouses, rides, and backstage mayhem. Creative kills weaponize the attractions. Acid vats, giant fans, electrified tracks. Ghoulies 2 improves on the original by delivering what fans wanted. More creatures, less pretentious plotting, and unapologetic fun. The carnival setting turns modest budget into vibrant spectacle, proving Empire Pictures nailed the entertaining creature feature formula. Pumpkinhead, 1988. When a careless accident kills his young son, rural shopkeeper Ed Harley is consumed by grief and rage. Desperate for justice, he turns to a local witch and resurrects Pumpkinhead, a demon born from mountain folklore and buried long ago. As the creature hunts the responsible teenagers, Ed realizes he's bound to it, forced to witness each act of vengeance through a psychic link that makes escape impossible. Stan Winston's directorial debut treats the story as a folk horror tragedy rather than a simple monster movie. Lance Henriksen delivers a deeply human performance, charting Ed's collapse from grieving father to a man hollowed out by guilt and consequence. Even the teenage victims are given dimension, their fear and remorse, reinforcing that this is not a story about righteous revenge, but irreversible damage. Pumpkinhead himself remains one of horror's most striking creatures, a towering, skeletal demon that feels grown from the soil rather than summoned by spell. Winston's practical effects give the monster weight and physical presence, while the Appalachian setting grounds the film in a believable rural Gothic world of isolation and superstition. The result is a bleak, melancholic tale where vengeance offers no relief, only a slower, more personal kind of damnation. Sorority Babes in the Slimeball Bolo-Rama, 1988. A bunch of sorority pledges and a few tagging-along nerds break into a bowling alley for a hazing prank, only to accidentally release an impish, smart-mouthed demon from a trophy. It is a quintessential slice of the babes, blades, and bowling subgenre, leaning heavily into a neon-lit tongue-in-cheek aesthetic. Director David Decoteau prioritizes practical creature effects and campy, high-energy performances over any pretense of traditional horror structure, perfectly capturing the spirit of the late 80s direct-to-video market. The bowling alley itself, cramped, colorful, and glowing with neon, becomes the film's primary playground. By utilizing the lanes and pins as hazards, the production makes the most of its limited budget while maintaining a vibrant, slightly deranged atmosphere. Linnea Quigley anchors the cast with her veteran Scream Queen charisma, while the creature, a cynical puppet-based entity, acts as a mischievous commentator on the stupidity of the human characters, providing a layer of dark comedy that sets this apart from the era's more serious slashers. Viewers looking for prestige cinema will be disappointed, but for those who curate their collections based on discovery and that specific VHS era grit, this is a required watch. It functions as a fast-paced, unpretentious artifact of a time when horror prioritized fun and gross-out gags above all else. At its core, it is a reminder that sometimes the most memorable genre entries are the ones that are entirely comfortable being exactly what the title promises. Ghost Town, 1988. Out on a dusty desert highway, a lone sheriff's deputy answers a call that takes him far beyond his jurisdiction, straight into a forgotten ghost town, where time itself seems frozen. But this isn't just any abandoned settlement. The place is haunted, cursed, and ruled by the malevolent spirit of outlaw Devlin, a gunslinger who won't stay buried. What begins as a routine investigation quickly becomes a supernatural showdown between lawman and legend. Ghost Town stands out as a fusion of two genres rarely mixed so boldly, the gritty western and the atmospheric horror film. Sun-bleached streets, decaying saloons, and creaking gallows provide the backdrop, while eerie winds and sudden apparitions transform the Old West into a nightmare frontier. It's a setting where revolvers clash not just with other guns, but with the forces of the afterlife itself. The visuals lean heavily into surrealism. Sand blowing through empty streets, skeletal townsfolk rising from the grave, and showdowns staged under an ominous red sky. Practical effects bring the decaying dead to life, capturing that tangible VHS-era texture that feels both cheap and chilling in equal measure. At its heart, the film is about justice, the timeless battle between good and evil, law and chaos. The deputy's struggle isn't just against Devlin's gang of the damned, but against fear itself, as he finds himself standing alone in a place where every bullet might ricochet into eternity. While it may not have reached the mainstream spotlight, Ghost Town has earned its cult status precisely because of its oddball charm. It's a horror western that dares to be different, trading city streets for tumbleweeds and still delivering the kind of eerie, blood-soaked thrills that VHS collectors cherish. Witchery, La Casa 4, 1988. A group travels to a remote island hotel to inspect it for purchase, only to be stranded when a violent storm cuts off escape. Inside, the building begins to feel alive. Rooms shift in tone, doors refuse to open, and a presence tied to the hotel's past starts asserting control. The haunting is linked to a woman once accused of witchcraft and executed nearby. As tension rises, each death feels less random and more like punishment. The survivors realize they are not simply trapped by weather. They are being judged. Despite its title, this film has no direct narrative connection to the earlier La Casa entries, which themselves were loosely branded Italian releases tied to the Evil Dead phenomenon. Like several films in that unofficial line, it was marketed as a continuation to capitalize on name recognition rather than shared story or characters. The film unfolds as a contained supernatural siege story, with the hotel functioning as both prison and execution ground. Linda Blair appears as one of the stranded guests, delivering a steady performance amid the escalating chaos. Atmosphere carries much of the weight. The island isolation, crashing waves, and gothic interiors give the story texture even when effects are modest. Practical death scenes and makeup work provide flashes of intensity, but mood is the primary tool. It's late 80s Italian supernatural horror packaged as franchise material, but operating as a standalone haunted hotel thriller. Halloween 4, The Return of Michael Myers, 1988. 10 years in a coma. Then Michael Myers awakens during a transfer and escapes, drawn inexorably back to Haddonfield. This time, his target is his young niece Jamie Lloyd, the orphan daughter of Laurie Strode. Director Dwight H. Little revives the franchise with relentless suspense and predatory efficiency, turning suburban homes, rural roads, and a power plant into stages for Michael's silent hunt. Danielle Harris delivers a heartbreakingly convincing performance as Jamie, terrified yet resilient, while Donald Pleasance's scarred Dr. Loomis races to stop the unstoppable. Practical effects showcase Myers' charred menace and tense set pieces. Rooftop chases, shotgun standoffs build gripping dread. The late 80s synth score and VHS-era pacing amplify the nostalgic chill. Halloween 4 brought Michael back stronger than ever, proving the shape still haunted audiences. Its family-centered stakes, inventive kills, and shocking twist ending spawned more sequels while honoring the original's legacy, solidifying Myers as horror's ultimate silent force. Sleepaway Camp 2, Unhappy Campers, 1988. Few sequels reinvent their source material quite like Sleepaway Camp 2, Unhappy Campers, ditching the grim tone of the original. This follow-up transforms the series into a blood-soaked black comedy, a slasher that's equal parts self-aware and gleefully deranged. It's the rare horror sequel that feels completely in on the joke, poking fun at genre cliches while still delivering the goods for anyone who came for the kills. This time, the story follows Angela Baker, now fully reformed, or so she claims, working as a counselor at a summer camp packed with rowdy teenagers. But Angela's idea of good behavior involves a body count, and soon she's turning her moral lessons into creative executions. Pamela Springsteen, sister of Bruce, plays Angela with a perfect mix of cheerfulness and menace, giving the film a tone that's both campy and unnervingly sincere. Director Michael A. Simpson leans into the absurdity, filling the movie with sly references to Friday the 13th, the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, and other horror staples. The humor never undercuts the slasher energy. Instead, it sharpens it, making the film feel like a knowing wink to horror fans who grew up on late-night marathons and worn rental tapes. Unhappy Camper stands out because it never tries to replicate the shock of the first film. Instead, it finds its own identity, playful, violent, and endlessly quotable. It's the kind of cult sequel that thrives on personality, proving that sometimes the smartest way to follow a classic is to flip the tone entirely and have a little fun doing it. Waxwork, 1988. A quiet suburb hides a strange attraction, a mysterious wax museum that appears overnight with no warning and no explanation. Inside, the displays are unnervingly lifelike. Scenes of horror frozen in time, from werewolves to mummies, to the Marquis de Sade himself. But when a group of curious teenagers accepts an invitation to explore, they discover the truth. Each display is a portal, and stepping past the velvet rope means being swallowed alive by the nightmare. Waxwork is gleefully ambitious, a love letter to horror history that doubles as a wild ride through multiple genres. One moment you're watching a gothic vampire tale, the next you're knee-deep in a swamp with a swamp creature, and before long you're face-to-face with chains and sadistic torment. Every set piece feels like its own mini-movie, with tone and style shifting as the museum's twisted worlds come to life. The film thrives on its creativity. The wax figures are uncanny, the transitions from reality to nightmare are seamless, and the practical effects bring each monster to grisly life. From blood-soaked vampire banquets to clawed werewolf transformations, the visuals have a handmade charm that captures the spirit of horror at its most imaginative. Beneath the spectacle, Waxwork is also a sly commentary on the genre itself. It indulges in clichés with a wink, celebrating horror's familiar tropes while still managing to surprise. The museum acts as a shrine to our collective fears, a place where the old stories never die. They just wait for new victims to step inside. With its mix of humor, gore, and sheer invention, Waxwork has earned its cult reputation as one of the most playful horror films of the 80s. It's a cinematic haunted house where every room hides a new nightmare, and once you enter, you may never leave. Grotesque, 1988. By the late 80s, horror fans were spoiled for choice in the rental aisles, and Grotesque stood out as one of those titles you grabbed because the cover promised something wild. What you got was a movie that refused to stick to just one lane, part home invasion thriller, part slasher, and part monster movie. The story begins with Linda Blair visiting a friend's mountain home, only for a gang of violent punks to invade and terrorize the family. That alone would have been enough for a gritty exploitation film, but halfway through the movie pivots hard. The family's dark secret is revealed in the form of a disfigured relative, and suddenly it feels like you've stumbled into a different movie entirely. That uneven tone is exactly what gave Grotesque its cult reputation. One moment it's raw and cruel, the next it's drifting into monster movie melodrama. Tab Hunter and Donna Wilkes round out the cast, but it's Blair's presence that anchored the film for horror fans browsing the shelves. Her name alone guaranteed curious renters would give it a shot. Messy and unpredictable, Grotesque may not have the polish of its peers, but that's what made it such a staple of late-night cable and rental oddities. It's a movie you watched not because it was great, but because you had no idea where it was going next. A perfect fit for an era defined by experimentation and excess. Cheerleader Camp, 1988. A cheer squad heads to a remote training camp ahead of a big competition, expecting hard practice and team bonding. Instead, someone starts picking them off one by one. The team's lead flyer begins having violent nightmares that match the real attacks, leaving her unsure whether she is sensing the danger or somehow connected to it. The mystery angle adds a small twist to the usual camp slasher setup. Suspicion shifts around the group as the numbers drop and isolation does the rest of the work. Most of the tension comes from the dream versus reality question tied to the lead character. Betsy Russell anchors the film as the troubled protagonist, with Leif Garrett appearing as her boyfriend. Familiar genre faces fill out the squad and staff, including George "Buck" Flower in a comic relief role. Performances stay in line with late 80s slasher expectations. Director John Quinn keeps things straightforward. The setting delivers cabins, woods, and practice areas that double as danger zones. Kill scenes use practical effects and standard slasher tools, with a few dream sequences adding stylized touches. A by-the-numbers late-cycle slasher with a light psychological hook. Not groundbreaking, but functional and easy to slot into an 80s camp horror lineup. Hollow Gate, 1988. Holiday cheer takes a sinister turn in Hollow Gate, a little-seen slasher where a family celebration becomes a nightmare. The story begins at Thanksgiving, when young Mark witnesses his father snap under the pressure of a failed business and mounting debt. Years later, Mark has grown into a killer who disguises his psychosis beneath charm, only to unleash violence when guests arrive at the family estate. Directed by Ray DiZazzo, the film works as a strange hybrid of holiday horror and psychological slasher. Addison Randall stars as Mark, bringing a slick, almost soap opera quality to the role that makes his eventual outbursts even more jarring. The supporting cast fills out the doomed dinner party, with friendships and romances quickly cut short once Mark's rage erupts. What sets Hollow Gate apart is its focus on the breakdown of tradition. The sprawling house, once meant for family gatherings, becomes a death trap, with Mark using everyday objects, knives, tools, even holiday decorations, as instruments of murder. The kills aren't flashy, but the tension comes from the increasingly unhinged performance at the center. Though it slipped almost entirely under the radar on release, Hollow Gate lingers as one of those obscure VHS finds that horror fans stumble across while digging deep. It's not polished, but it carries that unmistakable late 80s energy. Cheap, mean, and just unsettling enough to stick with you. Pin, 1988. Leon and Ursula grow up under the strict rule of their physician father, who teaches them life lessons through a medical dummy nicknamed Pin. To the children, Pin seems alive, speaking with their father's voice. But when tragedy strikes, Leon takes the illusion too far, convincing himself that Pin truly is a living companion, one who whispers advice, makes demands, and slowly takes control. Directed by Sandor Stern, Pin is a chilling Canadian psychological horror that blurs the line between childhood imagination and madness. David Hewlett delivers a haunting performance as Leon, while Cynthia Preston plays Ursula, the sister struggling to cope with her brother's unraveling mind. Dario Quinn also appears as the stern father whose lessons spark the obsession. The film thrives on quiet unease rather than overt gore, with Pin's eerily lifelike presence creating an atmosphere of constant discomfort. The sterile settings of doctors' offices and suburban homes only make the story more disturbing, showing horror lurking beneath everyday normalcy. Overlooked on release, Pin has since built a cult following, praised for its unsettling concept and Hewlett's intense portrayal. It's a unique entry in the 1980s horror. Disturbing, tragic, and impossible to forget once you've met Pin. Night of the Demons, 1988. On Halloween night, a group of teens gathers at Hull House, an abandoned funeral parlor with a sinister past. What begins as a rowdy party quickly descends into hell when a seance unleashes a demonic force. One by one, the guests are possessed, turning on each other in a night of blood, gore, and twisted revelry. Directed by Kevin Tenney, Night of the Demons is a perfect slice of late 80s horror excess. Kathy Podewell stars as Judy, the final girl trying to survive, while Amelia Kincaid steals the show as Angela, whose transformation into a snarling, dancing demon became instantly iconic. Linnea Quigley also leaves her mark with one of the most outrageous and memorable set pieces in VHS-era horror. The film thrives on Halloween atmosphere, flickering jack-o'-lanterns, fog-draped cemeteries, and costumes that turn deadly. Practical effects provide gory kills and grotesque demonic makeups, creating a blend of camp and terror that feels like a carnival ride gone wrong. Though it wasn't a theatrical hit, Night of the Demons became a home video staple, passed around for its outrageous set pieces and unapologetic energy. Today, it stands as one of the ultimate Halloween horror films, wild, gory, and dripping with seasonal spirit. The Carpenter, 1988. When a couple moves into a rundown house in need of major repairs, they hire help to restore it. But the man who shows up is no ordinary carpenter. He's the vengeful spirit of a former builder who was executed years earlier. Now, with hammer and saw in hand, he resumes his work, and anyone who gets in the way of his vision pays the price. Directed by David Wellington, The Carpenter blends supernatural horror with slasher elements. Wings Hauser takes on the title role, bringing both charm and menace to the ghostly handyman, while Lynn Adams plays the troubled wife who finds herself strangely drawn to him despite the carnage he leaves behind. The film delivers plenty of inventive kills, turning everyday tools into instruments of terror. Circular saws, nail guns, and power drills all become part of the carpenter's grim craft. At the same time, the film explores themes of obsession and temptation as the line between attraction and danger blurs. Though not widely released outside video shelves, The Carpenter has earned cult status thanks to Hauser's intense performance and its mix of domestic drama with grisly supernatural violence. Lair of the White Worm, 1988. On the rolling hills of rural England, an ancient evil slithers just beneath the surface. When an archaeology student unearths a massive snake-like skull, he stumbles onto a legend that refuses to stay buried. The discovery awakens the lingering presence of the Dampton worm, a mythical serpent tied to local folklore, and to the seductive, terrifying Lady Sylvia Marsh. With her fangs, her charm, and her devotion to dark ritual, she embodies the danger of the past bleeding into the present. Lair of the White Worm is the kind of horror that delights in its strangeness. Directed by Ken Russell, the film embraces camp, surrealism, and bold sexuality while never losing its menacing edge. Lady Sylvia, played with wicked glee by Amanda Donohoe, steals the spotlight as a villainess, who is as alluring as she is horrifying. Her every scene drips with both menace and charisma, making her one of the most unforgettable figures in late 80s horror. The film's visuals are striking. Hypnotic dream sequences bathed in lurid color, serpentine imagery winding through every frame, and a countryside setting that feels both idyllic and cursed. Russell pushes the boundaries of what a cult horror film can be, blending gothic tradition with outrageous modern flair. Beneath the excess, the story explores the power of myth, how ancient fears survive in stories and symbols, and how easily they can coil around us when given the chance. It's part monster movie, part fever dream, and entirely its own creature. Lair of the White Worm may not be a conventional horror film, but that's its strength. It's weird, daring, and unforgettable, a film that crawls under your skin and stays there, equal parts fright and fascination. Friday the 13th, Part 7. The New Blood, 1988. As a little girl, Tina Shepard's telekinetic outburst collapsed a dock and drowned her abusive father. Years later, back at Crystal Lake for therapy, a surge of guilt-fueled power shatters the chains trapping Jason at the bottom of the lake. He rises, rotted, relentless, ready. What follows is Jason versus Carrie, a psychic final girl whose mind can move objects against an undead killing machine who refuses to stay down. Director John Carl Buechler goes full high concept, staging creative telekinetic assaults, furniture flying, trees uprooting, the house itself rebelling. Kane Hodder steps into the mask for the first time, delivering the most physically imposing Jason yet, hulking, decayed, and terrifyingly alive under layers of prosthetic rot. Practical effects showcase Jason at his most grotesque, exposed spine, maggot-eaten flesh, while Tina's powers spark spectacle, explosions, fires, debris storms. Yet heavy MPAA cuts gutted the gore, leaving theatrical audiences with quick glimpses of what could have been truly brutal. The new blood should be ridiculous, and on paper it is. But Buechler and Hodder sell the absurdity with total commitment. It's the franchise leaning hard into supernatural excess, proving Jason could stand toe-to-toe with psychic forces and still come out swinging. Censored or not, the showdown remains one of the series' most memorable battles. Child's Play, 1988. Every kid wants a good guy doll. Cheerful face, overalls, catchy jingle. The perfect Christmas gift. But for 6-year-old Andy Barclay, his new doll, Chucky, hides a nightmare. The soul of dying serial killer Charles Lee Ray, transferred through a desperate voodoo ritual. Now the pint-sized terror is alive, stalking, scheming, and killing anyone who threatens his secret. Director Tom Holland crafts a wickedly inventive slasher, mixing genuine scares with pitch-black humor. The horror thrives on the uncanny. A toy meant to comfort becomes a relentless predator. Young Alex Vincent nails Andy's wide-eyed terror and desperate pleas that no adult believes. Catherine Hicks shines as his frantic mother Karen, while Brad Dourif's snarling, gleefully unhinged voice turns Chucky into an instant icon. Masterful animatronics and practical effects bring the doll to chilling life, twitching heads, stealthy crawls, and brutal attacks that somehow feel both shocking and absurdly funny. From stranglings to stabbings, every kill reminds you, this is a doll doing the impossible. Child's Play flips childhood innocence into a weapon of terror, proving that the most frightening monsters can hide behind the friendliest smile. Maniac Cop, 1988. A police officer is murdering people across New York City. Witnesses describe a uniformed cop, silent, powerful, and indiscriminate, killing without hesitation. As fear spreads, public trust in the police begins to collapse. A veteran detective starts to notice a pattern that points to an officer who supposedly died years earlier while serving time in prison. The question isn't just who's killing, but how someone long dead could still be wearing a badge. The film blends slasher mechanics with urban crime thriller elements. Tom Atkins brings steady authority as the detective trying to hold things together, while Bruce Campbell plays a patrol officer framed for the murders, caught between survival and clearing his name. Robert Zudar's physical presence does much of the work as Cordell, turning him into a looming figure even before the makeup comes into play. Lorene Landon rounds out the cast as a capable ally rather than a bystander. Action and violence are handled with a rough, street-level feel. Car chases move through real New York locations, fights are short and brutal, and the kills land with blunt force rather than spectacle. Cordell isn't presented as supernatural, just incredibly hard to stop, which keeps the threat grounded. The scarred makeup design gives the character a decayed, unfinished look that fits his backstory. Jay Chataway's score reinforces the sense of constant pressure. Maniac Cop works because it takes a pulpy idea and treats it seriously. Larry Cohen's script adds just enough weight to the premise, framing the killer as a product of betrayal and institutional failure. It's efficient, grim, and surprisingly thoughtful, a genre film that doesn't waste time, and a villain that earned his place in cult horror history. Poltergeist 3, 1988. Carol Ann is sent to live with her aunt and uncle in a Chicago high-rise, her family hoping distance will shield her from the supernatural. But the spirits follow, turning the mirror-filled John Hancock Center into a labyrinth where dimensions overlap. Reverend Kane returns, exploiting reflections to manipulate and terrify. While therapists dismiss Carol Ann's experiences as trauma-induced delusions, residents navigate a maze of mirrors, struggling to distinguish reality from the other side. Gary Sherman directs the trilogy's most divisive entry, making mirrors the central supernatural threat. Reflections act independently. Ice and reflective surfaces amplify dread, and Kane emerges hauntingly through glass. Heather O'Rourke returns in her final role, her performance lending emotional weight, supported by Tom Skerritt, Nancy Allen, and Zelda Rubinstein. Practical effects with mirrors, glass, and ice create disorienting sequences, though the visual horror is less intense than in earlier installments. Production challenges following O'Rourke's untimely death required reshoots, leaving a narrative that feels compromised. While the mirror concept is inventive, execution falters, and the trilogy concludes on a tragic note. The film's troubled production and multiple cast deaths have cemented the so-called poltergeist curse as part of the franchise's enduring legacy. The Brain, 1988. In the suburbs of Canada, a small-town TV station hides something monstrous behind its glowing screen. Dr. Blake, the charismatic host of a self-help program called Independent Thinkers, claims he can cure society's ills through the power of positive messaging. But behind his soothing words lies a grotesque secret, a pulsating, ever-growing alien brain that feeds on fear, hallucinations, and human obedience. The Brain is a wild cocktail of sci-fi paranoia and gooey creature horror. At first, it feels like a quirky satire of media manipulation. But once the brain itself takes center stage, the film dives headfirst into practical effects mayhem. Tentacles lash out, faces warp in psychedelic hallucinations, and the monster grows larger and more grotesque with every feeding. It's absurd and chilling in equal measure, leaning on rubber and latex nightmares that only the 1980s could deliver. The imagery is unforgettable. Teenagers trapped in warped visions, townsfolk behaving like hypnotized drones, and the brain's throbbing mass looming over it, all like some unholy idol. The film uses these moments to turn television itself into a weapon, suggesting that control doesn't always come from a gun or a knife, but from what flickers in our living rooms. Beyond its schlocky thrills, the brain taps into real anxieties about manipulation, conformity, and the ease with which people surrender their will to a trusted authority. It's a sharp idea wrapped in the skin of a drive-in monster flick, managing to be both entertaining and slyly pointed. Though often overlooked, The Brain has earned cult status for its inventive effects and sheer audacity. It's a film that proves horror doesn't need to make perfect sense to leave a mark. Sometimes all it takes is a giant, mind-controlling brain staring you down. Lady in White, 1988. Set in a small town in the early 1960s, Lady in White follows young Frankie Scarlatti, who becomes locked inside his school cloakroom on Halloween night. There he witnesses the ghostly replay of a girl's murder, a crime tied to a string of child killings that have haunted the community for years. Soon Frankie finds himself pursued by both the murderer and the restless spirit of the Lady in White, as the line between the living and the dead grows increasingly blurred. Written and directed by Frank LaLoggia, the film mixes ghost story chills with coming-of-age nostalgia. Lucas Haas stars as Frankie, bringing innocence and vulnerability to the role, while Alex Rocco plays his protective father. The performances ground a story that balances supernatural mystery with real-world menace. The film is visually striking, using fog-draped cemeteries, candlelit houses, and eerie dream sequences to give it an almost storybook quality. The recurring image of the murdered girl's spirit, endlessly reliving her final moments, is one of the film's most haunting touches. Though it didn't break through in theaters, Lady in White earned a loyal following on video for its unique blend of innocence and dread. It's not just a ghost story. It's a meditation on memory, trauma, and the way childhood innocence collides with the darker corners of the adult world. Primal Rage, 1988. A university journalist investigating animal testing gets exposed to an experimental virus that transforms infected subjects into mindless, homicidal maniacs. As it spreads through campus, victims become superhuman killers driven purely by rage and hunger. This is late 80s infection horror that bridges Rabid and the Rage virus films that would follow decades later. Patrick Lowe plays the investigative journalist navigating his own infection while trying to stop the spread, with Cheryl Arut as a student caught in the outbreak and Bo Svensson attempting damage control as everything spirals beyond containment. The infected aren't zombies, they're humans stripped of higher function, driven by pure aggression. Transformation is rapid and brutal, with practical effects showcasing physical changes and violent behavior. The campus setting provides varied locations from laboratories to dormitories to surrounding wilderness, as safe spaces keep shrinking. Rambaldi maintains tight pacing, understanding that infection horror works best when threat constantly escalates. Action sequences blend horror violence with survival desperation, creating confrontations about fighting off attackers and escaping contamination simultaneously. Primal Rage delivers lean, effective infection horror that presages the rage-infected subgenre, while carving its own path through late 80s direct-to-video territory. The Blob, 1988. A meteor crashes near a small California town, releasing a gelatinous organism that feeds on anything it touches. At first it seems manageable, even containable. But with every victim it absorbs, the creature grows larger and more aggressive. As people begin disappearing, a local teenager and a classmate uncover signs that the government knows more than it's admitting, and is prepared to sacrifice the town to keep the problem quiet. The film treats its premise seriously without overcomplicating it. Kevin Dillon plays the outsider lead with a laid-back confidence that fits the setting, while Shawnee Smith's character is written as capable and observant rather than reactive. Their dynamic keeps the story moving as the situation escalates. The supporting cast fills out the town with recognizable personalities, which makes the losses feel abrupt rather than disposable. The effects are the film's defining feature. The blob doesn't simply attack, it engulfs, dissolves, and absorbs its victims in prolonged, uncomfortable sequences. Bodies are pulled into drains, trapped in confined spaces, or visibly broken down on screen. The creature is realized through practical materials, puppetry, and mechanical rigs, giving it real weight and physical presence. Set pieces are staged to maximize panic, especially in enclosed environments. The Blob succeeds by committing fully to its concept. It balances creature feature spectacle with a thread of mistrust toward authority, without slowing the momentum. It's straightforward, mean-spirited in places, and technically impressive. A remake that understands what made the idea work in the first place, and updates it with sharper effects and a colder outlook. Critters 2, The Main Course, 1988, Easter Sunday in Grover's Bend. Painted eggs, chocolate bunnies, and hundreds of hungry critter eggs hatching all at once. The furry fiends are back, meaner, multiplied, and ready to devour the entire town. Only returning teen hero Brad Brown, the bumbling bounty hunters Ugg and Charlie, and a ragtag band of locals stand in their way. Director Mick Garris cranks the dial to 11, swapping subtle scares for full-blown comedic carnage. Scott Grimes reprises plucky Brad, now the voice of experience nobody listens to. Terrence Mann and Don Keith Opper return as the shape-shifting alien hunters, blasting, bickering, and accidentally saving the day in the most ridiculous ways. Practical effects go gloriously overboard. Animatronic critters swarming in a massive rolling death ball, crashing through barns, infiltrating Easter baskets, even posing in lingerie. Explosions rock the town, lighter on dread, heavier on laughs. It's absurd, chaotic, and unapologetically fun. Critters 2 serves up the franchise at its most indulgent. Bigger appetites, bigger balls, bigger blasts. A deliciously goofy sequel that knows exactly how ridiculous it is, and owns every bite. On the Silver Globe, 1988. A group of explorers leaves Earth in hopes of building a new life on a distant world. Their descendants grow up without direct memory of the mission, shaping stories and rituals from whatever fragments remain. Over generations, these fragments evolve into a belief system that influences how the society understands its origins. When a traveler from Earth finally arrives, he's drawn into the expectations placed upon him, unintentionally becoming the figure they've been waiting for. Andrzej Żuławski's production was halted during filming, leaving the project incomplete for years. When he returned, he used surviving footage combined with narrated inserts to fill in the missing pieces. Instead of weakening the story, the contrast between completed scenes and commentary adds emotional depth, turning the film into a reflection on artistic loss and perseverance. The imagery is striking: windswept landscapes, carefully designed costumes, and performances delivered with intensity. Every moment feels larger than life, as if the characters are aware they're living through the creation of their own mythology. The final film is both epic and fragmented, mirroring the society it portrays. That combination has earned it a reputation as one of the most daring achievements in science fiction cinema, an exploration of belief, identity, and the fragile nature of human stories. Hide and Go Shriek, 1988. When a group of teenagers decides to celebrate their high school graduation with an after-hours party inside a sprawling furniture store, it seems like harmless fun. Drinks, dares, and even a few forbidden hookups are all on the agenda. But once the lights go out and the doors are locked, the party takes a deadly turn. A killer is stalking the aisles, turning the store's mannequins, mirrors, and showrooms into tools of terror. Hide and Go Shriek takes the slasher formula and gives it a unique setting that's both playful and unnerving. The endless rows of beds, wardrobes, and mannequins create a labyrinth where shadows play tricks, and hiding places can quickly become death traps. It's a clever twist on the classic locked-in overnight premise, grounding the suspense in a setting everyone recognizes but suddenly can't trust. The film thrives on its atmosphere: fluorescent lights flickering above, mannequins seeming to breathe in the dark, and the eerie quiet of a building that should be empty. When the violence erupts, it's raw and brutal, punctuating the tension with a grim reminder that this isn't just a game of hide and seek. What makes it linger is the way it edges into darker territory than expected. Beneath the surface-level thrills, the killer's motives and identity bring a disturbing twist, tying the murders into themes of repression, sexuality, and hidden identity. That layer of subtext makes the film stand out from its peers, elevating it from a simple slasher to something more memorable. Hide and Go Shriek may not have broken through to mainstream horror fame, but for fans of inventive 80s slashers, it delivers exactly what the title promises: a deadly game where every corner hides the possibility of bloodshed. Hellbound, Hellraiser 2, 1988. Hellraiser's sequel plunges deeper into the nightmarish world introduced in Clive Barker's original, expanding the dark mythology of the Cenobites. Directed by Tony Randall, it follows Kirsty Cotton, played by Ashley Lawrence, who awakens in a psychiatric hospital still haunted by her encounter with Pinhead. The true danger comes in the form of Dr. Channard, portrayed by Kenneth Cranham. Obsessed with the lament configuration, he resurrects the skinless Julia and unleashes hellish forces that draw Kirsty back into the Cenobites' labyrinthine realm. Doug Bradley returns as Pinhead, delivering a commanding performance that deepens the character's menace and cements his status as a horror icon. The Cenobites themselves are explored further, revealing the terrifying rules governing their world and the blurred line between pleasure and pain. Visually, the film is striking, featuring grotesque practical effects, surreal makeup, and unforgettable set designs. From the sterile, eerie corridors of the psychiatric hospital to the twisted, hellish landscapes of the other dimension. Kirsty's resourcefulness and courage anchor the story, blending psychological terror, suspense, and visceral horror in a way that keeps viewers invested. Though initially met with mixed reviews, the film has become a cult classic, celebrated for its ambitious world-building and enduring contribution to the Cenobites' terrifying legacy. Spellbinder, 1988. On a rainy Los Angeles night, a chance encounter pulls a young attorney into a world he can't begin to comprehend. When Jeff rescues the mysterious Miranda from an abusive boyfriend, he thinks he's stepped into a simple romance, the kind of meet-cute born from danger. But Miranda's no ordinary woman. She's running from something darker, something that has nothing to do with love and everything to do with ancient power. Spellbinder thrives on atmosphere, mixing the sleek modern city with the shadows of occult ritual. At first, Jeff is swept away by Miranda's vulnerability and beauty, but cracks begin to show. Whispers of strange practices, unexplained phenomena, and the looming presence of a secretive cult build a sense of dread. The film lures the viewer in with the promise of passion, then gradually shifts the ground beneath your feet until every moment feels like a trap being sprung. The visuals are striking: candlelit ceremonies, figures cloaked in darkness, and sudden bursts of violence cutting through the calm. There's a seductive quality to the imagery, mirroring the way Miranda herself entrances both Jeff and the audience. The tension lies not in jump scares, but in the unease of knowing that something ancient and inescapable is drawing closer with each passing scene. Beneath the surface, Spellbinder is a story about the dangers of desire and the blind spots love can create. Jeff's willingness to follow Miranda into the unknown becomes both his strength and his undoing. It's a cautionary tale that blends romance, supernatural horror, and thriller elements into something uniquely unsettling. By the time the credits roll, Spellbinder leaves you with that lingering chill, the sense that fate can be rewritten, but never truly escaped. Shocker, 1989. A serial killer executed in the electric chair refuses to stay dead. Reborn as pure energy, he possesses anyone who touches a powered device, continuing his spree of murder. A college student who lost his family to the original killings discovers a strange connection that might be the only way to stop the killer for good. Mitch Pileggi crackles with manic menace as Horace Pinker, turning every scene into gleeful, unhinged spectacle. Peter Berg grounds the chaos as the haunted protagonist, struggling against a killer whose powers make every encounter unpredictable. The dynamic between the two keeps the high-concept premise from spinning completely out of control. Craven embraces surrealism in inventive possession sequences. Bodies twist mid-chase, identities shift, and the line between predator and victim blurs. Practical effects mix with early digital tricks, creating both memorable and occasionally dated visuals, especially during Pinker's energy-fueled havoc. Shocker is wild, chaotic, and unapologetically over the top. It's uneven and sprawling, but the ambition, inventive kills, and sheer audacity make it a uniquely entertaining entry in Craven's late 80s era. Iced, 1989. By 1989, slashers were everywhere, but Iced managed to carve out its own identity with an unusual setting: the snowy slopes of a ski resort. Instead of summer camps or suburban neighborhoods, this one strands a group of old friends in a winter getaway where a masked killer starts turning the icy landscape into a hunting ground. The kills lean into the setting. Ski poles, hot tubs, and ski lifts all become weapons of choice, giving the film a novelty that set it apart from the endless parade of masked killers. Combined with neon ski suits, big hair, and melodramatic love triangles, it's pure late 80s excess, wrapped in a slasher package. Like many low-budget horror titles of the era, the acting is stiff and the pacing uneven, but that didn't matter to fans discovering it on late-night cable or at the back of the rental shop. What mattered was that it offered something different: a snowy backdrop, creative kills, and the kind of campy energy that made it perfect for a group movie night. Iced never broke into the mainstream, but it stuck in the memories of those who stumbled across it during the waning years of the slasher cycle. For fans of oddball horror from the rental era, it's a frosty deep cut that still delivers a good time. Phantom of the Mall, Eric's Revenge, 1989. When a brand new shopping mall opens on the site of a mysterious house fire, not everyone's excited to hit the food court. Beneath the escalators and security cameras, something is hiding in the ventilation system. A disfigured man with a grudge and a knack for setting elaborate traps. Phantom of the Mall, Eric's Revenge takes the classic Phantom of the Opera story and slaps a neon 80s sheen on it. There's a killer lurking in the air ducts, a mall filled with synth-pop energy, and even a young Pauly Shore playing a breakdancing sidekick. It's part slasher, part soap opera, and completely soaked in that late 80s mall culture excess. What makes it fascinating is how earnestly it tries to blend tragedy and teen melodrama. The result feels both absurd and strangely endearing. Explosions, love stories, and heartfelt monologues about lost dreams, all set against the glow of fluorescent lights and mall music. It's the kind of movie that couldn't exist in any other decade. Overproduced, underwritten, and completely in love with its own style. Phantom of the Mall isn't scary so much as surreal, a time capsule of when even revenge tales came with food courts, fashion shows, and too much Aquanet. The Amityville Horror, The Evil Escapes, 1989. The Amityville evil breaks free, hitching a ride in a lamp sold at a yard sale from the haunted house. It lands in a quiet California home with widowed mother Nancy Evans, her 3 children, and grandmother Alice. Whispers in the night, moving shadows, possessed appliances escalate rapidly. The youngest daughter channels dark voices, forcing a confrontation with portable, unstoppable malice. This TV movie builds suspense through eerie atmosphere over gore. Patty Duke's Nancy conveys grounded terror and fierce resolve, while Jane Wyatt's Alice brings wisdom and quiet strength. Restrained effects, swaying lamps, shattering glass, distorted reflections, turn everyday objects menacing. It expands the mythos. Evil travels, infects new spaces, refuses containment. Limited by broadcast standards, it still sustains creeping dread and explores human curiosity clashing with supernatural persistence. The film reinforces the franchise's warning. Some darkness migrates, embeds itself in ordinary lives, and waits for the right moment to strike again. Cyborg, 1989. In the rusted ruins of America's future, society has collapsed under the weight of famine, disease, and lawlessness. The last hope for rebuilding civilization lies in a cybernetic woman carrying the data that could restore the world. But when she's captured by a gang of murderous raiders led by the sadistic Fender Tremolo, one man steps forward to bring her back. Gibson Rickenbacker, a lone drifter armed with nothing but his sword, scars, and an unshakable sense of vengeance. Cyborg came out in 1989 and marked one of Jean-Claude Van Damme's earliest starring roles. Shot fast, cheap, and dirty by Cannon Films. It was originally meant to be a sequel to Masters of the Universe. But when that fell apart, director Albert Pyun reworked the leftover sets and costumes into something new. The result is one of the grittiest, most visually distinct post-apocalyptic movies of the VHS era. The world of Cyborg is pure rust and ruin, half urban nightmare, half medieval wasteland. The cinematography leans into smoke, steel, and grime, while Pyun's direction gives every frame an almost comic book intensity. Van Damme plays it mostly silent, relying on physical presence and explosive fight choreography to tell the story. Opposite him, Vincent Clin's Fender delivers one of the most memorable villain performances of the decade, half preacher, half monster, with a voice like gravel and eyes that never blink. While critics tore it apart on release, Cyborg found new life in the rental aisles. It's the perfect kind of movie to stumble on at 2 a.m., a moody, violent, synth-driven vision of the future where hope is mechanical and heroes bleed just like everyone else. It's rough, it's weird, and it's unforgettable. Exactly what we love from the wasteland days of late 80s sci-fi. Intruder, 1989. It's closing time at a small-town supermarket, but for the overnight stock crew, the night is just beginning, and it won't end well. As they restock shelves and prepare for the next day, a mysterious killer lurks in the aisles, turning the store into a bloody hunting ground. One by one, employees are picked off in increasingly gruesome fashion, leaving only a few to fight for survival. Directed by Scott Spiegel, Intruder is a late 80s slasher that has earned a reputation for its inventive kills and wild camera work. The cast features Elizabeth Cox as the lead, alongside appearances from Renee Estevez, Dan Hicks, and even cult icons Bruce Campbell and Sam Raimi in small but memorable roles. What makes Intruder unforgettable are its set pieces. Spiegel and his crew find creative ways to turn everyday supermarket equipment into instruments of carnage. Box bailers, meat slicers, and power saws are all used to horrifying effect. The gore, handled by KNB-EFX Group in one of their early projects, is over-the-top and practical, cementing the film as a splatter classic. Visually, the film is stylish and experimental, with Spiegel using extreme camera angles, POV shots, and clever edits that give the slasher formula fresh energy. It's both brutal and playful, a mix that makes the mayhem oddly entertaining. Though modest in scope, Intruder thrives as a VHS-era favorite, delivering everything slasher fans crave: a tight setting, memorable kills, and just enough camp to balance out the horror. It's proof that sometimes the most ordinary places can hide the deadliest nightmares. The Fly 2, 1989. The Fly 2 picks up where David Cronenberg's remake left off, not by trying to outmatch its predecessor's brilliance, but by expanding its tragic universe through a new generation. Directed by Chris Wallace, who handled the creature effects for the first film, this sequel trades the original's emotional intimacy for a more tragic coming-of-age story, set inside a cold corporate world. It's both a continuation and a mutation, evolving the story's science fiction horror into something that feels uniquely late 80s. The film centers on Martin Brundle, the son of Seth Brundle, who inherits his father's intelligence and his genetic curse. Raised under the watchful eye of a powerful tech conglomerate, Martin grows up at an accelerated rate, caught between scientific ambition and the dark legacy embedded in his DNA. As his condition worsens, his relationship with a young lab worker becomes the only human element in a world otherwise built on manipulation and greed. What makes The Fly 2 effective is its shift in perspective. It's less about transformation as terror, and more about transformation as destiny. The slow realization that you can't escape what's inside you. Wallace fills the film with grim industrial settings, pulsing electronics, and some of the most grotesque practical effects of the era. While it lacks the existential poetry of Cronenberg's version, The Fly 2 succeeds on its own terms, as a dark, heartbreaking sequel that mixes tragedy and monster horror into one unforgettable finale. It's a creature feature with a conscience, reminding us that sometimes the experiment doesn't just go wrong. It's doomed from the start. Nightmare Beach, 1989. Spring break in Florida promises sun, parties, and freedom. But this year, it also brings death. As thousands of college students flood the beaches, a mysterious biker in a black helmet begins terrorizing the crowd, leaving bodies electrocuted in his wake. Rumors spread that the killer is the vengeful ghost of a gang leader executed in the electric chair, returned to settle scores during the wildest week of the year. Directed by Umberto Lenzi, though often credited to Harry Kirkpatrick, Nightmare Beach is a blend of slasher mayhem and sleazy spring break atmosphere. Nicholas DeToth and Sarah Buxton star as vacationers caught in the chaos, while John Saxon and Michael Parks lend genre credibility as lawmen trying to stop the bloodshed. The kills are what make the film stand out. The masked biker uses his motorcycle as both a weapon and a stage for executions, turning the already chaotic party scene into a carnival of danger. The mix of neon lights, pulsing music, and crowded beaches creates a backdrop that feels both festive and sinister. Part slasher, part biker revenge flick, the film leans heavily into its setting. Beer-fueled concerts, rowdy bars, and sun-drenched streets filled with oblivious partiers. It's a snapshot of late 80s excess colliding with horror, and the result is as bizarre as it is entertaining. Nightmare Beach never reached the heights of bigger slashers, but it's a cult favorite for its mix of camp, energy, and wild kills. For fans of offbeat horror, it's a reminder that sometimes the scariest thing at spring break isn't the hangover. It's who's waiting for you on the open road. Pet Sematary, 1989. A doctor relocates his family to rural Maine, where a friendly neighbor shows him a small pet cemetery in the woods behind their home. Beyond it lies something older, an abandoned burial ground, with a reputation for bringing the dead back. When a personal tragedy hits, grief pushes aside caution. The decision to undo death comes with consequences, and what returns is never quite right. The story stays focused on loss rather than spectacle. Dale Midkiff plays the father as increasingly worn down, making choices driven more by exhaustion than madness. Fred Gwynne leaves the strongest impression as Judd Crandall, a well-meaning neighbor whose warnings come from experience rather than superstition. The child performances are handled carefully, with Miko Hughes as Gage, delivering moments that are unsettling precisely because of their restraint. The film doesn't soften its subject matter. Death is treated bluntly, and resurrection is shown as a corruption rather than a miracle. Practical effects give the undead a stiff, unnatural quality that reinforces the idea that something fundamental has been broken. The larger mythology, hinted at through the land itself, is never explained in detail, which makes it feel more ominous than elaborate lore ever could. Pet Sematary is a horror film built around grief and bad decisions. It isn't flashy, and it doesn't offer comfort. Instead, it asks how far someone might go to avoid loss, and what that refusal costs. Quiet, bleak, and emotionally heavy, it's one of the darker Stephen King adaptations of its era. The Terror Within, 1989. In a post-apocalyptic future, humanity has been nearly wiped out by a plague that left behind a new race of grotesque mutants. The survivors, holed up in an underground laboratory, struggle to keep their fragile community alive. But when one of the creatures breaches their defenses, the group faces a nightmare. A relentless monster with the strength to tear them apart and a terrifying ability to reproduce. Directed by Thierry Knotts and produced by Roger Corman, The Terror Within carries the unmistakable stamp of Corman's late 80s sci-fi horror output. Low budget, high concept, and packed with creature effects. George Kennedy lends his presence as the group's leader, while Andrew Stevens and Star Andref anchor the cast as survivors forced to confront both the monster and their own desperation. The film's atmosphere is claustrophobic, with long stretches in the sterile underground halls giving way to sudden bursts of gore and violence. The creature design, though clearly working within budget constraints, delivers the kind of rubber suit menace that defined an era of video store horror. What keeps The Terror Within interesting is its mix of sci-fi themes with exploitation-style intensity. It echoes Alien in its setup, isolated survivors versus a deadly creature, but filters that concept through the Corman lens, emphasizing blood, suspense, and pulpy energy over polish. While it didn't make waves on release, The Terror Within found its audience on VHS shelves, where its monster imagery and post-apocalyptic setting stood out. It's a rough gem from 1989, proof that even on a shoestring budget, horror and sci-fi can merge into something memorable. Nightwish, 1989. A group of graduate students studying parapsychology head to a remote mansion for a weekend experiment in fear. Led by their eccentric professor, they're tasked with confronting nightmares and testing the boundaries of reality. But what begins as an exercise in the supernatural soon turns into a descent into madness, as shifting dimensions, grotesque visions, and alien terrors rip apart their understanding of what's real. Directed by Bruce R. Cook, Nightwish is a late 80s curiosity that blends supernatural horror, science fiction, and surreal imagery. The cast includes Elizabeth Kai Tan, known from Friday the 13th, Part 7 and Silent Night, Deadly Night Part 2, Brian Thompson as the imposing and unpredictable professor, and Alicia Das as one of the students pulled into the nightmare. The film thrives on atmosphere and unpredictability. One moment the group is debating the nature of dreams. The next, they're plunged into bizarre set pieces filled with slimy creatures, shifting realities, and shocking violence. Practical effects bring to life everything from goo-covered monsters to otherworldly landscapes, giving the movie a hallucinatory feel. What makes Nightwish stand out is its willingness to abandon linear storytelling in favor of a fever dream. It's messy, but in that chaos comes a strange appeal, a patchwork of nightmares that feel ripped from both sci-fi pulp and exploitation horror. Though not widely known, Nightwish has carved out a place as a cult oddity. It's a film that asks its characters and its audience to question what's real, and then gleefully refuses to give a straight answer. I, Madman, 1989. Virginia, a young bookstore clerk with a passion for pulp horror novels, discovers a chilling new favorite, a rare book about a deranged, disfigured killer obsessed with a woman who doesn't love him. But as she turns the pages, the line between fiction and reality blurs. Soon, the novel's villain steps out of the story and into her life, leaving behind a trail of murders that echo the book's gruesome plot. Directed by Tibor Takacs, best known for The Gate, I, Madman is a clever blend of slasher and supernatural horror with a metafictional twist. Jenny Wright stars as Virginia, giving the character both vulnerability and strength as she battles a killer pulled straight from the pages. Clayton Rohner plays her skeptical boyfriend, while Randall William Cook, also part of the film's effects team, portrays the monstrous stalker with unnerving presence. The film thrives on atmosphere. Dimly lit apartments, cluttered bookstores, and shadowy streets that echo with menace. The murders are staged with a mix of gothic flair and inventive gore, while the killer's grotesque, self-mutilated appearance adds a memorable layer of unease. What sets I, Madman apart is its concept, horror that literally comes alive through storytelling. It plays with themes of obsession, imagination, and the dangers of escapism, all while delivering satisfying genre thrills. Though it never reached mainstream recognition, I, Madman has become a cult favorite for horror fans who love clever spins on familiar tropes. It's both a love letter to pulp fiction and a chilling reminder that sometimes the scariest stories are the ones that refuse to stay on the page. Warlock, 1989. By the late 80s, horror was crowded with masked killers and low-budget sequels. Then Warlock arrived in 1989 and did something different. It turned the genre into a supernatural chase across time. Directed by Steve Miner, who'd already cut his teeth on Friday the 13th Part 2 in House, the movie blends fantasy, horror, and dark humor into a film that plays like the Terminator with black magic. Julian Sands stars as a 17th-century sorcerer condemned to death, only to escape by hurtling through a time portal into modern-day Los Angeles. His pursuer, a grim witch hunter named Red Fern, played by Richard E. Grant, follows close behind, confused by traffic lights and blenders, but dead set on stopping him. Their conflict revolves around the Grand Grimoire, a book said to contain the secret name of God, which, when spoken backward, can unmake creation itself. Sands's performance is what makes Warlock unforgettable. He gives the villain an elegance that contrasts beautifully with the absurdity of his surroundings. One moment he's slicing a weather vane in half with a spell. The next, he's flying over the desert like a demonic Peter Pan. Composer Jerry Goldsmith's score alternates between gothic menace and playful mischief, capturing that strange tone perfectly. The film was a modest success in theaters, but exploded on VHS, where its cover art, the warlock striding through flames, promised more sorcery than most fantasy movies delivered. It spawned 2 sequels, but the original remains the real gem. An inventive, fast-paced piece of supernatural pulp that reminded horror fans there were still new kinds of monsters to chase. Santa Sangre, 1989. A young man named Phoenix grows up in a world where circus performance, devotion, and emotional turmoil blend together in ways he can barely process. After witnessing a catastrophic event that alters the course of his life, he's placed in a care facility where memory and imagination begin to merge. When his mother reappears, she draws him back toward unfinished chapters of their past, encouraging him to help her settle long-standing grievances. The connection between them becomes intense, blurring loyalty and identity. Axel Jodorowsky delivers a deeply expressive performance, portraying a man caught between fear and longing. Blanca Guerra brings commanding presence to the role of his mother, shaping every moment with emotional weight. Alejandro Jodorowsky surrounds them with symbolic visuals, towering banners, ritual-like processions, and imagery that feels pulled directly from dreams. Mexico City becomes a textured backdrop where devotion, art, and desperation intersect. The cinematography uses color and movement to express emotional states, turning the city into a reflection of Phoenix's inner turmoil. Even with its bold style, the story remains grounded in human emotion. Beneath the surreal moments is a tale about rebuilding oneself after growing up in chaos. It stands as one of Jodorowsky's most approachable works, visionary, strange, and unexpectedly tender in its final moments. Deadly Games, also known as 3615 Code Père Noël, 1989. Before there was Home Alone, there was this intense French horror thriller that takes the kid defending his home premise in a much darker direction. Released in 1989, a full year before Macaulay Culkin ever set foot in that Chicago suburb, 3615 Code Père Noël tells the story of Thomas, a resourceful young boy who loves playing Rambo and spending Christmas with his beloved grandfather Pappy in their Gothic mansion. On Christmas Eve, Thomas's mother goes to work at the department store, leaving him with his grandfather. Meanwhile, a deeply disturbed man dressed as a mall Santa is fired from his job, and something snaps. This psychotic Santa, played with genuinely unsettling intensity by Patrick Flersheim, invades Thomas's home, turning the holiday into a deadly game of cat and mouse. What sets this apart from typical home invasion films is its style. Director René Manzor crafted something visually striking. Think tilted camera angles, dramatic slow-motion sequences, a pulsing synth score, and a mansion that looks like Dracula's castle from the outside. The film has this gothic, almost dreamlike atmosphere that gives it a unique identity. It's part thriller, part action film, part horror, with legitimately tense sequences and surprisingly graphic violence. Thomas isn't your typical movie kid. He's smart, prepared, and uses his Rambo-inspired traps and gadgets to fight back. But this isn't played for laughs. The Santa is brutal, relentless, and terrifying, with virtually no backstory or dialogue, just pure menace in a costume that should bring joy. Director René Manzor was so convinced that Home Alone plagiarized his film that he threatened legal action against its producers. While the basic setup is similar, the tone couldn't be more different. This is no family comedy. It's a stylish, violent thriller that earned its reputation as one of the more unique Christmas horror films of the VHS era. The French title refers to the Minitel system, France's pre-internet text service, which plays into the plot. Deadly Games is proof that not all Christmas intruder movies need to be fun and games. Sometimes Santa comes to kill, and sometimes a kid has to fight for his life. A Nightmare on Elm Street 5, The Dream Child, 1989. Alice Johnson has finally escaped the nightmares. She's graduated in love and pregnant. But Freddy Krueger finds a new doorway: the dreams of her unborn son. Using the child as a conduit, Freddy pulls Alice and her friends back into his realm, feeding on souls to gain strength and prepare for rebirth in the real world. Director Stephen Hopkins plunges the series into darker, more grotesque territory. Force-fed supermodels choking on their own flesh, motorcycle man fusions, twisted maternity wards where babies grow claws. Robert Englund's Freddy revels in the depravity, his dark humor cutting sharper against the visceral body horror. Practical effects and surreal set pieces push boundaries. Comic book deaths, mannequin nightmares, a fetus with Freddy's face, all wrapped in oppressive gothic atmosphere. Though criticized for convoluted lore and franchise fatigue, The Dream Child stands out for its bold, nightmarish imagery and unflinching maternal dread. It remains a divisive yet unforgettable chapter, proof that even as the series strained, its dreamscape could still deliver truly disturbing visions. After Midnight, 1989, college students sign up for a course on the psychology of fear, but their eccentric professor has a unique teaching style. He doesn't want essays, he wants his class to experience terror firsthand. What begins as unsettling demonstration soon spirals into something darker, as the professor challenges his students to confront fear in all its forms. Directed by Jim and Ken Wheat, After Midnight stands out as a horror anthology framed by this classroom experiment. The film delivers 3 separate tales, each exploring a different flavor of fear. From a nightmarish encounter with violent strangers to supernatural forces to a stalker's deadly obsession. The wraparound story keeps the tension alive, blurring the line between lesson and life-or-death ordeal. The cast features Gillian McWhirter, Pamela Adlon, and Marg Helgenberger, who would later go on to long careers in film and television. Each segment lets them show different sides of horror, from raw panic to psychological dread. The stories themselves mix familiar tropes with stylish execution. A deserted gas station under siege, a seemingly normal date night that takes a sharp turn, and a finale that plunges into supernatural territory. The film's pacing shifts with each chapter, keeping the audience on edge as it asks the same question the professor poses to his students. How far can fear push you? While After Midnight never gained the same recognition as bigger anthologies like Creepshow, it carves its own niche with a late 80s energy and a willingness to jump between tones. It's uneven, but that unpredictability becomes part of its charm. At its best, After Midnight is a reminder that horror comes in many shapes, and sometimes the scariest part is not knowing what's waiting for you in the next story. Halloween 5: The Revenge of Michael Myers, 1989. 1 year later, young Jamie Lloyd is mute and institutionalized, haunted by a psychic link to her uncle, Michael Myers. When he survives his apparent death and resumes the hunt, a mysterious man in black aids his escape, hinting at a darker curse binding the family. Director Dominique Othenin-Girard leans into supernatural undertones, blending relentless pursuit with jump-scare tension and inventive chases through homes, barns, and speeding cars. Danielle Harris returns with remarkable maturity as Jamie, conveying terror and resilience through silence alone, while Donald Pleasance's desperate Dr. Loomis races against the inevitable. Practical effects deliver visceral kills amid late 80s synth dread, though rushed production and MPAA cuts blunt some impact. The enigmatic Man in Black tease deepens the mythology without full payoff. Divisive on release for its formula and unresolved threads, Halloween 5 has earned cult affection for its eerie atmosphere, Harris's standout performance, and unyielding suspense. It pushes Myers toward darker, more mystical territory, keeping the boogeyman's grip tight on the franchise. The Salute of the Jugger, 1989. In the shattered world of the future, civilization survives in pockets. Crumbling cities and scattered underground communities clinging to the last scraps of order. Out in the wastelands, the only thing that passes for entertainment is the game, a brutal sport where two teams battle with chains, clubs, and spikes over a dog skull. For the players, known as Juggers, glory and survival are one and the same. The Salute of the Jugger, released in the US as The Blood of Heroes, came out in 1989 from writer-director David Webb Peoples, who co-wrote Blade Runner and Unforgiven. That pedigree shows in the film's tone. This isn't just a brawl movie. It's a story about class, ambition, and the scraps of humanity that survive long after civilization ends. Rutger Hauer stars as Sallow, a fallen jugger with a haunted past, who leads a team of outsiders across the wasteland, taking on rival teams in hopes of reaching the underground city where the elites live, and where the game is played for real prestige. Alongside him is Joan Chen as Kidda, a young fighter who dreams of rising out of the dirt and into the big leagues, no matter the cost. The world here feels completely lived in, grimy, dusty, and believable. Instead of flashy vehicles or laser weapons, everything's handmade, worn down, and covered in rust. Peoples builds his apocalypse from character and culture, not just explosions. The matches themselves are brutal and mesmerizing, a perfect metaphor for survival in a world that's forgotten compassion. While it never found mainstream success, The Salute of the Jugger became a cult favorite among fans of grounded, gritty science fiction. It's less about spectacle and more about endurance, people fighting not for glory, but for the simple right to keep playing, to keep existing. It's one of the most underrated post-apocalyptic films of the VHS era, poetic, violent, and strangely hopeful. A reminder that even at the end of the world, someone's still keeping score. Puppet Master, 1989. Small-scale horror can feel enormous when it's executed with care, and Puppet Master proves it. Charles Band crafted a world where tiny puppets carry out deadly justice, hunting psychics in a foggy coastal hotel. The premise is deliciously pulpy. World War II German occult experiments, ancient Egyptian magic, and a puppeteer who chooses death over capture, leaving his creations to continue his work. Each puppet has its own personality. Blade's knives, Pinhead's brute strength, and Leech Woman's grotesque utility, all brought to life with meticulous stop-motion and puppetry. The seaside hotel, misted and empty, adds gothic atmosphere that masks its budgetary limitations, while Richard Band's synth score pulses like the puppets themselves. Paul Le Mat anchors the human side with quiet gravitas, but the real tension always belongs to the miniatures. It's inventive, mean-spirited in just the right way, and endlessly replayable. Video store aisles became battlefields of taste, and Puppet Master stood out as something handcrafted in a sea of formulaic horror. 11 sequels later, the tiny killers have endured, proving that imagination, clever design, and a few well-executed gags can outshine a million-dollar studio production. Tetsuo, the Iron Man, 1989. A man finds his body changing in ways he can't control after a strange encounter with a metal-obsessed recluse. What begins as a small, inexplicable injury grows into something far more overwhelming as pieces of metal seem to fuse with him, transforming his skin, movements, and sense of identity. The world around him becomes louder, sharper, and more chaotic, as if the city itself is pushing him into a new form. Shinya Tsukamoto shoots the film with relentless energy, using handheld cameras, rapid editing, and industrial soundscapes to create a sense of mounting pressure. Black and white cinematography gives the imagery a gritty texture, making every alleyway, factory wall, and flickering light feel alive. The film moves at a breakneck pace, cutting between surreal visions and frantic chases that blur the line between nightmare and reality. Under the noise and intensity is a story about how people disconnect from their surroundings and from each other. As the main character changes, he becomes a reflection of the city's machinery, caught between fear of transformation and acceptance of his new identity. Despite its short runtime, the film leaves a lasting impact. It's a rare example of pure cinematic expression, where visuals and sound carry as much meaning as the story. Over time, it has become a landmark of underground film, influencing directors worldwide with its bold style and raw imagination. Psycho Cop, 1989. 6 friends head out to a remote cabin for a carefree getaway. But their plans are cut short by the arrival of Officer Joe Vickers, a cop with a badge, a gun, and a taste for murder. What looks like a routine camping trip quickly turns into a fight for survival, as the deranged policeman begins stalking the group one by one, leaving behind grisly scenes and darkly comic one-liners. Directed by Wallace Potts, Psycho Cop takes the slasher formula and gives it a wicked twist by making the killer an authority figure. Robert R. Schaefer steals the show as Officer Vickers, playing the role with over-the-top menace and campy charm. His presence turns the film from a straightforward slasher into something both violent and darkly humorous. The kills are bloody and creative, with everyday objects and police gear twisted into instruments of terror. The remote forest setting adds to the tension, giving the film that classic cabin-in-the-woods feel, while the villain's police persona brings an unsettling sense of inescapable authority. What makes Psycho Cop memorable is its tone. It doesn't just lean into horror, it winks at the audience while doing it. The film isn't polished, but it's unapologetically entertaining, with Schaefer's performance anchoring it as a cult favorite among slasher fans. While it never gained mainstream traction, Psycho Cop lives on as one of the more outrageous slasher oddities of the 80s. It proves that sometimes the scariest thing isn't the masked killer in the shadows. It's the smiling officer in uniform, ready to write you a ticket you won't survive. Silent Night, Deadly Night 3, Better Watch Out, 1989. A young woman with psychic sensitivity begins experiencing vivid dreams connected to a hospitalized killer kept alive for study. Doctors monitor his condition closely, but they can't see the mental link forming between patient and witness. Her visions feel random at first, then increasingly precise. When she leaves town for the holidays, the connection strengthens, and so does the danger. The patient escapes, guided by flashes of shared perception that point him toward her location. Each new vision works like a signal flare she can't ignore. Instead of fast slasher pacing, this chapter slows everything down. Long pauses, quiet travel, and minimal dialogue create a drifting sense of dread. The approach is closer to a road thriller with psychic interference than a body count movie. The villain's altered design, including the clear cranial dome effect, gives the film a distinct visual hook that sets it apart from the rest of the series. It plays like an experiment inside a franchise sequel, less about shock, more about mood, distance, and inevitability. Violence is present but restrained, with emphasis on pursuit, psychic connection, and atmosphere over spectacle. Friday the 13th, Part 8. Jason Takes Manhattan, 1989. A high school senior class celebrates graduation with a cruise from Crystal Lake to New York City. Bad idea. The ship passes right over Jason's chained corpse. An electrical surge jolts him back to life, and the masked killer climbs aboard for another rampage. Writer-director Rob Hedden promises the ultimate relocation. Jason unleashed on the Big Apple. Reality delivers something else. Most of the film traps everyone on the slowly sinking Lazarus, dispatching rockers, boxers, and video camera nerds in familiar shipbound fashion. Only in the final stretch does Jason hit Manhattan, stalking Times Square hustlers, subway punks, and diner waitresses in grimy late-'80s New York. Kane Hodder's imposing Jason makes even these urban showdowns feel dangerous, culminating in a sewer flood of toxic waste that melts the monster back into a child's form. Practical effects hold up the violence within heavy MPAA cuts, and the underwater resurrection sets an eerie tone. But budget constraints keep the city scenes brief and underwhelming. Jason Takes Manhattan underperformed and disappointed, proving the franchise thrived on isolated camp teens, not ocean liners or urban sprawl. The series limped away for 4 years, leaving fans wondering if the machete had finally dropped for good. The Dead Pit, 1989. A young woman with amnesia arrives at a mental hospital to begin her accommodation, only to discover the institution hides a dark past. Years earlier, a deranged surgeon was conducting gruesome experiments in the hospital's basement until he was stopped and entombed in his own dead pit. But evil doesn't stay buried forever, and soon the asylum becomes overrun with the reanimated victims of his work. Directed by Brett Leonard, The Dead Pit is a low-budget gem that leans into gothic atmosphere and outrageous effects. Cheryl Lawson stars as Jane Doe, the newcomer whose curiosity uncovers the pit's secrets, while Jeremy Slate and Stephen Gregory bring grit and menace to their supporting roles. The film's strongest draw is its imagery. Blood-drenched corridors, stark white hallways filled with screaming patients, and a basement overrun with the undead. The gore is plentiful, with practical effects delivering slime, rot, and violent reanimation sequences that push the limits of its budget. Adding to its cult status is the VHS release itself. The original video box had a 3D glow-in-the-dark zombie head that made it a rental store standout in the late 80s. For many collectors, that packaging became as iconic as the film. While not a critical success, The Dead Pit thrives as a piece of video store history, a wild mix of medical horror, zombie mayhem, and over-the-top visuals. It's the kind of movie that may not scare you straight, but it will stick with you for its sheer commitment to being eerie, gory, and unapologetically strange. The Church, also known as La Chiesa, 1989. Centuries ago, a mass execution of supposed witches left their bodies buried beneath a cathedral. In the present day, restorers uncover the site, unknowingly unleashing the evil that was sealed away. As the cathedral's heavy doors mysteriously lock, priests, scholars, and tourists are trapped inside, forced to confront visions, possessions, and a demonic force determined to reclaim their souls. Directed by Michele Soavi and produced by Dario Argento, The Church is a standout example of Italian Gothic horror in the late 80s. It features a cast that includes Asia Argento in one of her early roles, Thomas Arana as the archaeologist, and Hugh Quarshie as a priest struggling to contain the chaos. Their performances anchor the film as the surreal nightmare unfolds. The visuals are the film's greatest strength. Soavi fills the cathedral with shadowy corridors, grand stained glass windows, and cavernous spaces that seem alive with menace. Practical effects deliver grotesque transformations and hallucinations, blending religious imagery with graphic horror. The result is part haunted house, part apocalyptic vision. Adding to the atmosphere is the unforgettable soundtrack. A mix of compositions by Keith Emerson, Philip Glass, and Goblin gives the film a soundscape that's eerie, powerful, and sometimes otherworldly. The music turns the cathedral into its own character, oppressive, mysterious, and terrifying. While often overshadowed by Dario Argento's more famous works, the church stands tall as Soavi's vision of Gothic dread. It's operatic, visually stunning, and filled with moments that linger long after the credits. For fans of Italian horror, the church is a reminder that the late 80s still had the power to conjure something grand, grotesque, and unforgettable. Sleepaway Camp 3, Teenage Wasteland, 1989. A new group of teens arrives at a camp for troubled youth, promise structure, discipline, and reform. Instead, they're entering a controlled environment where someone has decided certain personalities don't deserve second chances. Campers begin disappearing through suspicious accidents, often right after acts of cruelty or manipulation. The pattern isn't random. Behavior is being scored, and penalties are permanent. Unlike traditional slashers, the killer here operates inside the authority system, which adds a layer of satire to nearly every scene. Rules, lectures, and discipline talks become set up for dark punchlines. The film pushes harder into horror comedy territory than most camp slashers, using exaggeration and irony as part of its identity. The lead killer performance is calm, dry, and quietly amused, which makes the violence feel oddly matter-of-fact. Instead of mystery, the tension comes from anticipation. What rule gets broken next, and what the response will be. Effects are practical and stylized, with inventive set pieces designed for shock and reaction. It plays like a string of twisted moral lessons disguised as campfire horror. Spontaneous Combustion, 1989. Spontaneous Combustion finds Tobe Hooper exploring atomic age paranoia and body horror through the story of Sam, a man whose parents were guinea pigs in government radiation experiments. Born from that program, Sam discovers he possesses pyrokinetic abilities, the power to create fire with his mind, but the gift comes with a curse. As his emotions intensify, so does the fire, threatening to consume both him and everyone around him. Brad Dourif stars as Sam, bringing his signature intensity to a character spiraling towards self-destruction, and Hooper gives him space to explore Sam's growing paranoia and rage. The film blends conspiracy thriller elements with superhero origin story beats, filtered through Hooper's fascination with the body as a site of transformation and violence. The practical fire effects are impressively staged, with bodies igniting and burning in ways that feel uncomfortably realistic. Hooper treats Sam's power not as a gift, but as bodily betrayal. His own cells weaponized against him by government experimentation. The film's paranoid atmosphere recalls 70s conspiracy thrillers, where institutions can't be trusted and ordinary citizens become test subjects. Spontaneous Combustion arrived during a transitional period in horror, competing with slashers and supernatural franchises while attempting something more cerebral and political. The film never found its audience, dismissed as too strange and uneven. But there's genuine ambition here, Hooper grappling with Cold War legacy, government mistrust, and the horror of your own body becoming the weapon. It's rough around the edges, but it shows a filmmaker still pushing into uncomfortable territory rather than retreating to safer ground. The Chilling, 1989. A regional cryogenics company promises its wealthy clients a second chance at life, storing their bodies in suspended animation until science catches up with death. When a violent storm knocks out power to the facility, backup systems fail and temperature levels begin to rise. What should have been a temporary outage turns into a biological disaster. The first reanimation is treated as confusion. The second confirms a pattern. Soon the corridors are no longer storage space but hunting ground, with employees scrambling to contain something that was never meant to wake up at all. The building's layout, steel hallways, reinforced doors, freight elevators, becomes both defense and trap. Rather than pushing toward global apocalypse, the story keeps its focus tight. It plays as a locked facility survival thriller, where restoring electricity is just as important as surviving the next encounter. Industrial lighting, alarm systems, and claustrophobic staging do most of the tension work. Linda Blair appears in a supporting role among the trapped staff, adding familiar genre credibility to a cast largely built from direct-to-video regulars. The effects lean into late 80s practicality. Pale, frost-bitten skin, restrained gore, and physical zombie movement rather than elaborate makeup transformations. It's not reinventing the undead formula, but it does commit to its contained premise, a corporate immortality experiment collapsing into chaos behind sealed doors. Elves, 1989. A holiday vacation to a remote New England town takes a dark turn when a deranged elf unleashes chaos. This offbeat blend of horror, fantasy, and exploitation is visually distinct, with snow-covered forests, quaint streets, and sinister interiors creating a stark contrast between festive cheer and monstrous threat. Practical effects give the creature a tactile, unsettling presence, making it a memorable antagonist, despite the low-budget production. The story's pacing alternates between suspenseful investigation and shocking set pieces, keeping viewers on edge while exploring themes of greed, obsession, and holiday excess. Characters are archetypal but engaging, and their reactions to the elf's rampage amplify the film's tension. Snow-laden exteriors and isolated buildings heighten the sense of vulnerability, turning even familiar settings into potential death traps. The VHS-era feel, grainy footage, practical makeup, and dated synth scoring adds charm while keeping the atmosphere tense. The holiday elements are never purely decorative. The narrative integrates festive imagery as ironic foils to the dark events, turning carols, gifts, and decorations into unsettling reminders of what's at stake. Though rarely cited in mainstream retrospectives, Elves stands out for its weirdness, ambition, and unique take on Christmas horror. It demonstrates how far filmmakers were willing to push the boundaries of seasonal terror at the end of the 80s. Society, 1989. A teenager growing up among Beverly Hills wealth begins to feel out of place in his own life. Conversations feel rehearsed, smiles linger too long, and everyone seems invested in pulling him deeper into their world. His growing paranoia isn't just adolescent anxiety, it's a warning. Billy Warlock grounds the film with an anxious, searching performance that keeps the early sections restrained. The people around him behave just slightly wrong, creating a persistent sense of unease. Brian Usna lets the discomfort simmer, trusting atmosphere and implication long before revealing the full scope of the horror. When the truth finally surfaces, the film detonates. Screaming Mad George's effects turn bodies into malleable nightmares, merging, folding, and consuming one another in a grotesque spectacle. The infamous sequence is overwhelming by design, pushing practical effects into territory few films dared explore. Society is blunt in its metaphor and fearless in execution. It uses body horror to literalize class exploitation, stripping away any subtlety in favor of impact. Strange, confrontational, and unforgettable, it remains one of the most audacious cult films of its era. Deep Star 6, 1989. A deep-sea military installation nears completion when the crew accidentally disturbs something living inside an underwater cavern. A massive, aggressive organism begins attacking the base, perfectly adapted to crushing ocean pressure. As systems fail and escape routes collapse, the crew realizes they're trapped thousands of feet below the surface, with a creature that sees them as intruders. Sean S. Cunningham directs this entry in the late 80s underwater horror cycle, arriving alongside films like Leviathan and The Abyss. The ensemble cast, Greg Evigan, Nancy Everhard, Torian Black, and Miguel Ferrer, creates a believable sense of teamwork that gradually gives way to fear and self-preservation. Ferrer stands out, playing suspicion and paranoia as pressure mounts. The creature is realized through practical suits and puppetry, giving it physical weight and scale. The underwater base provides a strong setting, tight corridors, and the constant threat of catastrophic decompression. Effects emphasize implosions, flooding, and sudden deaths, reinforcing how hostile the environment is, even without the monster. Deep Star 6 doesn't aim higher than it needs to. It's straightforward creature horror that delivers tension, atmosphere, and practical effects without overreaching. Not as ambitious as The Abyss, or as exploitative as Leviathan, it sits comfortably in between. Solid late 80s B-movie horror, where escape is as deadly as staying put. Cutting Class, 1989. High school should be all about exams, sports, and social drama, but in this twisted slice of late 80s horror, it's about survival. After serving time in a mental institution, troubled student Brian Woods returns to campus, and almost immediately the bodies start piling up. Is he responsible, or is someone else hiding behind the mask of normal teenage life? Directed by Rospo Pallenberg, Cutting Class mixes slasher conventions with a streak of black comedy. The film is perhaps best remembered for featuring a young Brad Pitt in one of his earliest roles, playing the clean-cut basketball player caught in the chaos. Jill Schoelen, already a familiar face to horror fans from The Stepfather and Popcorn, stars as Paula, the final girl forced to unravel the mystery. Donovan Leitch rounds out the trio as Brian, the troubled classmate whose dark past casts suspicion over everything. The setting leans into classic slasher territory. Locker rooms, hallways, empty classrooms, and after-hours corridors become hunting grounds. Kill sequences are staged with a mix of camp and creativity. Lawn equipment, chemistry labs, and even the school mascot's suit are put to gruesome use. What gives Cutting Class its lasting cult appeal is the way it balances tongue-in-cheek humor with genuine tension. It knows the slasher formula well enough to play it straight, while also poking fun at high school stereotypes. Though it never reached the heights of the genre's classics, Cutting Class survives as a late 80s curiosity. A time capsule of teen horror where paranoia, camp, and early star power combine into something oddly unforgettable. Hellgate, 1989. The story revolves around a brutal motorcycle gang that kidnaps and murders a young woman named Josie, setting off a chain of supernatural events. Years later, her father discovers a magical crystal that can resurrect the dead and decides to bring Josie back to life. Once reanimated, Josie lures unsuspecting visitors to the ghost town of Hellgate, where her father exacts revenge on those who wronged them. The film blends elements of slasher horror with supernatural themes, creating a unique but often chaotic narrative. Starring Ron Palillo as Matt and Abigail Wolcott as Josie, the film features a mix of camp and horror, with performances that have garnered mixed reviews. Critics have noted the film's poor acting, cheesy script, and low production values, which contribute to its status as a cult classic among fans of bad horror movies. With a runtime of 91 minutes, Hellgate has an IMDb rating of 3.7, reflecting its polarizing reception. While the film is often criticized for its execution, it features moments of unintentional humor and bizarre special effects, including a resurrected turtle and other creatures that add to its charm for fans of the genre. Hellgate is remembered for its quirky premise and the combination of horror and dark comedy, appealing to viewers who enjoy low-budget films that embrace their flaws. Its legacy continues as a staple in discussions about so bad it's good cinema, making it a memorable entry in the annals of 80s horror. Robot Jox, 1989. Giant robot battles, Cold War allegory, and post-apocalyptic spectacle collide in Stuart Gordon's Robot Jox. In a future where nations settle disputes through televised mech duels, pilots, known as jocks, fight for national honor. Gary Graham stars as Achilles, the American champion facing a Soviet rival, delivering performances that lend weight to otherwise outlandish action. The stop-motion battles dominate the screen, each punch and missile strike feeling physically heavy, a tactile realism absent from early CGI. Beyond the spectacle, Gordon takes the premise seriously, exploring the moral implications of state-sponsored violence and the toll of turning humans into living weapons. The industrial production design and practical sets give the world texture, creating a believable dystopia. Pacing lags between the robot duels, but each battle is meticulously crafted, thrilling in scope and execution. Robot jocks captivated young audiences, who would tape the battles off cable and watch them repeatedly, and it stands as an earnest, imaginative exploration of spectacle and human drama wrapped in a sci-fi shell. Begotten, 1989. In a remote, empty landscape, a series of symbolic events unfold like fragments of an ancient myth. Characters move slowly through desolate fields and shadowy structures, acting out rituals that seem older than language. The narrative isn't explained directly. Instead, viewers piece together meaning through gestures, movement, and visual metaphor. The result feels like witnessing a forgotten legend rather than a traditional story. Director Elias Merhige creates a one-of-a-kind visual experience, using a heavily processed, high-contrast style that makes the images look worn and timeless. Grain, scratches, and flickering light give the film the quality of a found artifact. There is no spoken dialogue, only ambient sound and rhythm, which intensify the sense of isolation. The film's strength lies in its commitment to abstraction. Every action is deliberate, every image arranged to evoke emotion or suggest a larger cosmic cycle. As the characters move through barren forests and quiet ruins, the film seems to explore creation, destruction, and renewal on a symbolic level rather than a literal one. Because it avoids traditional structure, it inspires strong reactions. Some see it as an avant-garde meditation on mythology. Others view it as a visual endurance test. But its influence is undeniable. Few films have achieved such a distinctive atmosphere or left such a lasting impression on experimental cinema. If you love discovering forgotten horror and cult cinema, hit that like button and subscribe for more deep dives into the films time forgot. Thanks for watching, and remember, always be kind and rewind, because every movie is someone's favorite.